Hi guys, sorry about that. It's possible this might happen again, but if it does, I will not be coming back online, but I am going to be posting PrimeCayes channel. So you can watch the whole panel there even if I'm not streaming. I apologize. I'm not really sure exactly what's happening. Yeah, my computer seems to be very mad at OBS right now. Dr. K is another psych streamer. I'd be curious if there are other psych streamers. And you guys should actually let me know what you want me to stream about in the future. I've been coming up and brainstorming a whole bunch of different ideas. But yeah, I can't decide. I was thinking about going through some reality TV relationship-y stuff that seems to mimic real relationships at least a little bit better, like Love is Blind. It's not real because there's like they can't see each other, but it shows because they can't see each other. There's a lot of really honest emotional communication going on, which I think is more interesting to analyze. So yeah, if you guys want to watch that, I do apologize about crashing. Yeah. About what the tweets about Dr. K situation. His name was Slush, so just so you guys have an update, I guess, on that. Max has responded to Slush and released a bunch of DMs, basically saying that he didn't manipulate him. Here are the exact DMs. So I would say, this is almost a pun, get it from the horse's mouth. Max responded with what he felt were clarifications, and I guess it's kind of up to you as the viewers of whether or not you think it actually clarifies the situation. As far as the PrimeCayes panel, we are just waiting. People are notoriously late, so just kind of waiting on that. But hopefully we'll be okay. I'm going to get the webpage set up eventually for the StreamYards. That is in case you're wondering what StreamYard is.
There's only one type of eel?
Thanks, Emric! I got to hear it. We all got to hear it and see it this time, so thank you. Do we have time to finally explain confidence interval? I don't think we do today. I should have asked Mono. Professor Meat, I'm going to introduce you. You should DM me on Discord, and I'm going to introduce you to a PhD in statistics named Mono. And he's going to tell you all about confidence intervals, okay? Go in hot and yell as much as possible. Yeah, I feel like that is psychologically the best thing to do with this. Mono is amazing. Yeah. Oh, really? I didn't even know he was like a YouTuber at all. He just like reached out, which was super nice of him. I feel like I should have done more research, but I've had like back to back contacts like reaching out, which is super, super, super nice. But I'm in this weird thing of I want enough time to like try to research things, but I also don't want people waiting on me for like, because I was trying to only do 2 people a week. And then I was like, I'm going to be fucking booking out into like April. Like, I'm not making somebody who's asking to chat with me wait fucking 2 months.
There's only
like,
one
so
type of
seems so pretentious. Okay. Thanks, Quinn. That's very nice of you. So I decided to like see people more often, like almost daily, but it had like the trade-off of now I can't do as much research for every person that I talk to. So I should actually spend some time looking through Mono stuff. Because I haven't actually watched it, but if he's your favorite YouTuber, then that's a good sign. Okay. Yeah, I see him. Wow, he already got me up. My little face makes my hair look like a little plume. Sorry if this has been asked before, but are you planning to pursue streaming as your primary job in the near or foreseeable future? So the job that I have right now ends in the beginning of May. And the amount of time that I've been devoting, I kind of do my best to like, if people seem to like something, I try to put more energy, and I really enjoy this. So for a while I was kind of pursuing a public speaking direction, but with COVID, that's tricky. So if you guys are enjoying this, yeah, I don't have anything to do between May and September when grad school begins. So I won't have much else to do anyways. Once grad school starts, it won't be full-time again because I'll be busy with grad school, but I am going to like, if for like readings and stuff, I am going to bring it on stream, and you guys, I can like walk you through forensic psychology and child and adolescent. We'll like probably be looking at lots of really interesting papers. So if you're nerdy and bored and want to learn about some really interesting and kind of niche psychology, feel free. I study forensics. I'm going to be doing forensics in teens. And the professor that I work under is a forensic psychologist for Alberta. He runs a psychopath small group. So there's going to be lots of really interesting conversations that I think come out of it, because he always picks very spicy papers for our readings. In the past, he has at least.
There's only one type of eel.
Thank you, Simric. Wow, you're a giver today, feeling generous. How old am I? I am 28. Thanks for asking, Rainy Caddy. All you have to know is it's not your fault, and Goodwill Hunting that shit. That's what I do. 30% of the time it works. Nice. When what? When am I?
There's only one type of eel.
Quinn, thank you. Thanks so much, Quinn. Simric and Quinn are competing for the number one spot. All right, we're getting closer. There's four of us in now. Just waiting on the last few. I'm not streaming their voices in the Discord because I don't like to stream people unless I have their consent first, ideally. And they know they're going to be streamed, but I don't know if they know that they're being streamed yet. So, yeah.
You did. Oh, hi. Hello.
Do I live in a rural area? Yes, I do. Are you guys asking more precise questions to find me? So this is for PrimeCayes. It is for PrimeCayes. Get a croissant, get some popcorn. We're just waiting on one other person. No, two other people. We've got Lana. We're waiting on Valamity Jane. Valamity. It's like Calamity. Valamity Jane and Anna Vor are still coming in. I don't know any of these people in here, so... Oh, the thing that worries me doing this platform is the doxing situation. Yes, luckily, what's your sin while the Q&A is still going? Yeah, my sin is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L, M, N, O, P. Okay. Just wondering, did you get any degree? Yeah, I've got a undergrad in honors psychology. I do know that Anavora is Destiny's ex. We've made it explicit that we will not be talking about Destiny or Melina at all on this channel, on this panel. So that will not be discussed. Anna is going to be on theoretically, but she's very late, so I don't know where she's at. Yeah. Very cool. Thanks for dropping by. This is also being streamed on PrimeCayes, so if you want to go over there and give him some love as well, feel free. I just know my editor likes getting kind of both chats to kind of compare and see what different chats are doing as people discuss. If I could have a superpower, what would you want and why? Shapeshifting, unquestionably. Could you imagine shapeshifting? Okay, first of all right, you want to fly anywhere? Just turn into a fly, to be honest, or whatever. Why was the decision not to discuss Destiny? In large part because Destiny has asked for these things to not be discussed, and Anna has also asked for these not to be discussed. So, and I don't want to weigh in on people's drama as much as I can, particularly drama that's been going on for a year and just needs to stop. I shouldn't say I won't weigh on people's drama, because I think I inevitably will and have already, but when it's been going on for a year, I think we need to just let that one lie, especially when both people are asking to let it stop. So yeah, shapeshifting. Also, if you want to just not fucking go to work, you can just shapeshift into a cat and then call into work and be like, hey guys, I can't come into work. I'm a cat today. And you can just act like it's some weird shapeshifter flu, and you're like, I can't control it. I just sometimes turn into a cat. I've been loving your content. You have such a refreshing perspective, and as an added bonus, I'm a fellow Canuck. Welcome, Canadians. Isn't it nice to get some, good Canadian representation? There's a lot of cringy Canadian politicians out there right now. So, yeah. Just trying to keep an update on the Prime panel, because I'm completely deaf into them right now. Oh, we got the last person in. All right, guys, I think we're getting started. All right, let me just make this big and go like this, and okay. Do you guys want the chat up on screen, or do you want me to turn it off? So here's what you guys will be looking at. Would you like chat on or off? It's totally up to you. I can turn it off because one person at the left is going to be a little bit blocked by chat, and I can't go into Stream Elements and fix it right now. I should. My editors asked me to, but I'm naughty. I'm a rebel without a cause. Canadians generally are on the up and up, to be honest. I think so. Be nice, Saba. They're like the middle child that does better and no one wants to admit it. Chat on for the banned users. I don't know if there's any banned users right now, to be honest. Yeah. Can I shapeshift into a key and open Fort Knox? In my mind, shapeshifting would be limited to like live animals, but I suppose I can't limit your powers. So if that's what you want to do, I guess fair enough. I'll give that to you. At that point, I think the government would take you in for investigation of your superpowers. Well, that's true. I mean, I'm assuming that if I get to be superpowers, that I also get to live in like I'm banned, as you comment in here. I think I'm small enough. I don't have too many people that I've banned yet. Not yet. Buckle up, though. You're gonna be first, Desert Druid. I know you. You've been in my Discord. Got my eye on you. You Jesus-dressed individual. Yeah. You're covering Katie completely. Oh, yeah, my camera. Yeah, hold on. You guys don't need to see. Let's turn that off. There we go. Wow, I am so selfish and just focused on myself. Okay, we're here. All right, ready, guys? Let's do this. Just message if you want me to turn chat off, okay?
You can just be on easy mode and take care of them and it's fine. But like even these two, like twice a day. We take these out twice a day, you know?
Yeah, but I think even within like dogs, there's dogs who are more high maintenance and like lower maintenance, right?
Oh yeah.
And people are not, they're just like, I want a dog. And they don't think about what the specific breed needs, what they want, like the type of environment that they require. And it's like unfortunate because then the dogs are unhappy and they'll make their owners unhappy and it's just not great.
Yeah, so I had a husky
Thanks, Imric.
a few years back. And I mean, it's the same thing, right? Like even in an apartment, I took him everywhere. Like he would get in Ubers with me. We would go hang out with people. You know, he would go everywhere with me because otherwise, like it's a husky sitting in an apartment. That's so bad.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I noticed that. Sorry, I changed it and then I didn't transition over. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
is this panel going to be okay? I don't know.
But
I'm not sure how the panel's going to be. We'll have to find out.
Well, I'm asking because like, I know my sister's dog. Like she takes her everywhere and stuff. The problem is they're not very good with like.
Mark also has some history of Destiny now. A little bit. I think they're kind of his friends. I'm not really.
Like it's a dachshund, but it's a huge like.
I don't really have a frame of reference for how Anna engages in non-Destiny stuff. That's that's fair. Me neither. And I think it's a good idea to maybe let that avenue be explored because it might allow for the ending of that saga as well.
Like, you can't do that with.
You're defending the based and righteous today. I can tell. Panel members.
It was really weird.
Well,
they kind of wanted to train it to be
Lana, I've seen her. Ruh-roh.
So
those are contradictory.
I think I'm gonna be the enemy today.
So, like,
I think I might be the first time where I'm an enemy. It might be a 5v1.
Tried to hit my sister.
It's okay, Prime will have my back, right, guys?
Started, like barking at him, and he's like, "That's a good sign." And I'm like,
"We got this."
This is very bad.
I don't actually feel that nervous. I just want to know if they're gonna start soon because I have to go to the bathroom.
I don't understand how people
very badly, and I'd like to go.
Hi, Anna. How you doing?
Hi, I'm good.
Prime isn't a moderator.
I'm fine.
Nobody will have my back.
Just burning some time. Do you like dogs?
No, aren't you the villain? You're the paladin defending against armies of darkness.
I like
yeah, but to the armies of darkness, I'm the bad guy.
That's fair. We've always had dogs in my family.
I'd just go now if I were you.
But cats
Poopa, you have to have more faith in me than that, all right?
With me one day, and then I just took her
You have to
home
believe in me.
Begged my parents.
Why am I showing Mike as
her?
number 1 and number 2 on the subs? Is that a bug? Quinn should be on there.
It was like a real.
Mine has you as 1 and Quinn as number 2.
Because my parents wanted
so I'm not sure.
to give her away because they don't like it when
Professor
I.
Meat's just projecting.
Like,
it's okay. It's because of my it's because of my plume,
you
right? You're just seeing yourself as me,
soulmate.
Professor Meat.
She's
By the way,
my
if you guys don't know,
soulmate.
Professor Meat is on PrimeCayes panels a lot. PrimeCayes, and he's his own streamer. If you want to post your stream link in here, feel free, Professor Meat. Feel free. I just meant it sounds like a few minutes off to starting. I know.
When I moved to Germany, I
have to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna run to the washroom right now because it seems like we're not talking about anything for a while.
So my parents
I'm just gonna
get screwed over like taking care of her.
Go.
So once I have an apartment, when I can
I'll be right back.
Cats.
You guys can listen to this dog chat.
Prime?
Give me a second, please. Continue on talking. I just
got
Okay.
stuff.
Lana, cats, dogs.
So currently my partner has 2 cats, but I like probably will never get a pet of my own, but I like both.
Can I ask why?
I just don't want to take care of them. And honestly, like I'm vegan and like I don't have like a problem with like other people having pets or anything like that, but like I don't really want to buy them like food. I don't really want to
Oh.
like I don't want to take care of them also, to be honest, and I like traveling and stuff like that, so it's just not worth it.
That's fair. You know, an interesting thing. Well, I don't know if it's actually interesting for you, but it's like when I was training to be a vet assistant, like they taught us that you can actually have dogs and have them like be on a vegetarian diet, but you can't do that with cats. Like cats have to have meat. And I was like a bit mind fucked about it, but apparently like dogs are omnivores, so they can do just with vegetarian, but it was really weird, you know. I don't know why, but I don't think it's very common knowledge.
All right.
I actually have like
Sorry,
heard
guys.
people talk about this where like some people will be
All
like,
right. Where do we
and I'm like,
what do we think about
"Really?
dogs?
Like, absolutely
To
don't."
me,
And
if somebody says that
for
they
that
hate
reason,
dogs, it's
I
an immediate
if I
flag.
was gonna get a
Flag of
pet,
one thing. Either one, they have like a phobia to dogs, and then it's like, well, fair enough. Oh,
like,
but if they're like, no, I don't have a phobia, I just
then, like, literally
hate
just
dogs. I'm
have
kind of
to
like,
eat meat, which is completely
do you also
understandable.
hate
Like, if you
joy?
don't wanna buy meat, then don't get it.
Somebody of you in chat is
Yeah,
gonna be like,
exactly.
you bitch!
With
I
dogs, it's really
like
not a
dogs.
requirement, so it's kind of cool because you can
That's
have
fine.
a dog.
You can
and,
like dogs.
Still,
You can
if that's
dislike
something
dogs.
that's
You can disagree with
important to
me.
you, like still maintain that.
Could we still be
actually
friends?
thought you were gonna take it
I
to,
am
like, a
friends with
different
one
way,
person
'cause
who
I
dislikes
think,
dogs. Actually,
again,
I just tell them all the
obviously,
time
I
that
have
I'm
a cat
suspicious
and
of
stuff,
them.
but like ethically, I don't think
Sleep
the
with one
concept
eye
of,
open when
like,
I'm around
owning
dog
pets
haters.
is very
Right?
like solid. I have an issue.
How about
with
if they
it.
like
So I thought
dislike
that's where
certain
you were
types of
gonna,
dogs?
like,
That's
you
fair.
were like, I'm a
I don't
vegan,
like
so
small
I think
dogs.
pet ownership is like kind of unethical. But no, I guess I was just projecting my shit onto you.
Actually, I agree with that. I just usually don't talk about it because it's like not worth it. But I definitely think like I wouldn't say it's entirely unethical. I think it's just really difficult to do ethically. But I definitely think that like people should like avoid like owning pets. To be honest, I think it would be better if we like transition to like something where it's like you have a
Okay,
lot of
Lana's really quiet. I'm gonna turn her up for you guys. Holy shit.
you have like a lot of like animals that like live in a community
There we
together,
go.
and like if you want to
Communal
engage
pet ownership.
This is why I
yeah,
simp.
basically. I mean, honestly, it'd be way healthier. For
My
you
mental
guys
health
at the same
problems stem from
time,
being a
and
dog
get
person
lot more
allergic to
distance from
dogs.
with
Merrick,
your
mute
like-
yourself because we can hear like everything when you type and when you move things, just everything. Yeah. if you mute
Okay, one
yourself, please.
second.
All right.
Yeah. Keep your friends close.
we're,
Keep the dog haters closer. Yeah,
we'll
exactly.
just get started now.
Exactly.
We have one other person who should be joining us. We'll see.
Oh, right. We're waiting on someone.
Yeah, so we'll
All right.
get cracking on this, and we'll go from there.
Communal kid ownership too.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
This is the Amazon Lily Roundtable, which we have Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern. Whenever we get up to it, right? But we had a really fantastic time last time, so I wanted to do this again. We have an amazing group of individuals here. I'm really excited to have them talk. We're going to change things up a little bit, though, right? Because our friend Katie here, she's going to be moderating this, right? She's also going to be a panelist, so she's going to keep things moving along.
There's only one type
but also,
of eel.
take part in discussion as well, right? So, what I do most of the
Thanks,
time.
Simric. Appreciate it.
I'm going to actually take myself off screen, so that'll be it. But one last thing, again, if you're watching this on YouTube, right? If you're watching this on YouTube, please like,
guys,
comment,
Prime's going off
subscribe,
screen.
Right?
There's only one.
He's
type
going
of
off
eel.
screen, guys. I don't even have my backup team
I
here.
guess I never asked for that.
I'm alone.
Yeah, turn on YouTube notifications. Yeah, why not?
Uh-oh.
Do that too. Like, comment, subscribe,
Okay, I got
and
this.
also become a YouTube member. Hit that join button if you appreciate all this content that we give to you daily. Right? Then hit that join button and help us out so that we can continue this on into the future. Okay. So I'm going to take myself off screen. I'll add that other person if they get here. But if not, then we'll just have to go with these amazing group of people right here. All right. So I'll let Katie take it away.
Yeah.
Oh, that worked out well.
So I just want to quickly say it's kind of weird because I am participating as a panelist, but also I will be moderating. So I will try to not get drunk with power and just like mute all of you all the time so I can talk. I'm joking. I'm gonna try to not talk a lot, and we'll see how that goes. But I don't really think we'll need that. I think we're civil people who can just let other people speak and just take our turns. So I'm sure we'll be fine. So we're doing introductions now. So Erudite, do you want to go first?
Sure, yeah. So hi, everyone. I don't think I've actually gotten to talk to anyone on this panel except for Katie. My name is Not So Erudite. I'm a new streamer on the Twitch scene. I've got training in psychology. I'm a licensed addictions counselor and a psychometrist, and then going to grad school for clinical psych. So that's kind of my background.
There's only one type of eel.
Yeah, and I talk about socio-political stuff, and I'm excited to chat with you.
Lana?
Oh, hi. I'm Lana. I'm not a streamer. I'm just like a nerd who likes to talk about shit on the internet. So, hang out.
As we all do. Merrick?
Thanks, Simric.
You're muted now. I think.
Professional streamer moments. Yeah, I am a sex worker advocate. I am a leftist on mostly, I think, known on Twitter. Occasionally, I've been trying to get back into streaming. Occasionally, I make pre-made YouTube video stuff. Yeah, I think I'm mostly known for Twitter though. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me, Prime. And yeah, I'm very excited to talk about, as I said earlier, something that is not Ukraine or Russia.
Amen to that. Anna?
I'm Anna, and I am currently in my master's program for clinical psychology. I'm specializing in trauma, and I am also certified in domestic abuse counseling. Yeah.
I'm Katie. Okay, so we're gonna jump into it, I guess. So the first topic is as follows. What do you do or feel like women should do to increase communication with sexual partners and generally improve sexual engagement? Advice is usually relegated to what should women avoid or deny from happening. But what are active things women can and should do to improve their sexual experiences, and how should they handle it when they feel like their boundaries are being pushed upon in a way that makes them uncomfortable? We're looking for women should do, not women shouldn't do. And if we're going to do opening statements, I guess, we'll just do the same
There's
order.
only
So
one
like
type
Erudite,
of
you
eel.
can go first.
Okay.
Sure. I don't really have much to say. I think there's a lot of things that women can do. I think like stating boundaries and voicing what you need and want is just like fundamentally the most important thing in sex and relationships overall. I just think communication requires it. People can't brain read. I think there's lots of reasons why people might struggle to communicate, and I think it's important to talk about those aspects and like give people tools and equip them to overcome those issues. I'm just really passionate about women having good, safe sex and being able to assert their wants and needs. Yeah, that's about it.
Lana?
I think that one of the things that is really hard for like men is a lot of times like women, you know, assuming everyone's like hetero, you know, a lot of times like women don't really even convey their desires. A lot of times they're made to be like uncomfortable about even like talking about the concept of sex. So definitely like being more upfront about what you do like is really helpful. I've definitely gotten a lot of feedback from my personal partners like that me communicating what I actually do like is really helpful. I find that this seems to be like really uncommon for women, where they just like won't even really tell other people what they like, and because of it, they like men are kind of like guessing a lot of times. I also think that like women should kind of like work on in general just the concept of being more assertive.
Is better.
It isn't women's fault that they're basically pressured to be like doormats for people to step on.
There's
but
only
it
one
is
type of
something
eel.
that
Okay.
on an individual level, like it is good advice
Thanks,
to like,
Simric.
work on setting boundaries in general, like even outside of sex, just like in the relationship. I have personal tips that I give women on a personal basis, like for like basically testing boundaries with people to make sure that that person is respectful before you really engage in sex with them. Again, that's not like a thing that if you don't do it, like you're a terrible person or something, but it is really helpful in gauging people's character and whether or not they'll like respect you in other scenarios.
Okay, Eric? Wait. Eric, hello.
Eric's muted.
Hi.
Sorry, I heard you say a name. I didn't realize it was
Yes,
my
I'm
my
sorry.
name. No, that was my bad. Yeah, so I think that in terms of what women should do, I think that there should be more emphasis and more discussions about how it's actually really, really good for you to state your boundaries and to state the kind of things that you would like to see happen in a sexual encounter, and not to be made to feel like you're a buzzkill, or not to be made to feel like it's sort of infringing on the other person's enjoyment. I think like a lot of the times, in the past, and I know other women tend to be sort of reticent about their boundaries. So I think that like a really good thing to do is asserting your boundaries in a way that's not aggressive, but that can also be. I think you can make it sort of fun, you can make it sort of sexy, that sort of thing, and just having like confidence in knowing what you want and being able to talk about that beforehand with a sexual encounter, whether that's you're talking to someone in person or whether you're talking to someone on Twitter, on Tinder, things like that. That these are things that should be prioritized.
Anna?
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agreed with everything everyone said so far. Also, I would add that I think it's also really important for, well, I mean, both men and women need to like be able to communicate, or at least try to communicate their boundaries. Really have like that boundary discussion beforehand is always good. But not only like sexual boundaries, but like emotional boundaries too, which are a part of sexual boundaries. I think that sometimes gets like lost in talking about boundaries with sex, is that like emotional boundaries are really important as well, that people should talk about with their partner beforehand to make sure everyone is on the same page. Yeah.
I think that I don't think there's anything to disagree with anything anyone said. I think I would like to hear Erudite's actual tools to like try to help with communication breakdowns, and also Lana, the personal tips. I would really love for us to actually get to like the meat of it. But there's also something that like the common theme is that women should like assert their boundaries and they should talk about what they like. And I found that like in my own personal experiences, it hasn't been too long since I started asking myself at the age of 25, what do I like? I think when we expect women to say what they like, we sometimes maybe ignore that some women they don't even know that they're supposed to ask themselves that they're supposed to explore that's like something that is valid to like have as your own personal understanding of your own sexuality. And I think that's part of the discussion that needs to be handled as well. So like, how do you explore yourself? How do you end up knowing what you like? Because I feel like a lot of women don't know what they like, and it's hard to communicate what's wrong when you don't even know what's right. So yeah, we're gonna open it up. Lana, can I hear some of the tips that you have?
So like for example, like I think it's really important to like outside of like sex or outside of like any sort of like super emotionally charged situation, you basically draw boundaries with someone who is like a prospective partner, and you like specifically pick something that doesn't actually bother you, and you like watch their reaction. And if they try to argue with you, if they try to make you feel bad for setting that boundary, if they try to you know uh, basically like make you feel bad for setting boundary, then you just don't engage with that person, because it seems like that'll be more of an issue later on.
Okay. Erudite?
Do you want my tips or do you want my response to Lana?
Whatever you want to give.
Sure. Okay, I'll maybe get into a response. I think the idea of testing boundaries is probably not something that I would be behind advocating for, particularly when you say it's a boundary that you don't really care about, because boundaries are inherently going to like trigger some level of rejection, right? Boundaries are necessarily saying this is something that I don't want crossed, and sometimes people might be okay with that. But if it's something that they were hoping wouldn't be a boundary, there's going to be a certain level of like tension that arises with it, right? So when I'm teaching boundaries to women, typically, I try to make them aware that any boundary you give, there is potentially going to be some level of potentially pushback. Not that that necessarily okays the pushback or okays even like some people feel bad setting a boundary even if there's no pushback, but somebody just gets like sad about it, right? And so that makes them uncomfortable. And I think if you're setting boundaries for things that you don't actually care about, it's hard to get in behind of like why this matters to you. And I think when you assert boundaries, it's really important to actually like make clear what your needs are. And I think it can actually muddy the communication water when you're stating boundaries for things that you just don't care about. Now, I might have just misunderstood you. Maybe you're saying, well, it's not that I don't care about these boundaries. They're just a less emotionally charged boundary for me. And that's maybe a fair discrepancy. But I think the idea of like testing in relationships in general feels kind of like gamey almost. And I'm actually really for like very authentic, open communication. And I don't want to be testing people. I just want to have like kind of respectful discourse back and forth.
So I think what you're talking about is probably really applicable to like longer term relationships for sure, where you like actually know the person. When I'm hooking up with people I barely fucking know, I'm gonna reject a hug to see if they like give me shit about it. Because if they make me do something I don't want to do, outside of bed, like something that like I don't owe them and they don't really want that much, but like I don't like if it happens, like if like okay, so from my experience, like so I'm a stripper, and like where I work, I know men all the time who like watch me set a boundary and then they're into it. They don't fucking care about kissing me on the mouth, but if I say I don't want to do that, then they want it, right? And so there's a specific way that I've personally encountered that men are like attracted to pushing certain boundaries, and I don't want to deal with that shit when I'm hooking up with people. Like there's maybe a time and a place, you know, with a partner where you guys can talk about that, and that's like a thing you're into or something like that. That's completely fine and separate. But like when I'm hooking up with people, I'm trying to get to know you. I'm trying to make sure like I'm not gonna like I'm coming out of the night like I'm gonna like reject things that I don't actually care about. But if they happen, like it's fine, and I just know that like it's probably not gonna work out that night for me. Now, obviously, like if you're talking about like someone you're actually interested in, you're like planning like some sort of like future together, sure, but like I don't think there's any harm in me rejecting a hug from someone and rejecting like going somewhere with someone at a like particular time or things like that. Like things that like really don't matter in the context of like, you know, were they really excited about this thing or something like that. Like something that shows that if you set a boundary that they will respect it, basically.
Erda, do you want to respond, or can Merrick like quickly?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So I guess I just want to say that while there might be some utility to this method, I guess I would advise you to be careful with this mentality, because I was a stripper for 6 or 7 years. And I found that when I was dancing, like you're talking about, you mentioned specifically, I will set a boundary and men won't care about it until I set it, and then they care about it in the context of them wanting to push it. I guess I would just want to advise you to
There's only one
be
type
sort of
deal.
careful with this
Okay.
mentality, because I found that when I was dancing, I had this vision of men and of the outside world as being very predatory, very dangerous. Every man was trying
There's
to hurt
only
me.
one
Every
type
man was
of
trying to
deal.
fuck me over. Every man was going to push my boundaries, and I found that this was actually a trauma response. So I guess I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you shouldn't do that. But I guess I would just say, like, maybe something to consider with this is that this is possibly a trauma response to being in an environment where your boundaries are not actually respected regularly. And I don't know that this is necessarily a healthy way to go about things, of just like trying to shit test people about stuff that doesn't necessarily matter. And I would caution you to kind of like I don't know. I guess I just don't know that when I was doing stuff like that, I was in a really healthy place. So without like overstepping too much, I guess I want to sort of give the perspective of like this might be trauma informed, and that's something that you might want to consider, because I know that when I did shit like that, it was really unhealthy.
I feel like I mean, like for people that I'm hooking up with, like yeah, maybe, but I don't think in the context of stripping that's true for me, because it's like a vibe check thing where there's like some people where like they're just chill and they're like a normal person. There's people who are like more on the edge, and then there's people where like you can tell they're like there to like constantly push the envelope and like
Oh, I
it's just
think
kind
you
of
should
like
do this in the club. I'm sorry.
yeah.
I didn't mean to say like don't be careful in the club. You should always be careful in the club. I definitely didn't mean to say that.
Yeah, I got you. I don't know. It depends. Like I feel like again, like I feel like it's like a vibe check thing where it's like there's some people where I feel like they do actually respect my boundaries, and there's people where it's like kind of a toss up, and there's people where like they're constantly just trying to push you, and it's like if I want to have sex with a fuck boy, like a guy who looks like a fuck boy, he acts like a fuck boy, I need to know like what I'm getting into before I start. You know what I mean? And like it's totally context dependent. I don't think it's like fair in all situations, but like I think sometimes it's like a nice tool to like recognize, is someone going to respect my boundaries without also having to like emotionally invest like, oh, I'm going to tell them what my boundaries are, and then if they don't respect it, like I'm the one who gets hurt in this situation. And like there are definitely places you should do it, but I feel like there's some times where it's like especially if it's something that you're like trying to like work up to, like the concept of like your boundaries getting violated can be like super like upsetting. And like if that's something you're working on, like I feel like that's kind of like a good like training wheel. Obviously you shouldn't do it forever, but I feel like it's not unreasonable to say that like you don't owe people things, and if you set boundaries and they don't respect it, sometimes the way that they react can inform like who they are as a person.
So I want to quickly like let Valkyrie like introduce herself so she can jump in, and we'll continue from there. Hi.
Sure, yeah, hi. Came in halfway through the conversation, so I wasn't really sure what was even going on. But hi, what do you want to know about me, or?
Whatever you want to tell, but let me send you the prompt that I read out loud so you could read it, and then you'll know
Oh, yeah,
exactly
yeah.
what you're on. And so if that's your intro, then Eric, you want to respond, I think, right? Merrick?
Yeah,
There's
I
only
guess.
one type of meal.
I guess I would
Okay.
just say,
Thanks, Emmerich.
if you're being like discerning about it, yeah, sure. I mean, I think if you're just like in every situation, like every date you go on with every man you meet, if you're like always shit testing them always, that is probably unhealthy. But if it's something that you know that like is not always appropriate in every situation, and you're being very discerning about, then like yeah, I don't really think that you're doing anything that is potentially damaging to yourself. I would also just kind of note that like I think people can also pick up when you're doing that, but again, like if you are if you're discerning about it, then whatever, you're a grown woman, you know how to make your own choices in your own situations. So I don't
want
want
to jump in here. I want to jump in here. It's not on the woman at all. It's actually a lot of women miss it, and men are just freaking stupid. And just the thing of it is you think they're actually there. You think they actually feel on that other side. They think they feel everything you feel, but they fucking don't. They're not there. They don't see it. But at the same time, you're conversing with each other as peers. You both have this shared experience. It's obvious, because both of you had this happen before. At the end of the day, what you guys are trying to work around at all, what should the woman do to, improve this? And the other part of it is the woman actually has to get her mind around, he can't see all the effort she's putting into it, and then she worries about that, and she worries about the effort that she put into it, not being enough, and then it just kind of builds from there, and then there's communication breakdown and shit from there. So really, at the end of the day, it doesn't start at the woman. It comes more from the woman understanding the guy she's with, or whoever the hell she's with,
Well, yeah, I
But
think what we want to discuss is like ways in which women could more effectively communicate whatever it is internal experience that they're having. So, like, their partner could be aware of what's happening and like take that into account. But to just do like, I feel a lot of things and they're just not there, and that's why this is happening because they can't intuit what I'm going on. Sure, I would want a partner to try to be attentive, but I know from my personal experiences that's not always going to be possible. So we want to like maximize communication, which I think is like the main topic.
Yeah. I mean, if
I
I
wanted-
am I able to jump in?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I guess imagine if we said all the same things that you just said, Valkyrie, but we just said it about women, right? Like women, they should just mind read men. They should just know. Like it should just all start from them. I think like in general, when like I'm all for educating women and just teaching them things. And I don't think men are perfect by any means. Men fuck up all the time. But in general, I think like if we would call it misogynist to say these things about women, then it's misandrous to say it about men.
No. You got it kind of messed up there too. So on one half, men get mopey about, shit they've done. They think you're mad at them and they don't know why. Does it ever happen with the other dichotomy? When does that ever happen in the other direction? And that's what I'm getting at right now, because that never fucking happens.
You've never had a woman get mopey when you reject them.
I'm talking about guys. Right now.
We just said it doesn't happen the other way. So I'm asking, have you never had that experience?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. You're twisting it up here. So on one hand, guys get mopey when they don't know what they've done, right? Yeah.
Some do. I'm definitely not going to make a
Okay.
blanket statement about all men get
so
mopey,
some
but
do.
sure, some.
Some do. Has there ever been a woman in history that's ever done something wrong and a man wouldn't just tell him outright, or the woman couldn't figure out what they did wrong, and then they got mopey about it for days and days until they could figure it out? Has that ever fucking happened? Is what I'm
Probably.
getting at.
I would say statistically,
Probably, but, I
very
mean-
likely that has happened. Probably
Okay,
often
well,
enough.
If we're talking about statistics, can you put a percentage on it?
I wouldn't put a percentage because when I'm talking about statistics, I'm very, very precise when I talk about them. So, like, I could guestimate, but it would be meaningless. I would guess probably it happens just as often as men. Maybe a little bit less.
Maybe like 80 on the male side, 20 on the female side. I mean, I'm sure it happens on both sides, but what I'm getting at, originally with all this is you're playing the female side of things as they're the victim, they have to accommodate, and I don't think that's really where we should be right now as far as this conversation
No,
goes.
but no one was saying that, right? We're trying to say the opposite. We don't want women to accommodate. We want them to be able and capable to exactly do the opposite. So not accommodate, not tolerate, not just allow for things to happen, right?
Can I
Diana?
respond to? I wanted to say that I really agreed strongly with what Merrick was saying about the trauma response thing. Since like I'm studying trauma right now, usually like when people test boundaries, like the whole testing boundaries things, like it tends, like not in every case, but it does tend to be considered something that's like more of a trauma response, and I'm not sure if I think I would just say that like it's important to remember that when if you're gonna like test boundaries, like a guy could feel like that's kind of manipulative. So you just want to keep that in mind, that it could come across like, not that I'm saying you're trying to be, it's just that like it could come across as like slightly manipulative. Like that's just something to keep in mind.
So like again, like I'm talking about like just as an example. So if I'm like going
There's
out,
only one
I'm
type
drunk,
of eel.
I'm hanging out with my friends, and like I see a guy that I'm interested in, and I don't know much about him. I really can't like talk, like I really can't have an in-depth conversation about our boundaries and our expectations. I'm kind of drunk and like I'm not really like there all the way, and like he says like, hey, let's do this, and I may want to do one thing but not another, and I'm aware of that, and he isn't, and I may express that, but it may or may not like go however. So I don't like, I'm not talking about like, hey, I don't really like, I'm not talking about like, I don't know, like pretending I'm not interested at all or something like that. I'm saying like, hey, maybe I would want to have sex tonight, but like I'm just gonna like say no tonight and maybe like give you my number and we could do it another time. I'm not talking about like entirely removing something off the table or saying I'm not comfortable with this or even like making any sort of accusation that they're like making me uncomfortable by doing XYZ or whatever. I'm just saying like, hey, like I may want to bang you, but like maybe I don't want to hug or something like that. You know what I mean? And like I've actually felt that way before. And like maybe I'm kind of indifferent about the hug, but like maybe like I just say no because I just want to see like how he reacts basically. And like there are and like again, like if you're working on a relationship with this person, you probably shouldn't do that because you should trust them, right? Like you should be approaching a relationship under the assumption that you do trust them. But like there are definitely situations where like I'm just really not going to be able to discern someone's character, and like do I have trauma that I don't want to relive? Sure, yeah, but like I also like feel like this is like an okay tool in some situations. But I agree it's not great for all people in all situations, and there are a lot of situations where I would definitely say it's actively harmful, like in a real relationship that you're pursuing.
Merrick, could you mute yourself when you're not talking, by the way? Do you mind if I quickly interject my 2 cents and then Erudite and then Merrick can go? I'm actually kind of torn on this. I think what Lana is talking about is a very specific situation where there isn't a future with this guy. It's just a rando. You don't know them. And I'd be interested in exploring, I guess. I understand that maybe her acting out something that might come from like a place that isn't good for her might be harmful to her. I'm just not sure how this method is like very like what would be the downsides if this isn't a relationship thing, it's just like a one night stand type of situation. But what I wanted to touch on that for me, because I'm really interested in like concrete tips to how to we tell women to be assertive, we tell them to speak their boundaries, but I know that's really hard for me. So something I do is that if I have a good relationship with someone, I communicate to them, I would like practicing enforcing boundaries with you. So I get really uncomfortable to say no. And like, I'll know that you'll be sad and that makes me sad. So I don't say no enough, even when I should. So I would like to practice that with you. Are you okay? And like most guys, obviously, if they're your friend or your fuck buddy or whatever, they should be fine with that. And then you can just practice that with them. They could be like, "Can I hug you?" And I say, "No." And it's not testing whether they respect it or not. It's just my ability, having corrective experiences where you get to say no and the person's just like, "Cool, whatever, let's move on." And I think that can build a lot of help in terms of being able to assert yourself later on in situations where there's more pressure. So I just wanted to slide that in. Erudite?
Yeah. So I'm gonna say, like, I totally agree with Anna here in that, like, it doesn't just come across manipulative. The reality, like, it is manipulative. But the thing is like, manipulative is a very spicy word in our culture, where it's like you're a really bad person if you're manipulative. But the reality is, like, right, you mentioned it for like safety in the club. I'm just willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I haven't worked in that position. If that's a tool that like keeps you actually really safe in your workplace, that's fucking great. And like it might be a little bit manipulative, but like it doesn't matter. It's keeping you safe. The trade-off is worth it. My issue is when it comes to even casual relationships. I think encouraging this like kind of gamey language makes me nervous because it muddies up communication a fair bit, right? I would prefer to encourage somebody, why don't you voice things like what your do's and don'ts are beforehand and see how they react? So that way you're getting to test and you're actually voicing clear boundaries. I'm concerned that when you say boundaries that aren't your boundaries, it comes across a little bit like crying wolf, right? If you say like, no, I don't want to hug, but then like 10 seconds later you do want to hug, it actually confuses people, right? Where they're like, wait, so what are the conditions under which I can and cannot hug you, right? And obviously in ideal communication, they should be voicing that in return and being like, hey, I noticed there's kind of some miscommunication here. You said no to a hug before, and now you're asking me to hug you, right? Let's say that happened in a situation, right? They should be communicating it. But I think in general, when you're voicing boundaries that aren't real boundaries, it really, really muddies up because there's almost an element of like crying wolf, because there's this piece of saying, I'm not okay with this, but the reality is you actually are okay with it, right? And that's not the purpose of a boundary. And I think it can actually deteriorate the efficacy of a boundary.
Lana, you can respond if you want, and then we'll let Merrick talk. Because you wanted to, right, Merrick?
So like if I'm about to hook up with someone that I've never really met before, I don't really know them, and I don't plan on seeing them ever again. Like, so let's say my only boundary is like, don't choke me. Like, everything else is fine, just don't choke me. Well, let's say if they do choke me, I'll get so upset that like I won't even like end the encounter. I'll just like freeze up and like freak out, and it'll just be horrible for me. And yeah, I could wait for him to just like maybe choke me, like because I said no. But I really don't know this person, and I can just hope, right, that he's not gonna choke me. But he's in his 20s, and I don't know why, but like guys who are like in their early 20s, they think it's okay to just go up to people and just start choking them. I'm just gonna say that's been like my actual experience. Like, it's been my experience in the club, and I'm not like mega bothered by choking. I'm just like bringing this up. But if I were actually really upset by choking, I would never fuck anyone in their 20s. Holy shit, because they'll just like straight up like at the club, they'll just like they won't even say anything. They'll just fucking like grab my neck, and I'm like, I don't know like who taught you to do this, but you need to stop watching porn. But like the reality is like I'm not gonna wait for it to get to that point where I'm really upset to like draw a boundary. Like I'll communicate it before. I'll tell them up front, like, hey, don't choke me. They'll do it anyway. And maybe, right, like I can hope, right, that they won't do that. But I've had the experience so many times where I tell people my boundaries up front and they don't respect them. I'm very clear. I am very communicative. So for me, the idea that I'm gonna like wait until like they're gonna do something that actually upsets me, right? And that I'm not allowed to like draw any other prior boundaries to things that I just like mildly dislike, because like women are expected to do what men want, right? There's a lot of social pressure to do things just because men want them in general, and they're gonna focus on well, I don't really like doing this, but it'll make him happy, right? Like women will focus on these things and that like pressure. So they have to overcome that pressure and wait for the few things that they're really not okay with, because it's mega fucked up. Especially in this situation that why is my phone going off? I don't know why. And then like in this situation that like Kate is bringing up, like people who really don't know how to draw boundaries, like waiting until you're absolutely upset about the situation is not going to make it easier to like deal with that.
But nobody's saying that. I'm not advocating that you wait until you're super, super distressed to voice your boundaries, right? So I'll give you an example just from my personal anecdote. When I started getting more Oh, do you want to go to Merrick?
I feel like she's waited.
Yeah, go for it.
Is that okay? Muted.
Oh, you're muted.
I guess I just feel like we are talking about like kind of different things here, right? So
yeah, I feel there's a miscommunication happening.
Right. So I think that Erudite is absolutely correct when she's talking about like, so there's a couple of things going on here. I think one, you sort of make things a little bit confusing and you muddy the waters a little bit when you shit test people, because most people know when they're being shit tested. And I think there's also a lot of neurodivergent people where if they're like, hey, can I hug you? And you're just like, no. Like, I definitely think that that can be kind of like weird for people. So, I mean, maybe you're not going about it that way. Maybe you're being like, hey, I'd really rather not do that. I'm not comfortable with that. And that's great. One second. Okay, sorry, I think the barking is over. But I mean, I just think that there's also like things that you have to do at the club nobody should say shit to you about. I don't care what, I mean, unless you're talking about like hurting people, nobody can say anything to you about what you have to do to keep yourself safe at the club. Girl, I understand. I was there. I've had people try to kill me in VIP. I've had people literally like hit me, fucking closed fist hit me on stage in front of other people, and everyone was just kind of like, whatever. I get it. The things that you have to do to keep yourself safe at the club, I don't want to fucking hear it from anybody. But when you're dating people and when you're out in like another situation, I worry that like it kind of makes things weird for everyone involved if you're just like testing just to test, just kind of pushing and pushing and
But I
pushing.
feel like she was very clear, right? She's not talking about dating. And I think that's where the miscommunication happens. We're talking about like one night stand hookups, not
Well,
dating.
But that is casual dating to some extent, right?
Casual
Like that's
dating,
different
yeah.
than working at a strip club, though, right? Like what you're with
Well,
the social engagement
the
and the
distinction.
scripts that you need for working at the strip club is going to be different than like a random Tinder hookup that you've met. Like, and I thought we were talking about random Tinder hookups. Not clients from the club, because I agree with Merrick. Like, there's a lot of safety risk with like go fucking ham. I don't care. I'm talking about Tinder casual dating relationships.
So if I meet someone for the first time, I'm just like supposed to assume they're not going to push my boundaries, and I'm just going to tell them and just hope that I'm just supposed to expect that a guy will not violate my boundaries. I'm very confused by this concept.
Do you think that there's an
only
answer
one
in
type of
between?
deal.
Do you think that there's an answer in between what we're saying,
is.
right?
You're
Like, because
punching
you're
in
saying
it.
the extreme opposite, right? Making it seem like we're claiming this really extreme opposite thing to what you're claiming. And I'm not doing that. I'm definitely more in the central space. Do you think that there's an alternative?
I think there's a way to read people's body language and to read people's intentions without like putting yourself in a mental state where you feel like you have to shit test every man, because I don't think that's good. Personally, I don't think that's good for you either.
There's
And I
only
don't think
one
that this
type
is
of
like
deal.
necessarily a positive thing for us to suggest other women do.
Thank you.
I'm just this concept makes me uncomfortable, and I do think that there is something less extreme that would probably be healthier to teach people.
I need to ask a question because maybe like I'm not getting something. When we're saying, I understand how it could be harmful for the person doing the testing. Okay, so like I get that. I used to do a lot of tests when I was younger, came from insecurities. Like I don't do that shit anymore, or I try my best not to. It's not good. It's not helpful to you. It's not helpful to them. It's not helpful generally. What the distinction that I'm drawing and why I don't see, I don't understand this type of pushback is that like if it's a Tinder date and then we're hoping there'll be more dates, fine. But in the context that like this isn't a person that you're trying to build a rapport with, the only way that I find like the critique of Lana's like tip that is worthwhile, that maybe like if you should test boundaries beforehand and say no to a hug, maybe later on in the actual sexual encounter they would also be confused. So I think that's a legitimate argument. But if we're talking about muddying the water of communication like over long periods of times or over building a relationship, I don't think that's what she's talking about. And maybe I'm like completely off the mark, Lana.
I think it muddies it
I got.
right within that relationship too, right? Like a relationship is like.
But it's not a relationship that she wants to retain.
But you do want to have safe sex with this individual. So you want to make sure
Yes.
that when you make boundaries that they respect them and they understand clearly what they are. Because here's the issue is right now we are just coming out of the creepy 2003 like dating culture where they basically said like literally that when women aren't interested, you should push more. And women and men were both encouraging this. There was actively women telling men all the time, oh, the reason I said no to you is because you didn't try hard enough, which is fucking rapey. Because if I say no to a guy, I want it to just mean no. But a lot of guys, especially younger men, don't understand this concept very well because they've grown up seeing on Hollywood and seeing in social media that if a guy should just try harder, if he just pushes a little longer, not only is that acceptable, but it's romantic, and it's Hollywood romantic, in fact. And so
I'm with you on
this
that. I agree
is
with that.
this is the precept of when you don't know somebody, right? You can't assume what their knowledge is of communication, whether they're going to be able to understand that you are only testing them and not get them to be triggered. I think the neurodivergent example is really, really important, and within that section, you want to make sure that you can communicate what your boundaries are clearly and know that they understand them before you're engaging in, especially if you're in a private space, engaging in sex with them, where you have a lot less options for safety, right? And I think that this muddying affects the actual instance with that individual.
But what she's trying to test is if this person are going to have reactions during the sexual encounter. And again, I feel this is a bit confusing to me about why the healthiness of the communication matters when the relationship isn't meant to be retained over like a one night period. And I understand that it would affect the sex, but like if she's trying to ascertain if this person is going to treat her well and respect her boundaries while having sex and they get triggered by her saying, I don't want a hug, that's a pretty good fucking hint that maybe you shouldn't have sex with that guy.
Okay, can I give a...
I mean, not necessarily. I don't think so, because I think that you come off very cold.
I think this is really disrespectful to neurodivergent people, because I think like if I was out with a guy and I was like, hey, can I hug you? And he was like, no, I wouldn't. That doesn't mean that like later on, if we hook up, I'm gonna stick my finger in his ass without his consent, but I am gonna be like, oh God, what did I do? Why is he out here with me? Like, what did I say that was wrong? Like, I feel like when you're just, I don't know. I don't know that saying like, if you say something that's like very out of social norms and someone is like, thinks that they're going to hook up with you later and you reject like a small form of affection, being like, oh, that person, they're going to rape you later or they're going to push your boundaries. I think that's really, really unhealthy, especially because there are a lot of men who are not that like who are not quite as socially intelligent as women, but that doesn't mean that they're predators, right? So you can really confuse and upset people with that, and I don't think it's fair to be like, they'll push your boundaries, they won't respect you later.
So I'll just say this quick thing and then I'll let Lana respond. I think in my head I got confused because like I know that for me I might actually want to reject like a hug. So I'm operating from the perspective that the boundaries established are boundaries that are actually yours. And what I'm hearing is like, well, if you don't want the guy to hug you, but you still might want to hook up later, you shouldn't say that. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. So I think I got my own personal issues mixed with Lana's argument. So that was like my bad, I think. But Lana, do you want to say anything?
I also don't like, for example, like, I mean, I can be interested in someone and like be like, I just don't want to hug you right now. Like, it's not like, oh, like just because I don't want something right now doesn't mean I won't want it later. And like that
There's
happens
only
in
one
sex.
type of eel.
Like, and if you're gonna get upset about me not wanting a hug at one point, like for any reason, even if neurodivergence is the reason, if you're gonna get upset about the concept that I don't want to hug at one point and then I do want it later, and you're gonna say that because I changed my mind that I'm upsetting you, we shouldn't have sex, like 100%. And it's totally fair of people to feel that way, right? Like, hey, like, why didn't you want this like right when I wanted it? Like, that's fine. And there are people who are into that. I'm like not like that. Like, when I have sex, I don't know what I want. Like, I need time to like get comfortable. And like, if me changing my mind is upsetting, we shouldn't have sex. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
It's not about changing your mind, though, because when you're talking about shit testing, how this started was you were talking about you say a boundary that you don't actually care about just to see how they react. And the issue is that a major like saying within the incel movement is that women just shit test men all the time, right? If you literally don't want to hug at first and you do later, you're allowed to change your mind. Of course you are. You can communicate that, right? And if they're like, oh, I'm confused, you didn't want to hug before, be like, yeah, I didn't actually want to hug then. I wasn't as comfortable with you now, but I am really comfortable with you, right? And you can just explain that, especially for neurodivergent people who might not understand that shift, right? I'm not saying you can't say no to a hug at first and then you can say, of course you can. Of course boundaries change, right? As you become comfortable. What I'm saying is you shouldn't be saying no if you actually don't feel that way. You just come up with something to basically say no to them that you don't care about, right? Because that's the like manipulation, confusing part.
Yeah.
So I think there's another part of this, right? That's like, we're not talking about like, it's not about upsetting people. I think it's more about like confusing people, right? And the other thing is like, I also think that you should want to be honest, right? Like you should want to be able to be comfortable. And if you're like, especially with the choking thing, I think just being like, hey, I don't want to be choked, that's one thing. But I also think that like, if you know you're going to have a really serious reaction to something, I think you should be honest and be comfortable and be like, hey, I'm telling you right now, don't choke me later or don't choke me during sex. I think you should feel comfortable being able to be like, I'm not just saying this because I don't want it. I'm saying this because I have like a very bad reaction to this. This really matters to me. Like, this is a really important boundary for me. Like, I want to encourage women to feel comfortable being like, this boundary really matters and it's very important, you know, and you don't have to be like, You don't have to like catastrophize it, but I would rather women feel comfortable being like explaining, hey, look, I will be really upset if you disrespect this boundary, rather than like this kind of manipulative trick stuff. And
So
I think someone said earlier manipulative is like a dirty word. I don't want to come across right now like I'm saying manipulative is a dirty word, more just like the actual literal like definition of manipulative. So I hope that's clear.
But wait, like I don't think. Wait, hold on. Wait, okay, maybe I'm just a little confused with this whole choking thing, because if someone just tried to choke me, I would think they're trying to like murder me or something. Like I would be really scared. I don't know. Isn't that normal? Like people don't just go choking people, right? Like
A lot of
know.
girls like that. A lot of girls.
I've definitely had guys like where they don't even talk about it, they don't even ask, they just start choking you, and you're like, dude, I didn't want that, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's so, and it's like, well,
That's
you know,
scary.
it
That's
was
genuinely scary. Wow.
So can I maybe
I,
can I maybe give us a counter example to think about? Because I think what's really
Can I,
important. Sure.
Can I first interject?
Yeah.
So this is kind of frustrating. Obviously, nothing that you both are saying, like Merrick and Erudite, is wrong, right? The issue for me, I think, and what I'm interested in doing, is that obviously, optimally, ideally, all women would be able to continuously communicate in the best way possible and continuously assert their boundaries while also trusting whatever partner they might have and like navigate all situations properly. As a person myself that has a lot of issues with certain boundaries, I'm looking for techniques. Is this the best thing ever? No. If Lana says, hey, this is a tip I have for women who might get intimidated during a sexual encounter, like if you want to feel safer and this isn't a relationship you want to maintain, here's something you can do. It's not the best, but like we have a few people in psychology field here. It's a coping mechanism. Nobody said it's like the best one. Nobody said it's the most effective or most like optimal. Nobody said it doesn't come with a cost to yourself too. But it's like, if all we're going to say is women should communicate openly and honestly and always communicate and assert and stuff, it's like, that's great. I personally know that I can't really do that. So that advice doesn't really help me. I would need other tips of like, what do I do when I get scared? What I can do to make myself feel more comfortable beforehand? What I can communicate with a partner in a way that will be safe enough for me to communicate, you know, all these things. So I don't disagree with anything you're saying, but it's kind of like, for me, it just sounds like I don't want to get into a situation with a one night stand where the one time I have to actually assert my real boundaries or boundaries that are important to me, they'll be crossed. So what I do, I check it with like a less intense boundary. But I do understand that there's like an issue where we see the tip as like shit testing. And I do think that's a problem. I guess for me, it always like came across like, maybe I don't want to hug right now, you know? So that seems like a legitimate way of asserting boundaries. And maybe that's where the most miscommunication is happening. Because you guys have like shit testing in mind. And for me, it's more like a certain boundaries that isn't, don't choke me, you know? Because there are a lot smaller, less significant boundaries that are still worth like trying to maintain and like establish beforehand.
Right.
So that's just what I wanted to say.
So what I guess I would say is we're on a public panel with dominantly men probably watching, which means that fundamentally we're in a slightly educational position right now. My concern is that from an educational landscape, what Lana said verbatim was really fucking terrible education, right? Shit testing is a really bad idea, and I especially don't want a bunch of men who are maybe already embittered towards women thinking, oh, women are just advocating to shit test men. That's fucking annoying. I want to give a counter example. How would we all feel if a bunch of men came on a panel and they were talking about how to figure out if a woman is a good partner to have a casual sexual relationship with, and maybe the main thing they're concerned about is that she's going to become like the quote-unquote stereotype of like a crazy person, right? And they're like, so what you do is you test her. You just kind of make fun of her for something, not super big, just something that might make more insecure girls upset, and see how she reacts. And if she reacts big, oh, don't fucking sleep with her. She's crazy. How would we feel about that education, right? I feel like that's really, really, really not a good idea.
So I understand. And I think that's a valid critique to some extent. As far as I'm concerned, this is a women's panel. And if it's like, I guess in my head, it wasn't like a bunch of women are going to come on stream and give advice that would be like palatable to men that they need to like we optically manage like, so we're just servicing men right now, because I wanted to do the advice for women who might be listening. I get that the audience is predominantly male, and you can say, well, that was naive of you or whatever. But it's like, what I care about is educating women. I think if men like hear that advice, well, I'm not gonna go, right, can you mute yourself?
Sorry.
So I think the critique is legit to some extent, but I think that it's also, I think it's a bit unfair.
Would it be better if I said I would also say it's shit advice to give to women? Broadly?
Can I also?
Yeah, Lana, you can react.
So there's like obviously different models of like consent, right? And like there's different ones. There's like where if you say up until you say no, everything's okay. There's like you need a yes to do something. There's ones where it's like based around like, oh, you guys should respect each other as people, and you should know enough about them to like do things that are like within their like desires and preferences and boundaries and stuff like that. And there's like a couple other like models of consent, and I'm kind of getting a little confused here because at one point you're saying, well, men can't read your mind, so you have to state clearly what you want. And then when I like am basically just trying to make sure that men will respect my stated boundaries, like I'm being told that it's dishonest to like have questions about that, especially when I'm interacting with someone I don't really know. And then I'm also being accused of being like basically that I'm gonna cause mistrust with people that I don't know and don't know me, that they're gonna know that I'm shit testing them, which like I don't like if they're gonna rely too much on actual body language and like reading me and like getting to know me as a person, then like what's the point of using the stated boundaries if they can just read my mind? Like I'm like again, like going under the assumption I don't know this person very well, I don't have any trust in them. I guess my option in this scenario is like don't have sex with them because I don't know how they're gonna react to my boundaries, and that like in theory sounds great. Like I would love to just like never have casual sex. There's just times when I like get horny and I don't know if I can trust people, and I would love if any of you have like a suggestion that might be better. I just don't think trusting strangers is like a good option either for me.
There's only one
personally,
type
in my
of deal.
experiences.
Okay.
I mean, I'll
So
be
if-
honest. I tell women like don't have sex with strangers. I just straight up say don't do it because like I think it is really dangerous. But okay, sorry. That's what I tell women. That's my advice to women.
Yeah, that's one piece of advice that we could potentially give.
And we said that's not the kind of advice we'll be doing. We hear that advice a lot. So
Women should have sex with people they know. There we go. We'll state it differently.
like
They know.
Yeah. That's a very fair engagement with what I said. That's
Okay.
correct.
Could I go through maybe some tips? Because I actually educate women on like boundaries all the time in my work in the addictions field. Because in the addictions field, when I'm working dominantly with homeless women who have histories of homelessness, unsurprisingly, they have lots of histories of lots of domestic abuse and issues with boundaries, unsurprisingly as a result. When I talk to women about boundaries, I outline boundaries as a scale from 0 to 10, okay? So you can set a boundary at level 0, and you can also set a boundary at level 10, okay? What is not considered a boundary is abuse, okay? So beating people up, all those things. Obviously, that's not a boundary. That's called being abusive. So in a situation, I mostly recommend if they're going to be engaging in much more casual things, they should probably have 3 levels of boundaries pre-prepared in mind that can broadly work for most people to get themselves safe. A really simple boundary that's a really low soft one is if you're uncomfortable saying, I need to go to the bathroom. That gets you out of the situation. It allows some of the tension to boil down, and you can be in there as long as you fucking want, right? You can close and lock the door and settle your heart. Really importantly, I remind them, try to bring your phone with you when you go into the bathroom, okay? If you're panicking, like you feel like the sex is getting into a space where you're not comfortable with, and you also don't know if you can state boundaries, make sure you say, hey, can I just go to the bathroom? It's a really, really, really easy boundary tip because it doesn't even look like a boundary, right? And so if you're really worried about like them getting upset in the reaction, that can be a really safe way to get yourself space to figure out what you actually need in this sexual encounter, which might be that you need to end the sexual encounter. So I'd call that like a level 1 or level 0 boundary. You should also have prepared a level 5 boundary, which is much firmer, right? And you can figure out the wording that you'd like to use with it. It could be something like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with you doing that. Okay. And then you need to probably have a level 9 to 10 boundary prepared as well, which is some sort of thing of like a stronger escalation, which I honestly recommend people only do more often in public, which might be something like you need to leave now or I'm going to call the police. That could be a level 10 option. Or you could do a level 9. If I'm really, really uncomfortable and you say it really loud in a space so that people can hear you, it could also potentially just be screaming out and being like, I'm really uncomfortable right now. Please stop, right? That would be a really, really strong boundary. And women should have these things prepared before if they want to engage in more casual sex. Theose are really simple go-to tools so that they feel like they have an out regarding depending on the level of intensity that they need to administer.
Yeah, is the casual sex qualifier a requirement? Because I've been in many relationships where, because, as I've said repeatedly, like if a person has an issue establishing boundaries, they're going to have a hard time doing that, as far as I'm concerned, whether it's casual sex or not.
I think these boundaries could be used regardless. I just stuck with casual sex because that was kind of the scope of our conversation right now, and I didn't want to leap to another area. Sure. But I would say, honestly, the boundaries could be useful for, like, understanding level 1 to level 10 boundaries has helped a lot of my clients navigate not just intimate relationships as well, just relationships with their parents that are toxic, like all sorts of relationships where they don't know how to just tell people to give them space and to assert what their space is.
Do you have any strategies or tips for what happens if you end up freezing a little bit, or if you don't feel like you can verbally assert, like you can identify what boundary is being like infringed upon in that moment, but you don't seem to be able to speak out as openly as what you would recommend?
Yeah, so I actually have experienced freezing because I have kind of childhood history with abuse stuff. And so for me, I never did casual sex personally. I would dissociate and freeze, and I knew it was a really, really dangerous setting for me, and it wasn't something I was able to do. So this might not necessarily apply, but for me, that was my comfort level, as I just didn't do casual sexual relationships because I couldn't make it safe enough for myself. What I did, though, once I got into dating relationships is once I was aware. So unfortunately, the first time sucks because if you don't know you're going to freeze, you don't know you're going to freeze. And you just have to fucking pray to God that like they pick up on the freezing cue, right? So the first time, I'm not here to like point a finger or do anything with that. I was really lucky in the freezing situation where when I froze, my partner noticed right away and just like paused and pulled back and was like, are you okay? And I couldn't respond for about 2 to 5 minutes, right? Because I was really dissociated too. And then when I came back, I was also, again, really lucky I had a partner who respected that. So if you are in this situation where like, I didn't have that luck, that's fucking horrible. And I'm just sorry. Yeah. Like there's nothing else to say beyond that. That all I'm going to say is that sucks. I'm really sorry. That's fucking horrifying. I can't imagine. After I knew that I had a freezing reaction, I was very clear to tell my partner when I was like in a casual conversation. So this is my boyfriend, while we were like walking around town and talking about it. Obviously we needed to talk about it. I was like, I think what I experienced is a bit of a freeze. This is what I'd like you to do. And I didn't know what I'd like him to do. I just kind of guessed on what I would recommend to a friend. And it wasn't precisely what I needed, but it was better than him being like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? Do you want me, like, what do I do? Especially if I go silent for 5 minutes. So I was able to just kind of communicate what I needed. For me, for dissociation, I found like, bidirectional stimulation, probably Anna can tell you more about this than I can as a trauma specialist, but like bidirectional stimulation really helps me come out of dissociation. Getting up and walking around and getting space was a really big thing for me. So him moving away and me kind of getting up when I can and walking around and just like getting really out of the space. Yeah.
Because I freeze and I would disassociate a lot, but I didn't have awareness. So like for the first 3 years of like sexually engaging, I didn't even know I was dissociating every time there was like a sexual encounter, right?
Yeah.
So, and then like I tried counteracting for the disassociation, but then it just resulted in I could not disassociate, but then I would just be freezing because there would still be uncomfortableness. So I could like not disassociate, but it's still like not being capable of properly engaging.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy for you that experience went the way that it did. Like, I think that sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I genuinely want to say, like, for women who are like listening and haven't had that experience, it's just fucking tragic and horrific. And that's like kind of the beginning and the end for me. And what we do is once we know that freezing happens, how do we respond healthily afterwards? Just 1 second.
Anna, Merrick, Lana, anyone?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing I would add is that, like, you know, when I worked for 5 years as a crisis counselor, so like that was where I sort of got like my training and certification in like doing like domestic abuse, and like also it was like rape crisis counseling too. So it was like a whole crisis hotline thing. And like pretty much like and like so 5 years of talking with victims and stuff, and like most almost I can't even, it's like so like I learned from that experience that like so many victims freeze up. And like yeah, it's unfortunate because it is like a trauma response. It's really like, you know, it's literally like the amygdala in your brain like going off like, oh, this is a threat here. Like it's the fight flight freeze response. You know, it's actually a fourth one, but yeah,
And
and I
appeased,
I think it's
I
really
think is the
helpful for
fourth one.
men to like. I think it's good for men to know that like this is actually really common. A lot of women do actually have this like freeze response, and it's just I think it's something that's good for everyone to sort of know about. Yeah, and just kind
And
of
that's
be
kind of
aware of that. Yeah.
And that's kind of the frustration I have, because if we recognize that this is a very like predominant thing, like or common enough in women,
Yeah.
I don't think a reasonable response is to say all these women then shouldn't engage in a type of sexual activity. And Erudite, I get that for you, there's like a distinction between like hookups or like casual sex versus dating, but again, coming from my experience, like if you have that amount of like freezing and disassociation, like all of those sexual experiences happen with partners, right? If you have like a freeze response, you'll just get triggered in the moment, has nothing to do with the partner like pushing boundaries or not, right? So that's why I get personally frustrated with that reaction, because it would basically, if all women who freeze up occasionally or disassociate or have a hard time asserting themselves just like don't do any of that, well, first of all, they're never going to get better, because you need those corrective experiences. So you need to come into to like the encounter with proper coping tools and like trying to make a good experience out of it. If you just deny yourself sex like forever because you might have like a freezing response, then you'll never be able to have good sex, which is unfortunate. I would want people to know that that's what's happening for them. Learning that I was disassociated for like 3 years while like engaging sexually was a huge thing for me, and there was a lot of work on like trying to engage sexually without being dissociated. And now I can recognize I do a lot of pre-work to prevent the freezing. And like, for example, and this kind of reminds me of what Lana said earlier on when we were talking about it, I tell guys, look, I have a really hard time asserting boundaries. So I would appreciate, and this is early encounters. Later on, I kind of loosen up on it a bit. But like first few encounters, I'm like, please don't
There's only
ask
one
things
type
of
of
me.
veal.
Because when you
Okay.
ask things of me, I might be uncomfortable saying no. And like if I can't assert myself in that moment, then that's going to be really difficult for me. So just don't do that.
How would you feel about making a recommendation to women? Because in general, like when I have clients with lots of like freeze things, I'm very reticent to ever be recommending casual sex, but I understand from your standpoint of like, well, I don't want to get into a long-term relationship necessarily, but I do want to be engaging in sex, right? What do you think about like kind of the alternative being like, well, for you, probably for your needs, it might be wiser to be engaging in casual sex with people that you know a little bit better. So it might not be a good idea to do it on the first time you meet, but maybe on the second or third. So you have a bit more time to vet out and estate what you're comfortable with. And it's like, it might seem like, oh, this is so oppressive to the victim, but I'm like, this might actually make you have more, because we want people who have lots of trauma particularly to be having the most healthy, like safe, right? If you have a traumatized individual and then they have a really bad casual sexual encounter, that's going to make that whole trauma 80 times fucking worse, right? So we want to make sure that we're giving them opportunities to have the healthiest, safest sex.
No, I don't have a dispute there. Like that makes perfect sense, right? Lana, are you muted?
Was I muted?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I would love to like avoid casual sex as a whole. That would be great. If I had like if I have a regular partner and everything's fine, cool. I like definitely like I both like have bipolar, so like I experience like periods of hypersexuality, and like, yeah, like, is that not great, like, for me? Like, sure, but, like, do I have control over that? Like, no. And, like, I also, like, just like sex, and I shouldn't have to, like, avoid getting sex that I want because it's my job to, like, be a, you know, like a psychology major to, like, basically, like, have the healthiest sex possible, to not possibly, you know, have some man have his reputation ruined by me setting boundaries that he wasn't ready for, something like that. Like I understand what you're trying to say, but I really don't feel like in any situation, even in a situation where I'm interested in someone, that I owe anyone any act, even if I'm interested. Like and I don't think it's unreasonable for me to say no, because I don't think that I, like, owe other people anything. Like I'm supposed to reject, like, all casual sex because it's healthier for me, but I'm not allowed to reject a hug in anticipation for me building trust with someone that I don't know, so that we might be able to have sex, right? Like, as a form of building trust. To me, that just, like, doesn't make sense, and seems like it's on me to mitigate, like, all of my mental health issues and, like, become an expert on them in every way and always be healthy, even though, like, my needs and, like, my trauma, like, kind of contradict, but, like, men can't just, like, get over the fact that, like, you know, there may be, like, times where I'm okay with one thing and not another. Like,
So I don't really know who you're, so nobody is saying you just can't have casual sex. I haven't really said that. I said, I honestly strongly don't recommend it. The same reason why I wouldn't recommend women to go and get really, really drunk on a first date where the man drove them to a public location and they have no way of getting back home. That's another scenario that I generally wouldn't recommend. And that isn't to say that you can't do it, but broadly I wouldn't recommend it, right? So that's not, like, that conversation isn't happening. Just to make that clear. No one's saying you can't have casual sex. You're an adult. You do whatever the fuck you want, right? If you don't want to do things like, you're like, well, what about it? What if I want to do something that isn't psychologically healthy for me? You can do that. We do that shit all the time, right? I do it all the time. I do things where I'm like, I know I should probably be doing, like, my meditative breathing to help me manage, like, my overly like stressed out system, but I don't a lot of the time. You get to make those decisions, right? But when we're coming from, like, an educational lens, we want to talk about, like, what is best practice and how do we navigate these situations, and also what's just okay practice, and then what's also, like, probably just shouldn't be recommending it, right?
I understand, but it feels like a lot of conversation is about, like, optimal practice. And it's not that it's bad. And I get that you're coming from it from a very educational lens. But the problem is that I feel that, like, we haven't had that conversation yet. I haven't had this conversation with anyone really yet. This concept of, there seems to be this notion, look, if you're going to engage sexually and you don't know it's going to be a good experience, and you know that it might be harmful for you psychologically because something might happen, then don't do it. And that's the advice. And I'm like, well, if this is a capable adult, they're able to, like, and this is why I'm not talking about victims. I'm not talking about being abused by someone. I'm talking about entering to a consensual, like, hookup or whatever, any sexual act that nothing abusive or nothing victimizing actually happened. Like, the experience might, you feel victimized in your own, like, and if you're being triggered in that moment, you might feel very much re-victimized, but that's not really what I mean, right? But I think I've engaged in sexual encounters that I knew that I would probably freeze. And I knew that. And I've engaged anyway because I weighed my options as an adult. And I was like, yes, this might add, or this might not be the best, but here are the reasons why I do want to do this and I do want to engage in this. And I think not acknowledging that that's a valid thing, that not everyone is constantly obligated to hyper optimize their mental health journey. Especially when we're talking about, like, giving advice to women about, like, restricting themselves sexually. I don't know, it just seems very like, reductive to me.
I think it's safe. I think if you're risking regularly going into freezing and getting into a situation where you're actually going to come away traumatized, I am going to always be recommending against something that could seriously traumatize you, because I don't take trauma seriously, and I will do it at the cost of, like, kind of more or less like your will and want and pleasure every single time. Now, am I going to judge you for engaging in casual sex? No, I don't give a fuck what you guys do. Like, to be honest, like morally, I don't care. Like, do whatever you want, but I'm never going to side and just be like, yeah, it is okay. Like, I'm like, I would say it's not good, but you can do it.
I don't think anyone is asking to like have your stamp of approval on their like sexual encounters, right? I just think, and I think, Erudite, where you and I would come to heads is just that I feel like a lot of the way that you choose to discuss this is from the educational perspective of like educating the masses and like general advice that would be beneficial to most people. And like whether it's reasonable or not, for me, whether I'm on stream or on panel or on a VC, like I engage with the people there. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm talking to the 5 of you and that's it. And I'm just sharing my experiences and like, and that's just like a difference that we have.
Then
So
why
I'm
are we
not
doing this
saying-
publicly?
What do you mean?
Like, if it's just us
I don't
5.
have an issue with that.
Okay.
Like, why are we
Like-
doing this publicly if it's just the 5 of us? What's the purpose in the public
me.
part? Yeah, because you're hosting it, right? So I'm just curious.
Okay. Well, I believe that there's a lot that could be taught from listening to people talk about things. And like this panel specifically, this topic was
There's
about
only
like trying
one type
to,
of eel?
at least for me,
Okay.
educate women in terms of stuff they could do to make sexual experiences better for them, right? So, but I don't see it as educational. Like this is a funny story. I reached out to Lana because she was a mod of the Feminist Guild on CC. And I told her, hey, I want to have a panel where we all just trauma dump. Because I feel like guys don't get the amount of trauma that a lot of women have and how prevalent that is. And I want to like shock them, to show them that it's not a fucking random thing that happens to like one in a blue moon. That a lot of women from a lot of different cultures and backgrounds and all have these experiences because it's a systemic social issue that happens. And she said, look, I don't want to do that. I want to do this in an educational way. So if we want to give advice, that's fine. But I don't think us sitting in a panel format and doing that is something that I'm comfortable with. And that's just like a difference in perspectives, and that's fine, right? So I'm not, I guess, expecting your like seal of approval. I'm just, maybe I want advice for women who are in my situation, because I feel like
There's
it's
only
pretty
one type
obvious
of
that
eel.
everyone is like,
Okay.
you should have safe sex. I feel like that's pretty basic, you know. So whatever is good for, I don't know who's out there like telling women that they should engage in sex if it's horribly traumatizing for them. Like that was not advice that was given ever by anyone. So to give that counter advice, like women aren't trying to keep themselves safe, is just like personally annoying to me. But yeah, Lana.
It's kind of like, so I'm realizing now, I think we're kind of like talking past each other. Like I agree in theory, like it would be a lot healthier to like do all of the things that I think Erudite is like saying. But
Me
I
too.
just think there are just people who are like in situations where like, you know, there's a transition to being healthy all the time or most of the time. And I don't think that better has to be the enemy of best, you know what I mean? Like, and like even in the BDSM community, I forget, they used to use safe, sane, and consensual, but now they use like risk aware and something, it's like rack, I forget what it is, but it's basically like risk aware consensual sex. So it's like, you know, it's just like changing that term acknowledges that like, you know, not everyone can like promise that everything's gonna be like sane in a sense, in that you know, like there are neurodivergent people, and also like, you know, people do have trauma that can like get in the way of them having a healthy relationship with sex, and even like the particular encounter that they're like interested in. And you know, like again, like if you go back to like looking at different models for consent, you know, I think that they all apply in certain situations, right? Like you are obviously going to have a lot more of a you know, authentic relationship where, you know, if you're with somebody long term, you can kind of like talk about all of your boundaries, and you can kind of like work out what's best for you, and you can definitely like have a lot of those conversations. I think there are situations where using only the consent model for like you have to get an affirmative to like continue, like particularly with people with a lot of trauma, like that's probably a good idea. Where you have to get permission before you do anything. And I think like when you're operating with new people, that's like something men should do and think about. Is that they should, you know, really get explicit permission before they like interact in a specific act with somebody new. But I think, you know, it's a lot more common and it's pushed by men, and I would argue by patriarchy, that women are the arbiters of like, you know, women are like the arbiters of basically boundaries, and like women are expected to like basically take on the whole burden of saying what they are and aren't comfortable with, and like men are allowed to just basically do things and then you have to say no. And this is like the norm, that this is like the expectation. So I just think it's a little difficult when you're put in that position. And so I think it would be great if we could move to a model where like you get permission to do things with new people particularly. But in the meantime, there are things that are
There's
probably
only
not going
one
to be great
type
for
of
both
deal.
parties, because the
Okay.
whole entire system of doing that is kind of like not great.
I also think that maybe this is an important caveat to say. Like when I talk about women having the agency and the ability to like agree to engage in situations that might have a higher risk than zero, I don't think that if they get hurt in that situation, that should be put on the guy. And again, it's different when you're being victimized and abused in that situation. If I just didn't communicate my boundaries and the guy asked if I was okay and like I didn't really say anything, that's not on him as far as I'm concerned. That's like a risk that I chose to take. So I get that there's like a fear of like, I know talking to guys that I inform them ahead of time. Look, we might do something and I might get hurt. And I need you to know that and to consent, because if you're not okay with that, because some guys, they would be really upset and they'll say, well, if I can't trust you, then I don't want to do this. And I'm like, that's completely fair, that's valid, like it's fine, because you never want to be in that position, that's okay. A lot of guys say, okay, whatever. I don't hold that against them, I don't think that's a problem, and I don't blame them afterwards that they victimized me or something like that. But that is something that I do communicate. I think it's good. And there's a way to engage in behaviors that are not optimal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the other person needs to be condemned. And I think that's a part we didn't really touch on. So I want to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess where I'm getting is like, the reason why traditionally women are the sole arbiters of boundaries is because in a traditional gendered, like when we're talking traditional, I mean like older, like 1960s, 1970s standard gender roles, men were to be the pursuers and women were the gatekeepers. That's why that model got set up. And I think we'd all agree that that's a pretty shit model, especially in 2022 when women are completely capable. Here's the thing, when we empower women and we give them a voice, is now they have both the privileges and the responsibilities just the same as men. Men need to be communicating boundaries. Men need to be voicing this. Men do get sexually assaulted and they get really distressed by it and they don't know what to fucking do about it because there isn't a lot. And I know we're not talking about men, so we don't need to get into that, right? Women also need to be voicing boundaries. They need to be speaking up. And in general, like if I'm in a public panel where we're talking about models of boundaries, we're talking about models of consent and all these things, like it's educational in nature. That's why I'm talking about this from an educational lens. Of course, as an adult, you can do whatever the fuck you want, right? The issue is that if it is going to have negative impacts for you, you also then have to take responsibility for the negative impacts that it has for you.
Who hasn't? Do you feel like people don't do that? Do you feel like women don't do that?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I agree. Yeah, I think you should take the responsibility. But it's like, I feel like at least I shared a lot about myself. As far as I'm concerned, I do take the responsibility of the actions of what happens.
I think you do.
And I think that's how people should engage, honestly.
I think you're really nice, and I think you actually hold yourself to a higher standard than you hold other individuals because you hold a lot of compassion and space for them, which I think is really great. The issue is that we have to figure out a way to both hold compassion and space for women, but also say, hey, you don't need to be infantilized anymore. And these are some of the ways that you don't need to be infantilized anymore. You can voice your boundaries. You can voice exactly what you want, but try not to be manipulative. Don't say things that you don't want, because that's just confusing, especially for our neurodivergent friends.
I agree with you, right? I don't want women infantilized, right? I just like when is the infantilization happens? When somebody says women don't have to communicate their boundaries, women don't need to, men are just supposed to like read that? Because I'm not, maybe I'm just not in the right spaces, but like that's not the conversations I'm having. I'm just saying, when you say we need to voice our consent, we need to voice our enthusiasm, we need to assert boundaries and all these things.
There's only one.
What
type
I'm
of
operating
deal.
on is,
Okay.
I completely agree with you. Some people are not very capable of doing that, and I want to talk about them.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not going to recommend that they have lots of casual sex for those specific individuals. They can choose to. They could totally choose to, but I think as an educator, which is more of the role that I have, which to be honest, I'm going to argue that this is an educational space. That's why we're having a public discussion about it, not a private one, is that as an educator, I'm going to say it's probably going to lead to more harm than good, because you won't have an established relationship to assert the boundaries and needs that you have to keep you safe. And you're in a position where you need every sexual encounter to go well and to be healing. That's what you need, because that's what you do with PTSD treatment, is you try to give them a whole bunch of exposures over and over and over again that are calming, soothing, and make that situation less distressing in their mind. And I can't guarantee you that, in fact, I can guarantee you that if you are just engaging in lots of casual sex without knowing that partner at all, there is a high likelihood that you could get harmed, and I don't want that for you. That's why I'm saying it. It's not to say you're a bad girl for having casual sex, which I know lots of people are saying, and fuck those people. I don't give a fuck about them. They're wrong. And I'll debate them just as much, like just as fiery. I will, because like that's fucking garbage. But I'm going to do the flip side. I'm going to be accountable on both sides, basically.
Okay. I think we ran the course and we should go to the second topic, unless anyone has more final thoughts. Okay, good. Then
and before you do that, just a reminder to the audience, hey, if you're enjoying this topic, right, enjoying what we're doing here, we do this all the time. This is Prime. This is me from like beyond the grave. We do this all the time. So support this channel. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. Hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. !social in chat for all my social media. Follow us on Twitter, where I occasionally tweet things. It's great. Discord, Hard Souls community. So be a part of the Discord. We'd love to have you there, right? Jump on in, be a part of that community. And you can be part of the open panel we'll have afterwards. And of course, YouTube, where we have the VODs. If you missed anything, like, comment, subscribe. Consider becoming a YouTube member and hitting that join button, supporting us that way, so we can continue having that channel for you. Okay, thank you. Now I'm done. Bye.
Go back to being dead. Okay, so our second topic is cosmetic surgery is a widespread practice many people, predominantly women, partake in. Yes, it is also a practice that still carries a lot of, yet it is still also a practice that carries a lot of stigma and preconceived notions regarding the people having it. Is the stigma justified, and to what extent? How many cosmetic procedures must one go through before they can or should be called out for potentially engaging in harmful behavior? Is having a cosmetic surgery a manifestation of self-love or the unwillingness to accept yourself for who you are? Anna, do you want to start this time?
Sure. I guess I would say sorry.
If you want, I can make someone else do it. I have all the power.
Sure, I'm kind of like stumbling over my words now.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's all good. Lana?
I feel like, so for a long time, I really felt like a lot of people who get, especially like a lot of cosmetic surgery, like, usually are doing it because they're like really insecure. I had a friend who like talked to me a lot about her experiences with getting like a nose job. She seems to not really have like other issues with her appearance after doing so. And I also know that a lot of trans people obviously get surgery for various reasons. And so I kind of have like really mixed feelings about the whole topic, to be honest.
We'll explore that. Erudite?
Yeah, it seems to be the case with cosmetic surgery. I'm very open. Like, I'm very, but like, people can do whatever they want with their bodies and stuff like that. Like, I just don't really like weighing in like judgment. It seems to be from the evidence I saw that if you have a lot of body dysmorphia, it doesn't seem that cosmetic surgery corrects that at all. And if you have like pretty extreme mental health problems, it does seem that cosmetic surgery exacerbates that, particularly if you have certain psychotic disorders, and probably in large part because it leads to certain delusions about implantation and stuff like that. Yeah, beyond that, it seems to mostly have really positive benefits actually for individuals, particularly if they only get like one or two. Particularly, it seems breast surgery has the most benefit overall. It increases self-confidence, increases like well-being, it increases perceived social confidence, things like that. So, yeah, that's more or less my view.
Anna, you ready?
Aren't there still some high risks with getting breast augmentation surgery, or is it not so much anymore? I guess I should have looked this up probably.
Like surgical risks?
Yeah, surgical risks.
I think with any cosmetic surgery, I don't know if breast is higher or lower. I definitely am not versed on the risks, like the actual physical health risks. Yeah.
I also wanted to ask Erudite, when you said about breast surgery, is that only augmentation, or does that also include mastectomy? Because I would be very curious, because like I would assume that like, and if you add in like breast reduction, like any type of like I was curious if it's only augmentation or if it's like all three.
The study that I looked at specifically was only looking at breast implants, so I can't comment on the others. Yeah.
Okay.
Statistically, that is. I can comment opinionated on it, but not with stats.
I mean, I think I do have mixed feelings about it too, and it's more just because I kind of want to let people do whatever they want, and I don't like looking at people's behaviors and then trying to discern how like incredibly insecure they are, or what they're compensating for, or what their baggage is. Not by like stuff that I can tell that they're doing that has nothing to do with me. If we're having a conversation, sure, I have interest in that because I have interest in that person. But if I see a woman who those pictures of women with like the full lips and the clearly not hers boobs, and like the face and the Botox and everything, we all have that picture in our head, and I see that, and my initial instinct is to go like, oh, you poor thing, and I'm like, wait, that's really shitty. I don't want to do that. I don't feel like I don't know this person enough to start making a lot of assumptions about them based on this. I think I know that personally I'd be really happy if I felt comfortable enough to get surgery. But I don't, because my mom was really stigmatizing about it when I was a kid, and I think I'll beat myself up about like having the surgery more than I beat myself up about like the parts that I want changed. But I wish that stigma wasn't around, because I feel like I could have like a much better quality of life if I just got that surgery, you know? So that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I think it's hard. Sorry, Erudite.
No, go ahead, Anna.
I was just gonna say that, like, I think it's a shame that there is a lot of judgment towards, and like, there's a lot of shame and stigma sort of still surrounding cosmetic surgery, and I think that's more harmful. It's not really helpful. I mean, first of all, we know already that shaming people doesn't have any positive impact, just negative impact on them, and I think that there certainly is still a lot of judgment surrounding cosmetic surgery that really shouldn't be there. Also, I think also usually when someone is getting I think it's like maybe around like more than just like one or two surgeries, like and I'm not talking about like Botox, I'm talking about like going under surgeries, cosmetic surgery. I think it usually starts to indicate that there could be some kind of like mental health issues going on. I don't know if it's like maybe over 3 or something, but and that's probably important, but also I think like doctors are supposed to sort of be aware of that and like maybe not do more surgeries on someone who could be dealing with mental
I was
health
just gonna ask. I wanted to let Erudite talk, but then it raised an interesting question in my head of like, do we think doctors should try to assess for that, or like after a certain point, should people come with a a note from the psychiatrist saying this person is not doing this for mental health reasons and you can operate on them. Just curious on what your take is.
I would say demonstrably
Meredith?
yes. I just looked it up just to check because I have no idea. I've never actually gotten a cosmetic surgery at this point, mostly because I'm poor as fuck. But it sounds like there's no psychological evaluation as a requirement for plastic surgery at this point, and this is from an American system. I'm guessing it's probably the same then in Canada. I would say demonstrably yes. It seems like it's pretty easy to measure for the things that are going to trigger. You can do a body dysmorphia scale, check if there's severe body dysmorphia going on. In that case, I would be recommending that they go to therapy because cosmetic surgery isn't going to fix it. And those are people who are probably the most likely to engage in multiple surgeries that end up actually doing physical harm to their body, right? Probably you should also be testing for psychosis because that seems to be another one that really predicts bad outcomes. Again, there's decent enough. So yeah, perhaps sending them to a psychiatrist signs off. The main issue I'd have with that is it seems like there's a lot of like old boys in psychiatry and medicine, and I'd be concerned about them never being willing to sign off because there's a lot of like people who are like, I like natural, which is fine. You're allowed to prefer natural, but like I would worry that psychiatrists might not always be benevolent enough to realize that their like personal opinion on cosmetic surgery shouldn't be informing whether they like sign off on somebody's like mental wellness to get cosmetic surgery. I would hope that they would, but I just don't know, and I think I'm a little bit sometimes dubious of them. So,
do you think? Yeah.
Oh, I also just wanted to point out, like, I feel like there's like the concept of like transhumanism, and I feel like in theory, like I have no problem with that, right? And I feel like really like if there were like very minimal risks to the surgery, and especially if they were basically like not that expensive, I really see no reason why people would care. And like for me, one of the biggest reasons that I would like have a problem with it at this current point is not really because like people are individually wrong for getting it, but you're kind of like setting a bar where if a lot of people are like getting a certain type of surgery, then other people feel like they have to like feel that pressure to like get that surgery. And like clearly most of the people getting surgery are like women and they're trying to fit into like patriarchal standards. And so like I don't think that individual people are like wrong for getting any type of surgery, and people should obviously have like autonomy over their body. But it does really suck that like it definitely feels like a lot of like really rich celebrities like don't even really have like I mean like they're mostly surgery. Like they like a lot of their appearances like completely like paid for and stuff, which is fine, and there's like nothing wrong with that. But then like they aren't honest about it, and then like young people who look up to them like want to look like them, and then they can't, and they compare themselves to them. And it is bad that we encourage, you know, women to kind of like compete for their looks basically, but at the same time it's like, I mean like it's really complicated basically.
Yeah, I also think there's an interesting contradiction there in how stigmatized, still stigmatized getting plastic surgery is. And on the other hand, people are still feeling pressured to do it. So it's kind of like you feel kind of like you should, so you could compete, like you said, Lana. And then you get it, and then you get judged for getting it. So it's kind of like a lose-lose thing, which I find interesting. I guess to respond to what Erudite said earlier, I feel like the reason why I would object, like getting a psychiatrist note, for example, is because we don't really do that with other things. Mm-hmm. Like we don't ask people to go to a psychiatrist before they buy a car to make sure they're not manic. You know, that's not how we assess like normal, most normal interactions. And I see like a valid argument that like getting surgery and going under the knife is a big enough consequence to like validate, like justify that requirement. But I just don't personally think I agree with it. So I wonder what your take on that is.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly had never even thought about getting a psychiatrist, and as I was talking it through, I was getting like less and less for it because I've been with clients, particularly female clients with kind of older psychiatrists, and I've seen a lot of like, and I've been a woman going to a doctor before, so we all know what that experience can sometimes be like. I have a wonderful doctor now, but Yeah, overall, I think that's fair because I think there's this piece of like, when do we get to infringe on people's rights to choose what they want to do, regardless of whether it's healthy? It's somewhat tied even to the last conversation. And in general, I think like it can be extremely infantilizing to be like, oh, you have body dysmorphia? No, you can't get surgery. You have to get therapy, right? You can't make a decision that's even harmful for you. I think you're right that it is incredibly infantilizing. I think good, for the cosmetic surgeon, best practice would be to probably at least check those things and maybe talk their clients through of being like, hey, it seems like there's some body dysmorphia informing this. I want you to know at least, maybe just tell them the stats. This seems to never really resolve. It's about 3% actually experience some level of resolution from their body dysmorphia from a cosmetic surgery. Usually they just find something else to fixate on that they really dislike. So I think they should probably inform the clients. And then obviously, like, I would be recommending that they be like, so a better way to treat this would be therapy, but of course if you still want to go forward, you're within your right. I think like doctors probably at best practice should be engaging like that. I'm sure that's not what happens necessarily, but that would be like my best practice thought on it.
So like again, and I'm really happy this created like a parallel to the last topic, because that's basically the main argument that I'm saying, that I feel it's kind of infantilizing to say, oh, you're engaging in unhealthy behaviors, so you don't get to make decisions anymore. Which isn't the exact argument, but it's what I hear a lot when we discuss it, you know, because there is some messaging of that.
Yeah, the gap is the level of risk in my mind, right? The level of risk for a body dysmorphic person is that their symptoms don't seem to worsen from the surgery. They stay about the same. It just doesn't treat it. Whereas the issue for the other situation is it could lead to an extremely egregious negative outcome. That's my concern.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And I do think that's a valid distinction. But I'm happy that maybe I have that now as a way to better explain to people what I mean when I feel like that type of advice is infantilizing. What I wanted to say was, so do you think that paralleling from the other conversation,
there's only one
do
type
you
of
think
deal?
that maybe there's a valid point in giving advice to people? Hey, before you go to like a surgeon to get reviewed, like to ask for their opinion, maybe go to a therapist first to like evaluate with them. Like, you need to go through these processes yourself. Maybe we don't enforce like getting a psychiatrist note, but giving general advice to people who want to get plastic surgery. Hey, how about read a book or like go do therapy for like a few sessions with like the clear state of mind, like I want to figure out if I just want to get surgery or is there something I'm happy about. Do you think that's valid advice?
Broadly, it makes me think about, what do we think about these extreme cases? So somebody who has had 43, 44 surgeries, you know, the individuals, like their nose has been shaved down so much and you can't really reconstruct cartilage is my understanding. So like once you've shaved it back enough, and that usually to me, when noses are getting to that point, that again, like makes me concerned about like pretty extreme body dysmorphia that's being unsuccessfully treated through medical procedures. Do you think there would maybe be a point where, say, maybe a doctor has somebody come in and they realize they've had about 45 surgeries, they're not any happier, they've had multiple, maybe even complications with some of their surgeries, they can see that like they're actually destroying their body a little bit with this pursuit of basically resolving their dysmorphia? Do you think at that point it might be worth basically being like, no, now you have to get a psychiatric approval? And obviously you can't instate that because in a private system in America, they could just literally go to the doctor down the street.
I was gonna
but like
that.
If we give it a vacuum, like more in Canada, we could do that a little bit more strictly.
I think ethically, absolutely, right? I've been to like a plastic surgery consultation. It was for something about my shoulder, and I had to take off my shirt for it. And then the surgeon gave me their full evaluation of what they would want to do to my breasts if I were to get like a breast augmentation. And I'm like, dude, this is not what I'm here for, but thank you for like, I guess, trying to pitch that for me. That feels awesome, right? I think that type of behavior, I don't think it's something that is possible to regulate, but I think it's unethical, especially like in capitalist markets. It's very clear that a lot of plastic surgeons, what they care about is like getting the surgery and potentially pushing more surgery on you because it's just money. It's not about like the mental health of the patient for a lot of people. And I think that's a really, really big concern, considering that we already acknowledge that some of the people applying to get that procedure might be really insecure. So if you're really insecure and then you have this fancy surgeon person pointing out more shitty things about your face that you might want to get done as well, that doesn't sound super ethical to me. I don't know how I would regulate that or enforce that. Definitely it's not possible in the States, right? I do agree that like countries that it would have to be like maybe some like regulation would pass in like Scandinavia or like some European countries, maybe even Canada. But I think for sure it's their ethical obligation, but you know, doctors don't always follow that, right?
Yeah.
It's also not even just people with body dysmorphic disorder. There's a lot of, well, significant positive correlation between getting a lot of plastic surgery, or at least plastic surgery for like not so great reasons, and the cluster B personality disorders such as borderline. I literally have a study pulled up actually that like literally says like it is best to avoid surgery on patients with BPD. That's very forward, very interesting. But like apparently, patients with borderline personality disorder will, which I know I've read about this, that they'll sometimes get a lot of surgery to try and avoid abandonment by their partner. A core part of BPD is going to extreme lengths to avoid abandonment. And so, yeah, sometimes they'll get a lot of surgeries. So again, it's just, yeah, I mean, I tend to err more on the side of like plastic surgeons should definitely have be ethical in their practice, but I don't know how we could like really regulate that. I don't know if there's anything in their ethics codes, but
so Anna, how do you feel about that advice of like generally better to not operate on patients with BPD? Do you think it's like do you think the ethical thing is for surgeons to maybe discourage patients if they know they have BPD to not get the surgery? Is that their ethical responsibility? Is their ethical responsibility to like not take that into account? Like, how do you feel about that?
Definitely be taken into account. I think surgeons should probably definitely be educated on the mental health issues that are correlated with people who get multiple forms of like plastic surgery, or at least doing it for like unhealthy reasons, sort of, which should definitely.
But what's decided to be unhealthy is pretty subjective, right? Unless because like getting plastic surgery is not like, it might be like a correlation to the pathology of BPD, but it's not like a BPD feature, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think that yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they should definitely take it into consideration for sure, and maybe be like a bit more not like as enthusiastic to operate on someone with BPD, but I don't know, take other steps, additional steps.
I think if a doctor gets information that their client has BPD and then they have a consultation, but they talk to the patient and it seems that like it doesn't seem to really be the case. And this is the issue, right? Can a plastic surgeon like rely on their own instincts to properly assess whether this is like a BPD symptom or like an extension of it versus if it's like a healthy choice? But the more interesting question is like, are we okay with authority figures doing that, like in the medical field, you know? That's why like we brought up trans issues for a little bit. The thing that's personally annoying to me about like a lot of people's arguments for why it's okay for trans people to do like a medical transition in terms of like surgery, it's because it's a mental illness. And I'm like, I think someone should be allowed to do whatever they fucking want with their body at any point. I really don't care.
There's only one type.
What about it somebody with
For the
severe
most part.
schizophrenia who believes that if they like get like major augmentations, for example, there was a legitimate case that we had to go through in my class where there was somebody with severe schizophrenia who believed genuinely that if they got both their right arm and I believe their left leg amputated, that basically that would be the will of God and that they would like be released from like I can't remember quite their delusion, but some delusion essentially where they needed to do these two things.
So they were diagnosed.
They were diagnosed with schizophrenia. I don't know if it was before or after, but basically, ethically, all doctors decided, absolutely not. We will not do this for you. And now this is extreme, but I think extremes are important to teach us what the principle is. It's like, where is the point at which we say, medically, doctors shouldn't be working and doing procedures on certain individuals?
There's only one type of veal.
So this is a bit of a tangent because it doesn't touch on the point. If you're testing like my moral axioms, as far as I'm concerned, I don't really care. I'm
About amputating the schizophrenic individual?
if they are deemed to be able to make their own decisions, so if the court hasn't decided to like revoke their autonomy in a significant way, then I see restricting their choices as like problematic. Maybe like I think there's a solid argument to be made that since in that specific case it's so clear that it is just like a straight up symptom of the schizophrenia, like it's not something correlating or like adjacent like the BPD conversation we just had. It's like it would be diagnosed professionally, like this one that this person has is like a direct consequence of their mental illness. Yeah, I think there's a validity there to maybe revoke that, but I would want those assessments to be done on like those things would be to be checked on a case to case basis. Like I would not be willing to say people with schizophrenia can't get plastic surgery. Like that's not something that I'm okay with. I think there's a lot of infantilization of people with mental illness. I think people who are not very educated about mental illness think, oh, you have a diagnosis, you have a mental illness. Well, now I'm going to have a valid claim, like questioning what you're doing and why you're doing it and your symptoms and how much is this healthy and this not healthy and stuff.
But
and
in this case, we have educated professionals questioning it, right? Like I fundamentally think that at some point we remove people's autonomy.
Generally.
Yeah, at some point we do remove people's autonomy for their safety, because oftentimes, especially in schizophrenia, they're going to make a lot of decisions. Or, for example, Lana might understand, like as well, like when you're in a state of mania, there's a lot of decisions that you might make that you later really regret, particularly if they're like really dangerous situations. So I understand the like arm amputation is a really extreme example, and I haven't even made up my mind firmly about where this line is. I honestly think, I imagine medical ethics kind of has probably somewhat answered this, and I'm not familiar with it, but I think posing the question of saying, like, is it infantilizing to take away somebody's autonomy if they're going to recklessly and very much so do irreparable damage to themselves?
I don't think that's infantilizing, but I would need to know the specific case. So, like, in the case that you told me, since it's very clear that this is the direct consequence of the mental illness, and if this person is something that they're pursuing, I would argue that there should be like, I don't know what their state of their like legal autonomy is. I completely support evaluating some people and like the court deciding that they cannot retain their like autonomy to make a decision even as an adult. But we can't treat people who are who still have their autonomy. I resent the amount of like questioning and willingness of the public to be like, they hear mental illness, they hear mental disorder, and suddenly that means that this person is now compromised and you can make decisions on their behalf on what they should and shouldn't do and shit like that. Lana?
I was gonna comment, like, especially when you're talking about like psychosis, like I've experienced relatively like mild psychosis before, and one of the things that like I don't know because I'm not schizophrenic, so like I could just be completely wrong, but I know at least for mania with psychosis, like there's generally a timer on it, right? Like there's a point where the delusion ends. I mean, I could be completely wrong, and that could not be true for schizophrenia. Can either of you correct me if I'm wrong?
It broadly seems to be the case that without treatment, like sometimes we see remission in delusions and sometimes we don't. I've definitely worked with clients who just never really went into remission because yes, with bipolar, it's somewhat cyclical in nature, right? So it is a timed event. It doesn't seem that schizophrenia is as cyclical, but I don't know if Anna's come across other evidence to that. I'm not like super versed on the time span of delusions and schizophrenia.
But do they... Like, I understand they may, like, but do they maintain the same delusions for, like, most of or the whole of their life? Or like...
I don't want to, like... I trust the two people who have experience in clinical psychology to give better advice. And as far as I read...
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not...
Oh, no. I have something to say. So, but it's like, it might contradict or like add something. And I obviously think there are two people who are more qualified to like say those things.
I mean, if you have data, then you're more qualified to comment on, fundamentally is my position on these things.
I will look if I can have the sources on that. But I watched... a video from like a clinician, and he talked about how People don't understand that schizophrenia, like, it's not always full blown, like, as crazy as it gets. Like, there are periods of remission where the person is basically like completely functioning, and then, but obviously everything with mental illness is a spectrum, right? Maybe in the most like severe cases of schizophrenia, remission is not that common. I don't know. It's really complicated, obviously. So
But the point of me asking that was like, so I imagine that like it, like for example, like you could do something like a waiting period, right? Where you're trying to determine basically like either if this person like eternally has this delusion, and honestly in that case I don't actually think it would necessarily be a great idea to dissuade them of it. um like maybe like for example, like if someone's really religious and they think which obviously is not the same, but like if someone is very
it's not.
religious and they believe I don't know, they believe I don't know, like something that most people would consider ridiculous, and they they want something to make their god happy, or let's say they're gonna give all of their money to that Austin guy or whatever, the
Joel
television
Osteen?
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like you might say, well, like just because they're religious doesn't mean that they're gonna like want to do this thing, and like it could have to do with their religion, it could have to do with them not really having like any other community. Like you could really like find multiple
There's only
reasons why
one
someone
type of
wants
deal.
to do something,
Okay.
and I agree clearly, like in the case that you're talking about, it's motivated by schizophrenia, but also like who are you to deprive them of even just the joy of like their delusion being fulfilled, basically? And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a good thing to do, but I'm saying like if they want something, if it would actually make them happier in the long run, like even if they're wrong about the reasons why, like we can objectively say like God does not want this person to be an amputee. But I think it's like also like unfair that they basically have to like suffer this thing where they want to do this thing and people won't let them. But I think doing something like a waiting period for like understanding that someone has a mental illness would be like a pretty reasonable thing. We already like basically do this with trans people who are not actually mentally ill, where a lot of times like for them to like receive the services that they do, a lot of places like make you have like a waiting period, and it's because you're making like a big change to your body. Generally I think they don't with hormones in most places, but they will with surgery, and I think like that's completely reasonable for anyone with surgery, to be completely honest. But making a special consideration for someone's like especially a severe mental illness and like a specific type of surgery that's like very harmful to them, or like if the risk is really bad for the surgery that they're choosing. So if certain surgeries are like very risky, that might be something to like lengthen the waiting period. But basically just trying to determine if at any point this schizophrenic person decides like, you know what, I actually don't want this even if I want it later. And I think that's like something that they kind of have to like set at some point. And if not, like, I mean, you can't, I don't know who has the right to tell them no. And I'm not sure. Like, I don't know the answer. But I do think that something like a waiting period could prevent it.
Yeah. Do you guys think that non-voluntary treatment works? So if somebody is not voluntarily, so this happens a lot with addiction where we force people to go get treatment for addiction. But we do it all the time in jail settings and stuff like that where we force them into treatment. Do you guys think non-voluntary treatment is effective?
Or what?
Broadly, is it equal to normal treatment? So say you've got a mental health disorder for anything. If you're forced into treatment versus voluntarily going into treatment, do you think that is going to reduce the efficacy? And I know this is a tangent, so feel free to be like, we don't want to get into this fucking random tangent, but I'm just curious.
I had another tangent, so it's good. Like, it's either this or my tangent, so your tangent is just fine. I think it really depends on the goal, right? So I would agree that generally, like voluntary therapy would have better outcomes. Like, and I think that's established in research, although you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's not borne out at all in research. It's equal efficacy broadly.
Really?
Yep. For
But
multiple
that's
disorders.
Why I asked for what, right? Because
it's
I
across
do
disorders.
Think that there's a
BPD, depression, ADHD, yep, addiction.
Okay.
Broadly,
Then I
therapy
might
has
be
about a
understanding that.
0.77 efficacy rate, because that has to account for like really shitty clinicians and really effective clinicians. So it's about 0.77. When you cut out the really shitty clinicians, it bumps up to about like 0.89. Non-voluntary treatment sits at around 0.86 to 0.75, I think, when I have looked at these studies before.
Then why is it like a practice to want the patient to be like active in treatment, to want the treatment? Why is that a requirement for like entering the therapy? I mean, not for everyone, I guess, but generally most clinicians that I've talked to, they said, if you don't want to do this, I'm not going to accept you. Like you need to want the help. Like I'm not going to force my help on. You know?
For morality and ethics, I would argue is the main one. Like autonomy is something I value too. I broadly don't want to engage in non-voluntary treatment either. It's a lot tougher on the clinician because they not only have to get past doing the treatment, but they also have to convince the client to buy in when they don't want to. So it's a lot more work for the clinician. I've had drug treatment clients that were given to me that were very much non-voluntary. It's a lot more work than clients who come voluntarily into our center. I mean, in our center, actually, our non-voluntary clients, bar none, did better, but I think that's because they had not just our treatment center, but they were in a drug court program, so they had a lot of extra just supports. I'm guessing that's probably the main thing that made the difference in our center specifically. But I would say, even if it is the case that I can help you, even effectively without your consent, I still care about consent anyways. Your value, like your dignity for autonomy, matters more, usually.
Yeah, and I think that usually is the biggest part, right? I think
Yeah.
it really depends. With stuff like addiction, it makes sense. With severe types of mental, I mean, if schizophrenic people are having like an episode and they're not in remission or a very, very long episode, like they might get committed, and that's not voluntary, right? We acknowledge that that's just not a situation where they can volunteer themselves to do that. Um, I think talking about stuff that are considered severe but have a lot more agency, like cluster B disorders, like borderline, like not cluster B, but like bipolar, I think is a really good example. Like I have a lot of questions to ask you, Lana, about that, and because there's like an issue there, right? Because it's considered like a severe enough mental illness compared to other things, and yet it's kind of like we understand that sometimes the decision making or like is compromised. But the thing that I resent, I guess, is
There's
that
only
like
one
I
type
think
of eel.
normative people who
Okay.
don't get a diagnosis, like obviously their decision
Simric,
making
holy
process
shit,
is
you're a beast.
compromised
Thank you so
sometimes
much.
too. Like that's not like a hot take. And a lot of people do just have probably would qualify for a diagnosis, but they never go get it, so they don't have it. And then we pass their like decision making as like rational and just part of their personality. And if you volunteer yourself to go and get a diagnosis, then you have that diagnosis, and then you have to deal with what it means for clinicians, for doctors, for other people when they hear that diagnosis to then basically question you more, like in your ability. So I think forced, like non-voluntary treatment is valid, but in very extreme cases. And I think that's a very lukewarm take. I don't know if anyone would disagree with that. And I think the most cases where it is applied, right, it's when there is abuse. That's one example of like if there's a domestic violence. Maybe Anna, you can talk about that. But like I know there's a podcast of a therapist I follow, and a lot of his clients were court appointed because they were abusing their partners.
Better intervention programs usually are what they are court ordered into. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's valid, right? Because this person is causing active harm to someone else. It's it's a bit different. The tangent I wanted to go on was, and I know Erida, you said like you want to use the schizophrenia as just like an extreme to test a certain moral, but I do find it interesting that whenever like conversation about mental health comes up, people, and maybe just because schizophrenia is very like gets brought up a lot in media and people know it's very severe and they have like I guess a marginal understanding of it more than other like more complex mental disorders, like it gets brought up a lot. And I think like schizophrenia in a lot of cases is pretty unique. compared to other mental disorders. So it's just kind of frustrating because it always like kind of disrupts the discourse, you know, like speaking of agency of people that have like mental health diagnoses, and then somebody throws like schizophrenia in there. Well, if you're like on a lower spectrum of having like borderline features, that's not quite equivalent to having like a full-blown like paranoid schizophrenia disorder. It's
Yeah,
just
because they're
like,
not in like a psychotic episode. I think that's like kind of the difference. Yeah. Usually people with borderline don't experience like full-blown psychosis, but people with schizophrenia do. So like they're actually detached from reality, which is very different from like yeah. So
and I
Yeah,
think that's the thing. Yeah.
I would definitely say like obviously I'm not schizophrenic and it is different, but like obviously like with bipolar, like a lot of the things that you would need like I think most things that you would need any sort of restriction on should really be like relegated to like your actual safety. And there are things that are very odd that definitely need like this person trying to get amputated. Like they would definitely need some sort of, like my suggestion was to do like like a time thing where you have to like, you say you want this and you have to like wait some time to see if maybe you come out of the episode. But again, like it's really difficult because it's like, you know, for me, like I have periods where I really want one thing and I have periods where I want another, and then I have like my baseline, and my baseline may be completely different from both of those. And so like it's a little different from borderline, because borderline, like that's just kind of like, that's just your state. But with like bipolar or like schizophrenia, you're like actively having an episode where like your expectations and thoughts and desires are like just very different, because you literally just aren't like engaging with like the reality. Like even like people who have like depression and stuff, like there's some amount of like different expectations where like you are depressed or you aren't. Where, you know, you may um if you are baseline, you know, let's say, and you're depressed, like you may be able to like sign up for school, like do things that you want and be excited about them and stuff. And your expectations for those things will be different when you're depressed, because you know that you might not be able to like do those amount of things. I think that's pretty like normally acknowledged and like completely accepted. That even though you're making decisions because of your depression, it's like completely acceptable. But obviously there's ones that we're not okay with. Like we're not generally okay with people like ending their lives, like hurting themselves and things like that.
That was going to be my hot take, so I'm happy you brought it. But yeah, we don't have to talk about it. I'm pro euthanasia for like mental health disorders when they're severe enough, if the person wants it. I would have some regulation on that. Forced therapy, yeah.
Can I pose a very tangential question? But it brings us back to the original prompt, so I feel like I get head pats for that at least.
Absolutely.
I was curious what your guys' thoughts are, because it seems like we overall were like pretty like, yeah, I like it. People want to get cosmetic surgery, like get fucking cosmetic. Who gives a fuck? And like maybe stop commenting on what people do with their bodies by and large. Like who cares? And like if you're really mentally unwell, just know it won't fix it, right? It seems like pretty much all of us agreed. I'd be curious though, because there's one piece that like weighs on me with this, which is like I'm decently pro all this, like I said, but I think it's also valid for a lot of people who are very anti it to be like, okay, but now all this does is it increases the beauty standard to another higher level that's unreasonable, and it actually gatekeeps poor people, because if you can't afford cosmetic surgery, you're going to be less attractive than people who can get like their face perfectly sculpted to be symmetrical and stuff like that. So it creates like this whole other element. And I'm just curious what your thoughts are, because I haven't fully disentangled my thoughts about this, but it's something that I like know is an issue, and I'm not quite sure how to manage it.
There's only one type of eel. Okay.
I kind of brought this a little bit up earlier, where I mentioned how like it would be one thing if cosmetic surgery was like more affordable, where like everyone would just be like, yeah, do whatever you want, like who cares. But basically, because it's so expensive, like celebrities and like rich people get it all the time, but like everyone else kind of doesn't. And I feel like at the very least, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask really public figures to disclose if they've had surgery.
I am pro heat pads for it, not so erudite.
Like, they don't have to, but I think that's like a pretty reasonable thing, because people have these like really unrealistic expectations. And like in my industry, right, in stripping, like I know people who definitely get surgery, and like now that I'm older, I know how to recognize when someone has surgery, when they have like fake hair. Like I know how to see those things. But like when I was younger, I didn't, and I would basically be like, oh, like I look really shitty and ugly, and like they're so gorgeous, like why can't I look like that? What's wrong with me? And like it's so bad. And then men also expect those things from their partner, and like people don't look like that. And it's, I mean,
But let me ask you a question. If you know they had surgery, do you think that elevates to any significant amount, like the social impact that that still has? Like knowing that a person, like you see a girl with great tits and it makes you insecure about your tits. And then they tell you, yeah, I had them done. Does that suddenly make you feel less bad about yours? Because that's not how it is for me. So it's just like, it feels like people disclosing or like knowing that someone had surgery doesn't seem to be the issue. The issue with that argument, I don't think it's an issue, but the issue with that type of argumentation is, well, people are having surgeries that are making other people insecure, and the insecure people can't like live up to that standard for multitude of reasons. Some of them are money. And when I hear like that, I'm just kind of like, yeah, that happens with everything. That's not like a surgery like relegated problem. Like when people get their hair done in a really expensive salon, like I made my nails. I don't go get it like a manicure, you know? And that sucks when I see women, they have really cool nails. I want to have cool nails. I can't fucking afford that. Like, I like the current color of my hair. I can't afford to maintain this for the next like 5 years. Other women have money. They can. I would, you know, and that might make me insecure, but that's not like a surgery problem. I think it's just like, you know, a money problem. And I guess the issue that I have with it, that kind of, I don't think anyone says, well, let's not let people have plastic surgery because it changes like the bar for people. But then it's kind of like, well, what are we advocating for then when we say that? I guess Erudite, maybe you could answer that.
Yeah.
Or Anna, do you want to say something?
Oh no, Erudite can go. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tricky, right? Because I really want to do the thing of like normalizing plastic surgery because I don't see it as anything different than getting tattoos or dyeing your hair. Like, it's about as permanent as tattoos, way more fucking expensive and way more painful, obviously, but as body mod. And I'm not opposed to body modification overall. But I understand the concerns about like beauty standards. My main question goes, is it people getting plastic surgery? So I'd be curious to look at studies from South Korea because I'm sure you guys are probably familiar. South Korea, when people turn 16, it's pretty standard for families that can afford it to just gift their children a fair bit of plastic surgery. They get the eyelid surgery, and a lot of them get like a nose surgery and a jaw shaping
Ilana,
surgery.
You didn't know? It's a whole thing.
It's a really
like
big
a
thing.
Sweet 16 thing.
And I'm curious about the impact because right now my main concern about beauty standards is actually filters and photoshopping. I think a lot of Snapchat filters and like particularly like TikTok filters, I don't know if you ever use them, but you like turn it on, you're like, holy shit, who's that attractive woman? And you turn it off and you're like, like it's so ugly, right? When like normally when I look at my face, I'm like, it's fine. Like it is what it is. And apparently there's a lot, there's a lot of young teens going to plastic surgeons with filtered photos of their face and saying, I want to look like this. And that's really concerning to me. I think filters, especially for young individuals who are still forming their identity, is just a really, really dangerous idea. And photoshopping has been getting better. There's been a lot of companies that have moved more towards natural models. And to be honest, it's great. I fucking love going into a store and seeing like still objectively the most attractive women in the world, but natural. So they like will have like a wrinkle in their skin, or they'll like have a stretch mark here and there. And it's like, it's actually just refreshing because that's just like, if they're still the most attractive women in the world, like I still don't fucking look like them, but like they at least look human to me now, right? Where I'm like, oh, I can have wrinkles too, and it's not like the end of the world, right? So I'm super for that, and I try my best to actually purchase from like lingerie companies and stuff that use that type of modeling, because it's something I think is like, I'm sure probably everyone here is, I think every female can understand like experiencing a certain level of body dysmorphia and insecurity around their body. I think almost every woman has experienced that, and it's something I'm really passionate about because it's just a raw deal that women get a lot of time when it comes to like beauty standards. I'm not really willing to like lay it at the feet of like purely patriarchy. I don't think that that's like the analysis that I like to apply. But yeah, my concerns is definitely more that, but I'd be curious if in South Korea, if there's actually reason to be concerned for like normalized, more affordable surgery, and if that's going to change beauty standards as well, because I imagine it would. That would make sense to me, but I don't know.
If it changes beauty standards, okay, let's say plastic surgery is more affordable in South Korea now, and everybody gets plastic surgery. And now everyone in the fucking country are done with it. This is the new beauty standards, and everyone are doing it because it's affordable.
Mhm.
I'm asking, what's the harm? I guess.
So there was one case where a man sued his wife because they had extremely unattractive children because he didn't realize how ugly she was naturally because she had so much plastic surgery that came from it. Now, it's a really fringe case, but it actually like raises serious flags to me being like, holy shit, like now you're having kids that look really unattractive because you've had so much surgery that you don't look like what you used to look like anymore. And what do you tell your kids? Well, you're just going to have to wait till you can get surgery like mommy so you can be attractive too. Like I don't know how to, I wouldn't know how to have that conversation with my kids, right? Because there's a difference between one surgery and people who get a lot of surgery that they don't look like what they used to look like anymore.
I mean, Lana, you wanted to say something, right?
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I've seen a study that says that, like if, this could totally be shit, but I'm 90% sure I read a study that talked about if two really attractive people have a kid, they're almost always like ugly, basically. So like, I mean, like that just also happens where like you just don't really like look like your parents, kind of, or you look like the worst parts of your parents. Like that's not.
Yeah, this is
of.
like really confusing for me because like the concept of having attractive kids, like I would ever be concerned about like the physical attractiveness of my kid is very, I don't even know how to engage with that, honestly. I do think it's a fringe case.
The issue with like attractiveness with a kid is that like we know that halo effect is so potent. Like there's a part of me that it's like, yeah, I do hope that my kids are attractive because it just makes life fucking easy from a descriptive lens.
Sure,
Is it tragic
sure.
that that's the case? Yes. I don't know
Sure.
if it's going to change, right? And so this whole plastic surgery paradigm like kind of mind fucks me. Like I'm like, I don't know what I think about it when it's like getting to these extremes. Apparently somebody said that might have been the actual case was like a plastic surgery myth or something like that. But regardless, it's still an interesting case point.
I think, yeah, Anna?
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm not really sure I actually agree with normalizing plastic surgery because it comes with a lot of like risks like and complications and stuff. So like I don't know if that's really a good idea to normalize it. I don't know. And also I
So
guess
is riding a motorcycle.
What?
I think riding a motorcycle comes with a lot of risk too. Do you think they're disanalogous? Because having a motorcycle license and riding a motorcycle is pretty normalized, but it's a lot riskier than driving a car in terms of the injuries you might sustain and like you becoming brain dead. So, do you think those are equivalent?
You also have to get further licensing.
So I guess why I said that, Anna, was because
my concern. I also I do have like similar concerns to what Erudite was saying, but I guess also like my concern is that like also it's like because when people get plastic surgery, it's like it's also kind of like really heavily influenced by our cultural and societal beauty standards and stuff too, and I don't know. I guess I feel like well, I wish we could maybe change those. Like I wish we could change like the beauty standards as well instead of like I don't know normalizing plastic surgery, you know. But maybe I'm just being idealistic in that. So I don't know.
No, I think it's
the amount of like teen girls that like literally like look at like Instagram models, which are like photoshopped to hell. I mean, it's like you can tell when someone's like using, I don't know. I mean, you can tell when someone has like a waist that's like this, like that's not real. Like it's photoshopped. You know what I mean? Like
where their boobs are like wider than like their waist, like significantly.
Their ass is like, and then the waist is it's like that no real person looks like that. Do you know? And like, but like I'm concerned about like adolescent girls seeing that stuff and being like, well, why can't I look like that? That and I mean, there is a lot of research on this that shows that it's very damaging, and I mean, even just using Instagram in general for like teenage girls, it's like the increase in eating disorders and like body dysmorphia and stuff. It's very concerning. And so I don't know, again, my perspective is like, man, can't we change like the societal beauty standards though, maybe? But that's, yeah.
I really want to explore that, I guess, because I feel like, and this is kind of different because there's another element in like current society that didn't used to be a problem in the past of like how big advertisement is and media and social media and the filters and the Photoshop and all that crap. But like on the idea level, let's say 500 years ago, you look like you do, and there's this really, really, really beautiful other person that you see, and they make you feel insecure because they're like the prettiest person in town or whatever, and there are a few more people like that, and they would be the beauty standards then, right? So I feel like being insecure and wanting to compare to the most beautiful, most smart, whatever the fuck around is like just a basic human like want and conflict, and it is absolutely exacerbated by the way that we currently live our lives and like the amount of time that our brains are being washed with this messaging. But generally speaking, the idea itself is the same to me, I think. So I don't know like how much, I don't know what changing the beauty standards would mean. Because like sure, we can, I mean we can't do it, but let's say we banned Photoshop, no filters, just like all natural people. There's still going to be like prettier girls, right? And we'll still feel insecure about that, and we'll still like put on makeup. Or we can ban makeup. You can ban whatever you want. At the end of the day, people are still going to compare themselves, and they're still going to feel inferior because it's just like a very human need or a human experience, I guess. Yeah, Lana?
I think there's a complete difference between like talking about like surgery and like a lot of these other things, because although like I don't think makeup is something you should really like think about like banning in any sense, because like makeup like most people can afford and get better at, and also like makeup like I know on some sense it is like entirely done by advertising companies to be like, hey, like keep buying makeup, it's really empowering, but like it is kind of an art form and it is really pretty and fun to do, and some people just like it. I think it's unhealthy to have like a relationship where with makeup where you feel like you can't do anything without wearing it and stuff like that. But it like that's kind of on a case by case basis. But like plastic surgery is so expensive that most people could never afford it. And like insurance, I don't think really pays for it unless like certain things happen or whatever. So like most people can never afford surgery at all, whereas like makeup is relatively affordable.
No, but
Obviously there's better and worse makeup, but I'm just saying like the difference in treating like something like plastic surgery and makeup is like very different, and like I don't think they're analogous at all. And then on the other hand, like the thing about like photoshopping and stuff, even noting that a photo is photoshopped like can prevent people from thinking that they need to have surgery when they could just photoshop their pictures too. Like, you know what I mean? Like telling people like how they achieved the look that they did can prevent people from basically taking really expensive measures to like permanently change their body, like possibly have a risk. And I'm not like opposed to plastic surgery or anything. I'm just saying like I think we're not honest. Like women are expected to look in this like perfect way all the time, like by society in a lot of ways, and we're not allowed to be honest about the ways that we achieve those looks for fear of shame, when we're also still expected to look like that anyway. But then at the same time, like other people like are overcompensating for how good they have to look, like relative to like what they really need it for, like the type of partner they're looking for, the type of lifestyle they have, like how much money they actually have in the bank, like all of these other factors. And so I'm just saying that makeup, and there's a grand canyon between makeup and plastic surgery for sure.
so the reason why I brought it up isn't because I disagree with anything you said. What the line that I was drawing is that if somebody is going to say, I want to change the beauty standard so we wouldn't judge people by how unattractive they may be, and I wish people would be treated like
There's only
without
one
this
type of
bias
deal.
about us just
Okay.
treating pretty people better, then I'm like, that has nothing to do with plastic surgery. That's always going to be a problem because humans just naturally seem to do that. And then I brought up makeup because you could argue that makeup, when we normalize having makeup, when we have people wear makeup, like right now, I'm not wearing makeup and my skin looks like crap. Erudite, I assume you're wearing makeup?
Your skin doesn't look like crap.
Thank you. But it feels like it does, right? So maybe I could go and say, well, people who are wearing makeup, basically, they're doing this unrealistic standard because I'm not wearing makeup. I'm just me right now, right? So do you get what I'm saying? I wasn't saying that they're equivalent.
Can I jump on your bandwagon? And can I jump on your bandwagon and then also be a devil's advocate?
Sure. I just very quickly. So I agree with everything you said, Lana. My point was specifically about when we're discussing like deconstructing a beauty standard. I think that's a much broader conversation than just like plastic surgery or filters. We use makeup. We use high heels. High heels make your ass pop. That's why I wear them when I want a guy to like me, right? That's also a way of like changing how we look. So if we're going to advocate for everyone should love themselves for who they are, but then we normalize some types of like enhancing oneself and one's attractive appearance. I don't think anyone is banning that. I don't think anyone is saying we shouldn't be engaging in those behaviors. Maybe they are, and I probably will agree with them to some extent. Erudite,
I just don't know if like makeup.
sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I don't know if makeup's really comparable to like going under for plastic surgery. That's
not the comparison.
Yeah, it kind of is though. It kind of is. It's less because it's less permanent. But like the reality is like I've literally had dudes when I'm just wearing like only I think like eyebrows at any point be like, wow, you're extremely below average. And I'm like, dude, no, I'm fucking not. I'm still literally wearing makeup. Like, no, right? And I've had like women kind of imply the same things, right? Like, so I'm not just gonna say it's like men, right? But like the fact that like I forget what the type of distribution, but it's like we don't even have a conception of an average woman anymore. Like we don't fucking know because we almost exclusively see women in makeup, right? And the women who don't wear makeup broadly, like the au natural ones, just tend to be just really fucking attractive without makeup. And you're like, oh, that's cool, but like I look like a chemo patient when I don't like put eyebrows on because my eyebrows are fucking white. Like they don't exist, right? And so it's just like, yeah, so it's just like it's not a good look. I don't like how I look without eyebrows. It doesn't look good on me. And like the reality is like, yeah, I put on makeup because yeah, I don't like how my eyebrows look. I do the extra just because I enjoy it. I find it a really good way to decompress. But to act like I'm not putting on makeup, to not like look more attractive to other people, like I obviously am, right? And like I really don't love the rhetoric of like it's just like my own form of self-love. I'm like, it might be, it does soothe me. But I could paint. Like if I really liked painting, I could just paint, right? Like it is also to like come across in a certain way, which I think is fine. Like I honestly think it's like, let's just like maybe normalize people valuing aesthetic. Like aesthetic isn't a bad thing. It doesn't make you vain to care about aesthetic. I'm gonna be
to a certain extent.
Just to a certain extent. So I'm gonna be a devil's advocate, and I'm gonna maybe caveat this by saying I don't think I agree with the next position that I'm saying, but it's something that I've heard a lot that I think as women we actually need to contend with and like think about it a little bit more. And I'll steal it, so I don't mind being the villain. Just take with the grain of salt. I don't know if I actually agree with this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be the agitator, but just giving it the space of I'm gonna put the perspective out there so we can talk about it. I don't actually know if I agree with this. Just before like somebody's like, this girl fucking sucks. Like I don't even know what I think about it. But basically, I've heard a lot of people basically argue that women should get kind of thicker skin and stop giving a fuck about what like Photoshop and beauty standards and stuff, and like just kind of get over it and like not care as much. Right? It doesn't matter if people say like you should be more or less attractive. If they make fun of your eyes, make it like who gives a fuck? Like grow thick skin, basically. So I'll do my best to steel man it for you guys. But like I said, I don't know to the extent that I believe in this, but I think it's something we have to contend with because we often tell men, especially short men, grow thick skin. Get over it.
I wouldn't tell them that.
I wouldn't compare those at all. I would actually compare like women's looks to like men having money. I think that's like a way better comparison, to be completely honest, because I think they're a lot more like they're viewed a lot more equivalent in society. So what I would say to that is not like men need to have a thicker skin about appearance, because appearance doesn't mean jack shit to men. men can still be ugly and pull, like, just saying. What it's really more comparable to is like them having money. So like if you're self-conscious about the money that you make as a man, I think that's much more comparable.
I think height is
And, like,
much better still, because I'm talking about aesthetic, and money doesn't affect aesthetic.
but
Yeah, I actually have to push back on this. I get that maybe materially guys can still pull if they're even ugly or unattractive, but like I've spoken to a lot of guys. They are incredibly insecure about how they look. They would tell you, I know that no girl thinks I'm attractive, so I have to find other things about me to convince her to be with me even though I'm unattractive. Like the amount of insecurity that men have around their looks.
Yeah. The main part where my analogy falls apart is height is immutable.
From muscle dysmorphia and stuff that a lot of men get too.
Yeah, so we maybe compare muscles of men, like fitness of men, because height is actually worse for men because it's fucking immutable, and they can't wear high heels because high heels aren't normalized for men, so they're fucked. Like they can't put on makeup to make themselves appear taller. Whereas at least like if a woman is like what society would deem pretty unattractive, if she gets really good at makeup, like you could do a lot with makeup, right? Which we all know.
I feel like this doesn't express the extent to which like they're treated in society as a whole, but I guess when you're talking about mate selection, like if you're talking about who you're dating or fucking or whatever, then like yeah, but if you're talking about actual social standing, like money is much more equivalent to like women's like appearances, like entirely. Like if you're talking like strangers in public, if you're talking how you get treated by your family, like those things are much more equivalent in my opinion. But I agree with what you're saying that like there are things that men are insecure about. I also want to point out like another thing, like I don't think that I think the concept that we should like stop caring about looks entirely is stupid. I think that people do care about aesthetics, but I think men should like be able to wear makeup. I think men should be able to do some of the same things that we do about changing our appearance to like look the way we want. But I do think that pretending that beauty is your value as a person is something we should abandon. But like pretending that we don't care about aesthetics at all is like also just not true. Like there
you
are
guys
things
are
about
tripping. Because like that's you're like saying that we it's fine to care about aesthetic, and I wasn't arguing that we should. I know you're not directing it towards me, but I don't think we should pretend. I think there's a valid argument to say that we should societally push for attractiveness to not be an issue. I just think it's like a psychological factor that we can like I still think we should probably do that as a society. I don't know how much of a difference that would actually make, although I think it would be the best mental health for like most people. But if we're going to do the route of caring about how you look is fine, wanting to look attractive is fine, makeup is fine, heel is fine, like self-advancement. But then I don't know about this plastic surgery thing.
There's
And
only
I'm
one
like,
type of eel.
it's
that's
about
just
money.
an extension of it.
I don't care about anything else. It's only because it's super expensive. This is the
So if
only
it was
reason
free, you wouldn't care.
If it were free and low risk health wise, I wouldn't care at all. At all. Because if you're talking about Botox, there's almost no risk and it's relatively affordable. That's why it's in a different category from what we're actually talking about. Like I don't care if people like get boob implants or whatever, or breast implants. Like again, it really just comes down to like cost and risk. And if those things were like a lot less expensive, so it was a lot less like classist.
There's only
Wait, but
one
then
type
you
of
broaden
eel.
it. So if it
Okay.
was cheap, but the risk factor remains,
No,
where do you stand?
If it's safe and if it's affordable, then I have no
No,
problem. And I guess
I can't
even if
make it
it's
safe
still
for you.
risky- If it's still risky, I mean, like, do you? I guess there's problems. There's always gonna be some amount of risk, but it depends how risky it is. But like, either way, like, it really just comes down to money for me personally. But whatever.
I don't know. I really struggle with that argument because like you can count the money some women are capable of spending on how they look. Like just think about laser treatment, makeup, lotions, like perfumes, all that shit. That shit mounts up. Let's not like even
Very
clothing.
expensive. Yeah.
Like even clothing. So I get that surgery is a one-time like investment that is big, and if you're the kind of person who's going to get 10 of them, then yeah, that's probably not the amount of money that I will ever spend on anything. But considering that I don't use makeup and never has for most of my life, I probably spend a lot less on makeup than a lot people here or other women, right? And that's, some women just can't afford that, you know, or they'll push the finances for it. So I don't see how the money argument really fits, because, like, you know, getting your hair done is fucking expensive.
Well, I guess maybe
Nonstop.
the better line to draw is when I brought this up, I was talking exclusively about aesthetic. Like when we exclusively on physical appearance, not partner selection. Because I would agree when it comes to partner selection, of course, I agree. Broadly, women seem to care a fair bit about the amount of money that men bring in. That seems to be a thing. Height, there seems to be like a 6-foot requirement for a lot of women, which is really arbitrary to me. It's super stupid. And so I'm mostly trying to draw the parallel, because my devil's advocate is what I was trying to say. Maybe we should tell women to get thicker skin. Who cares if people say that you're unattractive? Who cares if this model's more attractive than you? We tell short men to basically get over it because there's nothing they can do about it. Or unattractive men, we're like, well, take a shower, like clean up, lose weight. Like we're pretty ruthless with men by and large when it comes to aesthetic. Like maybe we should just be a little bit more ruthless with women and just be like, honestly, just toughen up. Who cares? And if you're insecure, get over it, basically.
That's why I know that you're being a devil's advocate about it, because I don't remember who it was, but I caught your stream, and you said you want to give women more responsibility, and you want to treat men nicer. You want to be kinder to men. And I heard you say that, and I was like, yes. We continue on this mindset. We're like, well, we tell boys to toughen up, so why can't we tell girls to toughen up? I'm like, we shouldn't tell boys that. That is shitty. That is not helpful. The standard shouldn't be everyone should fucking toughen up. Dudes have been put on so much by society, so much they have to just suck up and deal with, and like all this crap. And we shouldn't like try to treat women the same way. We should treat men better. Like it's really, I don't understand how people are like struggling on that concept. But to engage with your actual point, Gerd, it's not so much a toughen up for me. It's more, since it seems that most people are not very willing to go on let's dismantle what attractiveness means. And like we do want to hold aesthetics to, like, we are fine with aesthetics. We're not saying that it's bad to like want to wear makeup and want to put your best foot forward and all that crap. Yeah, I mean, nobody has ever been helped by saying toughen up. Like, not really. I don't think so. I don't feel like that's very solid.
I would say to an extent. I think there's a certain level of like maturity that requires, like, for example, I don't know if anyone has ever done a theater class, but damn, if you go into the arts, you gotta get some thick fucking skin, because they'll roast you. Like, they go in, but the point is that they're trying to make you better. And I think there's a certain level of tough love that actually can really benefit people. I would say, like, for my own experience with like body dysmorphia, towing on like eating disorder level. When it comes to like the weight stuff for me, toughen up doesn't fucking work because it's dysmorphic for me. Like if I like feel like I'm just fat, I'm kind of distressed for the rest of the day. Like it's super unhealthy, right? And I've gotten a lot better, but that's because of like endless hours of therapy and like dissecting for me like why I have this thing. But when it comes to just like feeling less attractive and insecure sometimes, to be honest, what's been helpful to me, not from other people, usually from other people it doesn't come across very well, but to some extent like telling myself, being like, just toughen up. Who gives a fuck if she's more attractive? Like it's fine. Like I'd be sitting here being like,
that's what you mean, then yeah.
Yeah, and so I think there, like, because I do think there's a bit of like coddling that's happened to our culture where we don't tell people like, hey, mild levels of stress are actually manageable and you can overcome it. And it is good to not care what people say about you, especially when they're people that you don't fucking respect, right? Like it doesn't matter what a person who you don't even care about or respect says about you. That's probably something that shouldn't bother you.
I definitely agree. Obviously, like I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I was more like, and that's why I asked Lana earlier, and I think maybe I spoke a bit over you after that and didn't let you answer. But like, if you see a girl that has great tits, and then you ask her if she had done, and if she tells you they're fake, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't alleviate now the insecurity that I have about my breasts. The same way that when you see a picture, even if it says that it was photoshopped, yes, you can rationalize it. But I think that like the psychological element of you see this, you see a woman, and your brain still internalizes that as like a valid thing. I think it's too powerful to just be able to overcome with like these types of rationalizations. So that's kind of like how I feel with some of the toughen up stuff. Like you can tell, I think telling a girl like, oh, like when guys say that they don't like it when I have my hair up because they think I look prettier with my hair down, and that really affects me. So I don't like if I'm on a VC with a guy, I don't pull my hair up, you know, because guys usually don't like that, you know. So when I do pull my hair up, a lot of the times it's like a conscious thing in my head where I'm like, you need to not care about this right now. Right now, you want to have your hair up because it's bothering you. And you might think that you'll look less pretty right now, and I can't fix that for you, but like we just need to do us right now, even if it means that we think we look less attractive in this moment, you know? And I think that's valid. I mean, if that's what you meant, Erudite, by tough love and tough skin, then I agree with you. Like, that's mega valid. I just don't think just like a societal narrative, people are very capable of using that with any nuance that is actually helpful.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the same people who tell you to like toughen up are the same like men who get like butt mad when you like basically like prove them how stupid one of their ideas was. Like they're the exact same men. And I don't even mean when I condescend to them, because I'm like very good faith when I engage in people. I've had men get butt mad at me just because I'm like, well, actually, like this is why you're incorrect, and then they just get like super pissy, right? Those are the same people that'd be like, just like grow up. And I think like the reality is like we're more willing to say that to men, like just grow up, like get over it. And we're less willing to say that to women. And I think as women, like I think for women to be treated fully respectfully as like an equal partner, there is a certain requirement for women to like move more into that space. And I'm not talking about children, okay? Like we can leave the teens behind and stuff. I'm not like going to be going to like a 13-year-old who's insecure and be like, grow up, like get over it, right? Like I'm not going to do that to children. But once you're hitting adult ages, I do think there's like a level of responsibility that women should carry of being like, I'm an adult with equal power here, and fuck what like maybe has been socialized into me. Like I'm gonna like engage here, and like I don't give a fuck what like random butt mad people say about me.
I think generally speaking that's valid, right? But I personally, I think that the issue with like socialization is that you can't just go, oh fuck whatever, I've been socialized, I'm gonna act completely different now that I have hit 18 and I'm an adult, so everything that I've grown up to be till now is like I can cancel that. And not that that's what you're saying, but a lot of people act like, oh, you're an adult now, you should be able to just cancel out all the negative things that you were taught for like most of your life. And that's just not how humans work, and seems very like reductive to me. But
yeah, it's one of those things where I say it's understandable, but it isn't excusable anymore because now you're an adult, right? And if you're saying that it is fully excusable, then you're basically saying I need to be infantilized a little bit, which I'm willing to do. But if you get infantilized a little bit, it also comes at certain costs, right? Benefits of being infantilized, people hold things less harshly against you. They give you a lot more grace than you're maybe deserved. Cons of being infantilized, people won't respect your opinion and stuff. I think this is an actual really big issue in the workplace that women have dealt with. And I've worked with a lot of my female coworkers on like, how do we navigate this of like, there's going to be a stereotype, especially if you're a more soft-spoken, really polite, nice woman, that you're going to be agreeable and you're going to get like walked over a little bit in the business setting. I've never really had to struggle with this because I'm a fucking disagreeable, loudmouth woman. Like that's just my fucking experience. And so I've never had to deal with like people walking over me in the workplace. And I'm very, very sympathetic to women who have struggle with it a lot more. And I usually always still say it is super understandable, but if you're wanting to be treated like as a full equal thing, then it doesn't get to be excusable. So I'll give you grace, but it also is something you have to take accountability for.
So I think I agree.
There's only one type of eel.
Anna, you wanted to say something? Lana.
I was just gonna say that like I was agreeing with what Erudite was saying also with like usually like saying like, oh, just toughen up or whatever doesn't usually work for things when it's like trauma related stuff or like mental illness related things. I think that usually probably just comes off as very dismissive and invalidating. Well, I guess it also for other issues, but yeah, I guess for more serious issues, I think it's probably like more so just doesn't really do much, probably. Yeah.
Lana?
I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like relate to a lot of like women's insecurities about looks. The first time that I've ever been like majorly insecure is like I guess now because I lost like a lot of weight because of COVID, and I like lost a whole cup size on my boobs. but I would say it's like a lot more related to work than anything. But like I never really like I do wear makeup. I mostly only wear it at work. I am wearing it now. And like I have worn makeup for fun. I wear it on dates, but I really don't like relate to a lot of women's insecurities because I was like a lesbian for a lot of my time in high school. So I just like didn't I just didn't put the same standards on myself. And I think like that honestly it's I'm very glad that I had an experience like as a lesbian to basically like not give a shit what men think at a critical time in my teenage years. And I honestly hope that a lot of other women get the opportunity to just decide that they don't care what men think. And I understand um that's not always like possible for people, but like honestly like it's really common for lesbians to just have like a very different experience. I'm not a lesbian anymore. um but like it's really common for them to not feel as like self-conscious, like for example like um gay men are a lot more likely to have like a lot of like eating disorders and like body dysmorphia and stuff compared with straight men because they don't have to deal with the standards that straight men put on them. And I just wonder if that has anything to do with it at all. Like specifically the way that straight men treat you. Or well, you know.
I Anna, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think I get what you're saying, Lana. I want to very quickly like address a point with Erudite because I feel like her and I come heads on this. When I try to say, oh, there's background. Never mind. When I try to say like, hey, there's socialization factors here. There's when you say it's completely understandable, it's not justifiable or not excusable. That language kind of baffles me because I think we can um explains the factors that led someone to be like an abusive partner, for an example. And like we understand the psychology behind it and that they might have been abused in the past and all that crap. Um, but obviously it's not excusable and not justifiable, right? But those are in cases, I would argue, when you're like harming another individual. And to like label not justifiable or not excusable when a woman in the workplace, for example, is more of a has a more timid nature. And it's not that she doesn't want to be able to have these privileges of like having a more disagreeable nature, for example. It's just that psychology is complicated and people have been socialized. And for some people, it's just temperament. Some people are just more timid, and that's okay too, right? So to say like that's not excusable or that not justifiable, that this person would still like to have like to rip the rewards that everybody else that seemed to be better equipped for this situation. I don't think that's like a bad thing that they're doing. I think we can say, look, as a society, we can't really accommodate for that. You're going to need to step up. But for me, to be like, if you want to succeed in a corporate environment, you can't be timid like this, because you will be, but you won't succeed in the way that you want to succeed. So you should just know that. That to me does not sound the same as like if you're in a corporate environment and you're timid and then you're upset that you're not doing as well. That's not excusable because you're not doing the work. Because I generally come from the perspective that people are doing the work. Maybe not the best work that they can, maybe not always the most amount of work that they can. But to label it as like justifiable or excusable implies that they're like doing something wrong when a lot of the times they're the only one being harmed by that interaction, right? I don't think that's infantilizing to recognize that. Like if you're going to say, oh, you're timid and you can't like ask for a raise, guess we'll just give one to you. That would probably be infantilizing. So but I don't think telling women, look, I get that this is like you're struggling to like assert yourself in this environment, but this isn't the environment that you chose, and these are just the rules of the game, and you need to step up. You know, we're on a panel right now. Prime told me, hey, you're gonna need to have a tough skin. People are going to be mean to you and stuff, and if you're going to be upset about it, this probably isn't the place for you. And I'm like, well, I will get probably really upset about it, but I guess that's just, I'm not going to tell everyone, don't be mean to me ever. I'm here, I'm playing by the rules, but I'm still allowed to, I guess, express that maybe my nature or who I am is not optimized for this. And I don't think that's like excusing me being hurt, for example, if someone is mean to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not about right. I think you're missing the first part of that statement, which is it's understandable, right? Usually, when I'm talking to people about this, particularly, it's very rare that I even like publicly talk about this because I think that there is demonstrably more harm done to women with the conversation around like. Why they're not succeeding in the workplace, because I still think that there's a lot of negative stereotypes about women, but I'm starting to lean against that because I want to figure out a way to empower women and not infantilize them anymore. And I am concerned that sometimes when we engage in this type of rhetoric with them and we don't with men with the exact same problem, that the reason we're not engaging with men on this is because A, we expect basically emotional like deadness from men, which is, as you said, unhealthy. But I think we also infantilize women a little bit. We kind of give them a more emotional grounds. And so saying, it's understandable, right? You can be hurt by all of this. The main thing is you can't weaponize your hurt, right? You can't be like, I'm hurt, so all of you now have to change. That's an issue that I'm going to have, where I'd be like, yeah, you're totally allowed to be hurt. Feelings are just feelings. You get to just have them. This isn't about moralizing, right? There isn't a bad person or a good person. It's not bad that you're hurt. It's not immoral that you're hurt. It's understandable. It's not excusable part comes from how do we move forward? If you want to stay, for example, in a public setting and you know that it really bothers you when like people say negative comments, right? How do you move forward so that you can continue to stay in the public space and not have your mental health completely eroded by being in it, right? Like that's the ideal situation.
And that would be my responsibility to handle because it's my mental health. And part of that responsibility would also mean that I can't go around saying Twitch needs to change. We need to be more accommodating. Although I do think there are valid critiques for that. And you see, that's kind of my point. It's kind of like some spaces are toxic in some ways, you know? So when we're just willing to accept like these like status quo type of things, yes, you need to engage in them at the end of the day, but also that doesn't mean you don't get to criticize them, and that if you do, that's somehow like weaponizing your lack of aptitude for that environment, I guess. I think it would really depend on what you mean by weaponizing. And another thing that I thought was interesting that you said, I personally, like, because you do this a lot, that you say, hey, we kind of treat men like with this really high standard, and then you say, and we infantilize women. And I think I do agree. Maybe I just haven't been exposed to the type of infantilization that like you have, and I'm lacking perspective on it. But I don't know if we infantilize women a lot. We probably do. So I agree with you on that. But I don't think how we treat men is good. And you don't either. But like the standard shouldn't be women should come up here. I get that you're saying women should come up a little bit here and we should treat men a little bit lower and try to equalize that, hopefully. And that is my goal too. I just believe that maybe because I do think it's harmful in some cases to have that type of rhetoric, because there are external factors. I really believe that addressing men's issues is going to do a lot for women, you know, and like a lot. So I think us being kinder to men and being more understanding and allowing them to have feelings and wear makeup and be okay with saying, no, I don't want to fucking have sex right now. Leave me the fuck alone. Or, hey, lady, you're making me kind of uncomfortable. And as we start making those things more of a thing, it will unlock a lot of women's issues as well, I believe. But maybe I just haven't been demonstrated like the level of infantilization you're talking about.
I just wanted to say Anna wanted to interject at one point and she kind of got cut off.
Oh,
sorry,
thank you, Lana. It's okay.
I didn't notice. Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. I figured. No, I was just gonna say that I guess to what Erudite was saying. That doesn't mean like. I guess it almost comes off a little bit like, almost like excusing like bullying. I guess I don't know. I could have gotten it completely wrong. I could have like misinterpreted your point, but I guess that's sort of how it came off, like excusing bullying. Or
no,
you mean like
Yeah, I mean, I don't excuse bullying. I have a pretty staunch, like, I think even you've seen, like, within my chat, I have a very firm stance on, like, we don't bully and harass people, especially needlessly, right? When you came into my chat, I told them, guys, fuck off, stop bullying Anna for literally no reason. She's just doing her thing, right? So I have a firm stance on anti-bullying, but I think that, like, there's a big difference between being bullied and somebody being like, hey, I don't respect you, or like, hey, your outfit looks like shit, or like, hey, your eyebrows, you kind of look like a chemo patient, right? Like, there's a big difference between that. Bullying to me is when it's systematic and repeated over and over with the pure intent of just doing fucking harm, right? There's no other goal. Whereas people just making those kind of comments, even if it's often where they're like, hey, you know, if your boss is like, hey, your aesthetic, like, it's not good. It doesn't look good. It's not professional. This needs to update, right? The issue is, like, you can absolutely be hurt and upset and insecure about that. Like, I might be too. That's totally valid. The issue is, like, when we start demanding that society changes as a result and we, like, aren't feeling good. So I'm definitely not okaying bullying in the workplace.
But so you're fine with that? You think if somebody tells you that you look like a chemo patient, or like your boss telling you they don't like your aesthetic and you need to level it up, you think that's something that we should accept?
Yeah. Within the workplace? Why? Absolutely. Because if your work has a certain standard of dress that they would like to enforce, that's within their contract to do so. And you can contractually say, fuck off, I'm not going to dress that way and not work there anymore. But yeah, absolutely, your boss can contractually technically require anything.
Like, if you're breaking, like, some pre-established, like,
dress code?
Dress code. Thank you. Then I get that, obviously. Like, if your workplace says don't come in with shorts and then you come in with shorts, it's obviously valid that your boss will come and tell you, hey, we don't do that here. You can't do that, you know? But a lot of workplaces don't. If that's what you meant, then I guess I don't disagree with you, but yeah, Lana?
Yeah, I feel like you listed a couple comments that I feel like you kind of conflated. Like, some of them I agree with and some of them I don't. Like, your boss should totally have the right to tell you, hey, you broke the dress code, or even just, like, tell you, like, hey, like, that's not professional or something like that. That totally makes sense. But, like, for example, like, telling someone they look like a chemo patient for any reason, like, should not be acceptable. Like, let me put it like this. I think it's totally acceptable to tell people that they aren't owed positive responses to their appearance, like, especially women. I think that's totally valid. Like,
can I just clarify something? I just want to make it clear. I don't think it's okay for your boss to tell you I have to draw on eyebrows, just to make that discernment. So I was making a couple of statements, some from your boss about dress code. If your boss says you look like a chemo patient, you have to draw on eyebrows, I'd be like, what the fuck? You can't require your staff to wear makeup. Like, that's ridiculous, right? What I'm saying is
in the dress code.
It almost never is, and usually there's huge pushback, and I'd be behind that pushback because I think makeup is dominantly, like we said, artificial, and therefore, like, you can't require people to do extra beyond, like, dressing a certain way and looking professional and, like, brushing their hair and brushing their teeth. Yeah, maybe, but, like, the chemo patient, just to be clear, I'm not saying it's fine for your boss to call you, like, ugly, but here's the thing, all of you laughed when I said it the first time about me looking like a chemo patient, and it's because I said it about myself, but the reality is, like, at some point, some random nerd said that to me, and I got a little sad, and then I realized they're kind of right, you know, and I should probably just, like, if I don't want to look that way, do eyebrows, and if I...
internalizing shitty behavior directed towards you, right? So I'm not saying, oh, we don't have to need to have, like, tough skin. People are going to be dicks to you. The same way that people are going to hurt you, maliciously or not. They're going to, sometimes, some people do get abused, maliciously or not. And sometimes people are just assholes. And nobody is, I guess, maybe the disconnect is that when I call someone out for being an asshole, what I care about is calling out that behavior because I think people should treat each other better. But when I call them out for being an asshole, I'm not saying that now I'm entitled to be treated a certain way. I think people generally should treat each other with kindness. That's just my general thing. I don't think normalizing people trash talking each other's looks is, like, a reasonable thing. I don't care if it's not bullying. I think it's a shitty thing to do. Like, I roast my friends all the time, and sometimes I go, like, fuck, I really got into this mindset, and I don't like that I'm now, like, doing this to you. You're my friend, and I have to pull back from that. You know, because that's not behavior that I want to engage.
So I think we need to disentangle what I'm saying a little bit, because it seems like you guys are being like, well, what are you saying? Just be mean? And I'm like, no, I'm not saying be mean. I'm not even saying be mean is the best practice. It's obviously, like, broadly, like, either like neutral to bad, right? I think everyone would agree. Because sometimes you can be mean to like really, really shitty people, for example, like get them out of your space, and we'd be okay with that, right? What I'm talking about is actually the effect that it has on the individual. I think in general, we should be like encouraging people to be less affected by those one-off mean comments, particularly when it comes from people that they don't respect, right? If my husband says a really mean comment to me, that's going to mean a lot more to me than if like a random like person on the street like leans out and they're like, you look like an ugly bitch. Like, I'm just gonna be like, okay, fuck you too. Like, I don't give a shit, right? I'm not gonna be hurt by that. And I want to encourage people to move more towards that because I think that'll be better, right?
Do you think that's a prevalent problem? Do you think that's like a major issue that you want to push back on?
Yeah, I think women by and large do need to like improve in this area. I think we've like been probably socialized to some extent to care a lot about what our peers say to an extreme extent, and I think it's really unhealthy. And it seems like men care about this a fair bit less. And overall, I think it's been better for them. And I think like women, to be honest, I'm not blaming women being like, you're all bad because you care and it's your personal fault. Like, I recognize what the socialization system does.
Yeah,
I think,
ain't shit.
Huh?
Men ain't shit. Like, who fucking cares what they think, basically?
Well, that's not what I'm saying either, but
well, I mean, like, the point is like women care too much, like, particularly about men's opinion of them.
Or women. I think women care about other women's opinion about them just as much. Like, a lot of times why we wear makeup, yeah, it's for men, but sometimes we wear makeup to go out just with our girlfriends in a girl-only space because we just want to be the most attractive bitch in the room. And that's it. Like, that's also a thing that happens.
I agree. And that's not necessarily a problem, I don't think. That's I get what you're saying, Erudite. I don't think you're saying that, like, what are you,
Are you confused potentially in what I'm saying? Because I possibly am not communicating myself well, and I'm totally going to yield that I'm not.
You're not confused. I think I just, with a lot of the things you're saying, I'm less, those issues that you're trying to tackle and like handle are not in my forefront. So it always comes of like left field of me, and I use my own like lens that I usually work with to analyze what you're saying. I think telling women, hey, if somebody gives you a shitty comment and then you're upset about it, you ask yourself, do I care about this person? Do I respect their opinion? What does this mean to me? Do I need to be upset about this right now? Do I need to be like obsessed about how my eyebrows look right now because this rando person I don't give a fuck was mean to me?
Yeah.
And
haters ain't shit. Haters ain't shit. That's all I'm saying. Haters ain't shit.
Yeah.
And if you want to be mean, you can be mean. I actually am fine. People can be mean. Just know that you look like a dick, basically, when you're mean. And there's social repercussions that come with that. And also, don't bully and harass people. Because being mean and bullying, in my mind, and like, I kind of lump bullying and harassing together, right? Haters ain't shit. And I want to teach women that more because I feel like we're not telling them that enough. We're telling them so much about, like, in school, I learned the reason why you hate your body is because media's told you to hate your body. And I bought into that. But what if they just said, who gives a fuck what media says about your body? Fuck them. They don't know you. You know, haters ain't shit.
And I don't think that would have fixed it. I think it would have helped.
Who knows though? Like, we just don't know. Like, prescriptively, it might not be true, but for me, it's been really helpful. And most of the women in my life, it's been really helpful to get like, oh, here are the opinions who matter, and here are those who don't. And I actually can just disregard those who don't. They just don't matter.
That's valid, like, solid individual advice. I just think when, do you want to say more, Anna?
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, like, that's very much like an empowering approach, kind of what Erudite's talking about, which I do appreciate that, yeah.
It's telling women that they have the autonomy to decide what fucking affects them, which they should, and they can, by and large. Of course, there's an extent, right? If somebody's fucking, like, assaulting you, we're not talking about, like, abusive situations, but by and large, women have more autonomy to say what they are and are not going to care about than I think we give them, and I actually think it's infantilization from a post-patriarchal society. I think it's something we inherit that's really unhealthy for women.
I get that. It's just, I agree with you. I think it's solid individual advice. I think it's helpful. I think it's healthy, and that's great. Like, when somebody tells me the reason why you hate your body is because media basically constantly messages you that you're not good enough, that just sounds like academical analysis of, like, patriarchy or capitalism or whatever. And then to take, like, any academic analysis or a way to view the world, like, systematically, obviously, it's not meant to teach people learned unhelplessness. It's not supposed to be like, oh, I'm being oppressed, guess I'm gonna sit here and whine about it and do nothing about it. And so I think that's valid advice. It's just like, I also like, you said mean people are going to get consequences for it. Let's talk about Twitch. Mean people don't get consequences for being mean. They get views, they get people watching them, they get followings, it's part of the deal here. It's what the entertainment is. If I'm gonna break down on stream and start crying,
especially if you're a man, because men get rewarded for that.
If I'm gonna break down on stream and starts crying, like if I have a stream with someone and I say, oh, this really hurts my feelings when you say this, and they say, well, you're weaponizing your emotions to try to get away from the argument, and it's like,
and say fuck them. They're a piece of shit for being an asshole. And like, yes, I agree. On social media, there's some really toxic shit. It bleeds, it leads, right? But I'm not trying to give people advice about how to be social media figures and stuff like that. I'm trying to empower women in daily interpersonal interactions, how to not get fucking bogged down by the realities of the world that we live in. And I think it is empowering to tell women, haters ain't shit. They don't mean nothing. Of course there's systemic problems. Of course there are. And we can talk about those too. But if you want to start feeling better, we're not going to fix it by tearing down systems. We're going to fix it by empowering the individual first. And then after you're empowered, go fucking wild and tear down whatever system you want. That's fine. But I want people to feel better today and then also solve problems tomorrow.
Okay, so I disagree with that last point. I don't think it's how that works, but I don't want to argue about that. I actually want to redirect the question that you asked me like a solid hour ago. If this is individualized advice to women, like about how to be empowered, and you recognize that you're in a panel that services mostly men sitting in the audience listening to women bicker about how women should talk to other women, then like, how do you, so the advice you're giving right now, I think it's solid advice for empowerment for women, but you are the one who brought up that you are very aware that like the audience is predominantly male. Mm-hmm. So what they're hearing is women should step up more. Like I might be mean and that's like not okay, but like they should just have thicker skin. And if I don't think that, I'm infantilizing them. I want to treat women equally. I will not infantilize you. Shit. I will be an asshole to you and you just gotta deal with it. Be an equal woman, bitch. It's like,
sure, I can do the caveats that we need for the male audience. Hey, male audience, don't be bad to people. Don't bully and harass women. Don't go after women and tell them that they're unattractive. Come on. This is actually a pretty disingenuous representation of anything that I'm saying, because Are you
serious?
Yeah, I would say it is a little bit bad faith.
I do want to say that earlier in the conversation, you were very.
Don't tell me what to do. Don't you understand that this is a patriarchy?
Get out of here. Sorry, that's my husband.
Yeah, Lana?
I don't want to say what I had to say.
It's fine. Are you sure, though?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Aaron, I'm sorry if you feel it's bad faith. I don't think that it is. Like, I'm not coming after you. I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong. I'm like, you're the one who pointed out like the demographic or the audience, and I'm trying to genuinely engage with what I think the demographic are getting out of this conversation, right? Mm-hmm. And what they're getting out of it is that some of us are being a bit more difficult than others or whatever, but like, this isn't, I wanted it to be like a panel about like giving advice to women and like giving women more agency, for example, in sexual interactions. And you pointed out, look, most people watching this shit aren't women. So like the advice you're giving, it needs to be tailored to like what you're doing in terms of education. So I'm asking you in terms of the education that you're not saying, that you're now doing, I'm like, how does that, these people are hearing is that women need to step up more, which is valid advice on an individual level, but that can't be like the dismissal to like not asking people to not be dicks. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm misrepresenting you. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the reality is like by and large, it seems that my community understands to engage with people in good faith. I'm pretty strict on it. I call people out in my Discord and in my chat very quickly if they engage in bad faith because it's not something I'm willing to do. And I'm very firm on bullying and harassment. Very, very firm on it. Okay. My chat by and large understands how to have nuance. They understand that I'm not saying that they can now go around and start bullying women, right? I think that that's actually pretty self-evident in my claims. To be honest, mostly what I'm seeing in my chat is people being like, finally fucking is just women, or people are just saying women, you can just step up. You can just be a little bit tougher. It's not about saying women accept being bullied and all these things. It's about saying women, you are equal in this race now, which means that haters ain't shit. You can do whatever you want. You are empowered to have your opinions. You actually are.
Yes, and again, I'm like, sure, I don't know who ever claimed otherwise, and also I would contest that you're equal in like a systemic evaluation of like the world. But again, we're talking about individual advice, so I agree with you. Obviously, you want to increase like feeling agency and stuff, but also, yeah, maybe your chat is fine. I don't think Prime's chat is necessarily like incapable of understanding nuance, although maybe some of my nuance, I don't know. But I'm not just talking about your chat, right? There's like at least 2, maybe 3 chats going on right now, but I don't know what to tell you. I keep saying that I agree with your advice, but I also think that it does come like as an isolated advice, it's great, but there is a greater context.
Yeah, I understand. You're worried about the social implications, which I think is a valid thing to raise. And what I'm saying is I don't see any evidence that there's going to be particularly negative social consequence. If I'm wrong, I'm willing to bite that bullet and I will actively dismantle it. But I actually think women need to be hearing this of saying, it's not about saying you're a stupid little woman and don't have your feelings. It's about saying your feelings, they're super valid. And guess what? You're the arbiter of control over it. You can do something about it. And what that looks like is multifaceted. I'm not going to just tell people to just like put themselves on social media and say, don't give a fuck when people are super mean to you. Of course you're going to care. And how do you negotiate your way through that? How do you have compassion for yourself, but also have like accountability saying, I want to grow past this. And if you're like, hey, social media is not a space for me, it's too toxic. Because let's be honest, Twitter's fucking toxic, right? And that's fair. And I'd love to see Twitter change. I had a whole conversation, I think, with Cherry about being like kind of on the opposite side of like, how do we make, like my whole conversation with Cherry is very different. And I know she's in chat as well, but like, my whole conversation was like, how do we make social media nicer? Because it's so fucking mean, right? So I'm all for these social reforms, but what I want to do is empower the individual woman, and I don't think infantilizing women is going to do that. And I think it's like this old patriarchal thing that we hold on to that we don't realize how damaging it is. The reason why we all nodded when we said doctors can kind of suck for women is because we've all had a doctor when we have like actual gut pain be like, well, have you thought about anxiety? And we're all just like, holy fuck, I know I'm a woman, but it's not fucking anxiety. I have like actual problems going on, right? We all get that. And the reason the doctor does that is he is infantilizing a woman. There are so many issues women come across because we're infantilized, but there are certain benefits that it also gleans women societally. And I think women should by and large toss off those benefits for the benefits of being not infantilized, which also comes with certain repercussions of, yeah, you do have to grow a bit of a thicker skin.
Okay, so can I use the example I just gave with the doctor? So we agree that the doctor is infantilizing the woman.
Yep.
I'm failing to see like the benefits that she's ripping from that interaction. Because if it was you in that interaction, you're saying, it's not fucking anxiety, dude. Actually do your fucking work, right? So I failed to...
So there's cons. So I'm not saying she's benefiting from in that situation. I'm saying societally, there are major, major repercussions for infantilizing individuals, as we've discussed, but there are certain benefits that come with it. It's why with children, we give them way less responsibility for their actions. It's why the juvenile system treats juvenile offenders differently, because we infantilize them a little bit. We say they are less accountable for their actions. There is trade-offs. So in the doctor situation, that is only a negative for women being infantilized. In the workplace situation, there are broadly only negatives for women being infantilized. But in situations, for example, where a woman maybe like goes off and like kind of emotionally like vomits all over another person without any regard for how they feel, which in fairness, men do this too. But let's just talk about women specifically. A lot of times we'll dismiss this to being like, well, she's just a woman. She's having a lot of feelings. It's super fucking infantilizing. It's stupid. Infantilizing, but
Who
then
does that?
a lot of people, and then the woman actually
They're
like
stupid.
gets no social gets no like social repercussion for it. People being like, hey, that wasn't super appropriate, like maybe you should like temper
No,
your
fucking
words.
isn't.
It isn't,
Yeah.
right? But that's a benefit of infantilization that women sometimes glean, and I do see it a lot.
Okay, then I respect that. I just feel like, yeah, I think we circled this enough, I believe. But yeah.
Can I say something?
No. Come on, assert your push.
You're the moderator. You're the moderator with the authority.
I'm abusing my power now. Okay, yes, Anna, of course you can say something.
So, Erudite, you're not saying that people should tell an abuse victim to get thicker skin?
No.
You don't think that would be appropriate, right?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Oof, that would be cringe. Yeah, I don't think she's saying that. Prime? Are you
Okay.
there?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. Okay. Thank you, all of you. Haha, my face again.
You've been here all along?
Yeah. I was
Watching One Piece while we all yell at each other.
I was never too far away. I was always in your hearts.
No.
Let's. Hey y'all, to my audience. We're gonna continue on. The content does not end. I'm gonna give an outro to all these lovely ladies, but we will continue on. The content does not end. If you want to talk about the stuff that we talked about here, I think that'll be a lot of fun. So stick around. We'll have an open walk on panel. I suppose like you sitting at home may join in, right? So stick around if you want to be a part of that. Or not, and you just want to watch people yell at each other. That works too. Okay. So hit that follow button. If you've been enjoying this so far, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. I do this 6 nights a week. Lots of content for you, right? Don't want you to miss out on that. Exclamation point social in my chat. For my social media, we got a Twitter where we do the tweets. We got a Discord where we do everything, including the open walk on panel, which is going to happen right after this. Be a part of that, right? And just be part of the community in general. We'd love to have you. YouTube is where you'll find the VODs. If you missed any of this, and this is really good, right? If you missed any of this, it'll be on YouTube, right? Like, comment, subscribe, and consider becoming a YouTube member. Hitting that join button, supporting the channel that way. If you enjoy having these YouTube videos coming out daily, help us out. Help us maintain that channel by becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Okay, time for outros. But remember, stick around. Time for outros. I'm going to start with Lana. Lana, thank you for coming through, for being here, for jumping in. I heard a lot more from you, and I was really excited. I was really excited to hear what you had to say. Thank you, Lana.
Thanks for having me. It was really fun.
Yeah. It was really nice. And we'd love to have you back in the future. This is your second time, and it's like you keep getting better. So thank you for that. Right? Thanks so much. Okay. And next we have Anna. Anna, we haven't had you here for so long.
I know. Wonder why that was.
For unknown reasons. I couldn't tell you why.
No, mystery.
Anna, thank you for coming through. It was nice to see you again. Nice to, I didn't really get to interact with you, but still, nice to have you around.
It's nice to be back.
Yeah. And so definitely, Anna, you're welcome in this community, right? Unless another embargo maybe happened. I don't know. That came out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from. But anyway,
Embargo.
Anna, yeah, thanks so much. Oh, Lana, do you have some place you want people to find you at, like social media or something?
Nope.
Okay, great.
Nope.
All right. No, it's for the best. It's for the best.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't need y'all people in my Twitter. Let's be honest.
Anna, I'm sure you won't follow her advice, and you have places where people can follow and annoy you. So where might that be?
Okay.
Anna?
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Twitch.tv/Anavoir. Yeah, and I stream like games and psychology streams. Yeah.
Great. All right. Next, we have not so erudite. Erudite, you're amazing. You're great. I love having you around. Erudite, I'm a believer now. Right? I understand.
I'm gonna turn you from your communist ways. I'm gonna turn you to a dirty, dirty liberal one of these days.
Oh, fucking never. I understand why you have an exploding audience because you're great. Right. You keep proving that. So thanks for coming on and sharing your greatness with us. Right, sharing your greatness with my audience. Thank you, thank you. This was really interesting back and forth. Um, so yeah, I would love to have you again on this, right? We didn't have you on the last Lily, but clearly we definitely need more erudite in our lives, right? Any excuse to have erudite on is one I will take. So erudite, tell the what about yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if I have much more to say than that, Prime. I mean, it's more glowing than I think I would ever say about myself. But yeah, you can find me at Not So Erudite on basically every social media platform, YouTube, all sorts of things. If you're catching the just of tail end and you heard about the absolute spice of this stream, then you can check it out on YouTube later. Yeah, I just thank you guys. And thank you, Katie, for hosting this, because I know that you had kind of the tricky space of both trying to host and coordinate and moderate, but also trying to weigh in. So,
and I apologize for abusing my power. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do, right? Katie.
Whoa.
Katie. Katie. No, Katie, you are absolutely amazing. Guys and gals, right? And the audience, right? This wouldn't have happened without Katie. Katie has pushed me.
I did not consent to this.
She harassed me into doing this, and for good reason, right? And because I had such confidence in her, I'm like, you know what? You take the moderation. By that I mean like she asked me to do moderation.
You did not.
No, you asked to do the moderation. That's what.
Nah, dude. What? Whatever.
We'll link the bots. We'll link the DMs, okay? We'll link the DMs later, okay?
Okay.
Anyway, but Katie is the one who pushed to make this happen, and I think it wouldn't have been as good if I was here. I think Katie crushed it. I actually mean that. I think Katie crushed it. So I'm so happy that we have you in our community, Katie, and that you're such a good friend. So thanks so much, Katie.
Can you make me small now?
Okay, all right. Well, that's your payment. Okay.
This is women asking to be reduced in size. Okay, I want to call this out. Okay.
But Katie, do you have any place you want people to find you? Anything at all? Maybe.
I have my Twitch, but I haven't streamed yet, so I don't know how that would help them.
Okay.
But so.
All right. Well, whatever. She's working on it. One day, hopefully, I can bully her into making that happen. All right. So we are going to continue on to Open Walk On panel. All right. That'll happen right after this. Anyone here is welcome to join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for putting your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty.
Oh.
Just me and you.
Fucking veiled. Oh, no. Yes, no? Okay. You just left this thing.
I'm
still on Discord.
Yeah, I'm still streaming, and I'm going to pop up to the other Discord. So if you guys are wanting to chat, I'm just giving the full consent that I'm still streaming. I'm still streaming, guys.
Hey, Pyro.
Hey, Erudite.
Hey, guys, I'm still streaming, so make sure you know that I'm still streaming, all right?
Oh, I'm about to say the N-word with the hard R.
Well, then I'll fucking ban you from Prime's thing, because I actually own this Discord now.
You know what?
Right? Yeah. All right, guys. What are your thoughts? Let's go. You're on stream, by the way. Did I say you're on stream? I'm giving you the heads up that you're on stream.
You were preaching the gospel. You were preaching the good news. There is only one answer to these things. We cannot control what other people do, as much as we try. The only thing we can control is how we respond to it. And there are skills, because it is a skill, to learn how to deal with people who are being cruel and unkind to you. And that for men and women, because when I was growing up, I suffered from crippling self-doubt, from crippling self-esteem issues. It was a problem, and I had to learn how to be able to just not care what people think.
Yes. You would like something to eat. What would you like to eat?
Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Hello, chat.
Sorry, guys. I'll mute in the Discord so you guys don't have to listen to me 1 second. What do I want to
But yeah.
eat?
How was the girls' club? The
I just woke up.
The annual
I caught live
matriarch.
very
so hot.
The annual matriarchy meeting. How was that?
That Nick
think
does
I
have
get
amazing
what you were
hair
saying, Wick.
today.
I joined at the end of yours as well, but
It's
I feel like
hot.
the way a lot of women are.
I want food, but I don't know
Men,
what
because I
Apparently,
feel like
your
that's
chat
like setting a
heard me
standard that like
purring.
men don't get
I
paid
went-
as
I
well.
went-
But like
or
anyone
some
who's
shit like
getting
that. Somehow they heard me from the fucking
every comment thrown at them,
from
whether
the
it be about
living
your
room.
body, your
to being on the Jesse Lee
weight,
Pearson show.
what you're eating,
Fuck
what you're doing with
yeah!
your makeup,
And there's gonna be like, do you
hair,
love black
what you're
people? And
presenting
I'm gonna be
yourself
like,
as.
yeah, of course I
Like,
love black people.
The way
And they'd
you
be like,
take
beta.
that is like
And I'm gonna be like, yeah, of course I'm a
how
beta.
you're
Beta male.
presenting yourself more.
Beta
I feel
female.
Like
You
yes,
do
your
have
emotions
longer
are
hair than
valid.
me.
Yes, you can be upset about those
Yeah.
things.
Okay,
But
I
I was
do want
bullied
food.
my
I don't know what I
entire
want.
life
Could you
because I have
actually heat up
scars
the
on my
chicken that I
face.
have with
And when I
rice
was
and
younger,
put some
I
Do you want steak?
took it and I
I have
cried
a
and
steak
I was
left.
sad and
I
I was
don't wanna eat it.
emotional.
I
Which
don't
is
want it.
experiencing
Can
your
you do that,
emotions.
though?
But as I
The
got
chicken?
older,
Yeah.
it's like fuck
Which
those
rice?
bitches. Like I'm a badass bitch and I look
Is
hot
the
as fuck
rice
with them or
already
without
in there?
them. They make me who I
It's
am.
rice and
And so like once
And
you can
log on
take those
chat.
like comments
Yeah,
that
you
are
can
like
log on chat.
supposed to make you feel like shit and turn them around on the other person, be like, I
Mogged.
don't give a fuck what you're saying to me.
Mogged.
Like that is one thing. And then
Mogged.
also like don't continue to put
Mogged.
yourself in those situations.
I don't
If
know
somebody's
had that
harassing
person
you
that sounds
or
good.
somebody is
Mogged.
bullying you, don't keep
All right,
putting
bye,
yourself in
chat.
those situations. If you're a Twitch
It's a
streamer and you're
based
in a
chick
call with somebody and
chatting,
somebody's
and I'm not
harassing you, leave
engaging.
the
But I
call,
think
kick
she's
the
talking to
person
me,
from the
which is
call.
very rude of
If
me.
you're
But
somebody
I'm
in your
distracted
chat,
by Nick's
ban
abs.
them. Like there's no
And
point
remember,
sitting there and
everyone,
getting continually
invade female
harassed by
spaces.
somebody
Stop
just for
the
the content.
fucking
Like if it's making you feel like shit,
Don't
tell
do
them.
that.
Like I don't
Whatever
give a
Nick's
fuck what you're
advice
saying.
is, do
Goodbye.
the
I
opposite
live
of
by
it.
if you don't fuck feed or finance
If he
me,
says
you can
work
get the
out,
fuck out. Like,
fucking
I don't
order
care.
pizza.
Like
If Nick
anything you're
says
saying
grow a
goes right
beard,
over my head.
shave it.
Like,
Scalp
And
yourself
no,
so
that
you
you're
never
exactly
grow
right. You're
hair.
exactly right.
All right, I'm gonna
Too
engage
often
with
we
these people
cede
now
our
because I feel bad
power
that I'm
to other people.
talking
And we
past them and
cede
ignoring them, which is
our,
very rude of me. It's very
ability
like
to make choices and
spoiled
decisions to other
apple
people. We
streamer
should not do
energy
that. And
to
this is
just
a
be like
skill. Like, I
having
didn't-
people talking in the
I wasn't
background while I'm
born
just like,
being able to do this.
myself.
No, it takes time.
Yeah,
Me.
you have to
And it
learn.
takes
No scalping,
experience.
please.
Like
Yeah, that's fair. That's
I was
all.
on a debate the one day talking about how
Kind
like,
of plastic
school and
surgery I can't
public
get behind.
schooling,
All right.
like, is like a good thing. Like it
I'm
being
gonna do
homeschooled
something.
or online schooling like takes
go
away
full
from
screen
part of
on
the
this.
experience. And I said one of the experiences actually is
And I'm gonna
bullying
turn on
and
my
dealing with
cam.
people who like dislike you for
Invade
something.
all
Because
female
if
spaces.
you're at home and nobody's able to tell you these things, you're never experiencing them and you're
The
never learning
fuck?
how to cope with
Just
these
to be
things, which is a
clear,
bigger issue.
this
You
is a
should be able
meme,
to
and I
handle
do not
this.
support this idea.
If
Yeah,
you're
but-
talking to us, Urdu, you're I think I
No,
probably
sorry,
butchered that.
guys.
You're muted.
All
if
right,
you're
I'm
talking to
gonna
us.
stop. I'm gonna
If you're
unmute
talking
myself.
to chat, you're good.
Yeah, sorry, I was talking to chat while so my husband was getting a food order from me, and I didn't want you to be at the mercy of that.
Why you didn't
No, I
want
just
us to
wanna
know
make
what
sure
you
it's-
were gonna eat?
I'm eating chicken, rice, broccoli, and onions. If you really need to get into my personal food etiquette.
I'm going to judge you.
'Cause
Broccoli and chicken? How?
Yeah.
No, I'm fucking
Yeah,
with
but
you.
I
Yeah,
feel like
Wick,
this
it's
take
something that
is
you
like,
learn.
but I feel like this is kind of like going down the road of like how we raise men now. They're like, okay, if this thing is hurting you or this thing makes you feel bad, well, just be a man, toughen up, and get rid of that emotion.
I'm not saying it for either gender. I'm saying for both in a whole that we need like you need to grow from these experiences when they happen younger, and it makes you a better person as you get older and you learn to deal with them, whether that be like letting your emotions out in private or in front of them. And then also like how you deal with it after the fact. Are you going to continue to be around that person, or you can continue to put yourself in that same situation? Obviously in school it's a little hard to like get out of that situation, or in the workplace, but there's situations that you can remove yourself to not be stuck getting harassed by people and telling you how terrible of a person you are, how ugly you are, like stuff like that. That's something you can remove yourself. And then also you can literally just say, I don't give a fuck. Like I've gotten to a point somebody can call me ugly. All right, fuck you. I think I'm badass bitch. I think I'm hot as fuck. So that's a you problem, not a me problem. And it's something that happens as you get older. And I understand there's a lot of like mental health things that occur that makes people not be okay with accepting themselves. But as you work through that, you get to a point where you're like, I don't care.
It's a difference. Like, I understand your concern here, Mint Lemonade, but I would argue that it's not the same thing. I'm not asking anyone to accept abuse, no, but we have to know that abuse is going to come our way, no matter what we do. We can never fully stop it. Being that is the case, we have to have coping mechanisms in order to deal with it. Or every time you are challenged or someone says something cruel, you're going to break down and be unable to function, and that's just unacceptable. Why would you ever put yourself in such a position?
Wait,
Why?
so is this going to end up into a giant circle jerk where we're all just like, yeah,
Why?
we agree. Yeah, we agree.
I don't know.
I guess there's
But I
a
was
lot of
excited.
systems in
I
here.
liked your take. I joined at the end, so I don't know. I don't know exactly all of what was happening. But I know you were saying the woman empowering, like just end it. Like stop putting yourself in that situation, and then like also like, well, you didn't say stop putting yourself in the situation, but tell them like fuck off, basically. Like I don't care, and like that's how it should be. We shouldn't have to keep putting ourselves in the situation, and allowing people to tear us down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's tricky because I like want to make a lot of space for the legitimate like suffering that a lot of women have experienced at the hand of like being kind of socialized into being a certain way, and particularly people pleasy, while also saying like the reason why this is a problem is because you've been socialized into acting this way, and it's actually more empowering to say we're not going to act this way. But to do that, we also have to say that we need to stop acting this way. We don't get like some of the benefits that come with it. Which I get is an unpalatable thing to say, but I like the reason why I'm saying is I think it's important, and I think there's a lot of men that are super, super black-pilled precisely because of these issues, is because no one's willing to just acknowledge like some like basic fundamental realities of like, yeah, if men and women are to be equal, we actually have to undo all forms of like these old gendered systems, not just the ones that annoy
I'm
us.
so glad I shut up because I was gonna point that out earlier. But I'm like, yo, I didn't watch the panel. I don't have the information. Someone's probably gonna cover that. Thank you so much, because I was like, that's the thing.
Well, for
That's
me,
the
it's not
thing.
even a gendered issue, though. I don't think this is a gender issue. I think this is just an issue with people, because this happens to everyone. To act like it doesn't happen to men, that men aren't self-conscious, that men don't have these same struggles. We may struggle differently. There may be different aspects to it. But these skills at work, they work for everyone. Regardless if you're a man or a woman, it's going to work for you.
I would say
think,
like my biggest
I've
problem
never been
is-
self-conscious.
my thing is like I can agree with you that like yeah these tips and tricks will work for everyone. For me, and this is just like going off of personal experience, it's a lot harder to try and learn those tips and tricks and to get information and input as a dude. When I go through emotional shit and I'm in my feelings, usually it's my female friends who are just sat there looking at me like, what? Like they understand I'm sad, but they don't understand that like I emote in a certain way, or like I just want to be a fucking lone for a few hours while I'm upset. My dude friends, they understand that shit perfectly. Like, bro, you need to be alone. I got you. My female friends, they'll get upset with it, and like
I
I
think
don't
there's
know how to
also-
understand that. To
I think it
explain that.
also happens on like the men's side too. I feel like a lot of men, like I feel like there's a large group of men who are coming to the point that like emotions are a good thing. We can have emotions, but I still believe that there is also a large group of men as well who are like, no, tough it up. You don't cry. Like men don't cry. And I think they also have the same aspect of like you said, some of your women friends are like telling you like, what the fuck? Like, why are you emotional? Like sitting there like, why do you want to be alone? But like I feel like it happens on both sides, both women and men, because some of us just believe that we shouldn't cry in general, or that men shouldn't cry. And it's a hard part, and that's another thing that we have to break through on like the level of like equalness, like Erudite was talking about. Like we all should be able to do these things. We should all be able to express our emotions. We should all be able to tell people fuck off, I don't want to hear what you have to say. We should all be able to say like your comment on me doesn't mean anything to me. Like we should all be able to see that.
But I feel we get stuck. Oh, go on, Professor.
Oh, well, are you sure?
No, okay, actually.
I'm kind of
but...
in here. Yeah.
Professor Meat, how are you going to handle the fact that I have more plumage that is more full and voluminous than you, huh?
You're just you're a plume trader.
You're going to feel a little intimidated, aren't you? I got the glasses. Stealing your aesthetic, man.
Damn, you do. I didn't even realize.
I put them on just for you.
I was already intimidated.
Haven't been wearing them all night. Just put them on for you, baby.
All right, well,
all you're missing is the pitch black interrogation room.
True, I do need a like interrogation room where it looks like
you need the interrogation room. You need the light
with some torture tools beside me. Yeah.
You need that light right above you that makes it. Yeah, like it makes it look like someone's like shining a light down you. Where were you on July 5th?
That's why I go on here, you know. But I wouldn't advise. There's not really enough room for another person in here, but no. I wanna. Because I'm intimidated. I want to talk about what I was about to say. Or hand it back to it because now I can't remember what I was about to say.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
But I think that we get so caught up in whether we should advise us what the discussion focus should be, whether it should be the individual or the collective, whether we should change the atmosphere, whether we should change society, or whether we should just learn to deal with it, that we fail to actually give real-world advice. We are always discussing what we should discuss instead of actually giving advice or actually talking about the problem. Does that make sense?
About how to be
I feel
like
like
secure
there's
in
a-
yourself? Is that
Yes,
the element
yes.
of this that we're talking about? Okay.
Yes, yes.
I feel like there's this fundamental framing that seems. I don't know if this is helpful towards the solution, but I feel like a big problem in these conversations is there seems to be this instinct to like want to frame allocate blame. Like there's a pile of blame of a certain amount that needs to be allocated, and it doesn't seem to me like while blame is a useful tool on the basis of an individual, maybe it doesn't seem to be useful for like systemic problems, because it just doesn't seem to me to be very accurate that this seems to me to be men and women both suffering from a cyclical problem that emerges from everyone's behavior. And it seems to me that both men and women suffer for it in the long run in different ways, maybe in different proportions, sure, but like I feel like it's just a framing issue from the onset, and I feel like a lot of the problems seem to be like, in that
place
panel.
Blame on somebody.
Yeah, and in that panel, you could see like, listen, I'm obviously biased because Erudite is my #1 Twitch brain ranking, all right, but you could see in that panel, she was basically like, yeah, I'm saying all of these base ass things that you agree with, is perfectly logical, consistent, you literally agree with me on everything, but you're basically telling me that like everyone just didn't want to agree with her, and it's because they felt bad about agreeing with her. Is what it is. I don't know. I'm not trying to like attack everyone for their takes.
Yes, you are.
But
Own it.
I am.
Own
Well,
it.
fuck the
full wick. You need to go full wick.
Full wick mode.
But here's the thing. I feel bad about having these conversations because at a certain point, I feel like I might be like attacking a victim on accident or something. I mean, I don't know people's histories, but like it feels like everyone is trying to prevent this one really, really specific kind of scenario that they're really scared of, and maybe I am just being too sensitive. I don't know, but it's not going to be useful in the long run, and it's because of that they're thinking of that individual scenario where blame is useful, and they want to apply it to the group, and they feel like, but the problem is that we can't. I feel like the problem arises when we can't separate these two kinds of evaluation. We need to be able to separate the group and the individual.
Everyone goes from a past experience. And so it was a group of females, so majority is going to be a group of guys as like the people to put blame on. So then everyone wants to blame all the men in that situation. And Erudite's more of like, why don't we empower the women to just not give a fuck what the men say? And
Well,
like that was like shut down.
It's not even that. It's that, and I think you'll both agree with me. It's that Erudite is saying, why can't we do both? It's not about like why does every solution? Because the only reason it seems to be to ever have one solution at the exclusion of another always seems to come up to be, well, because then we're like blaming the wrong person, and it's like, no, we're blame happens at an individual level. Like we don't put people in prisons because we're trying to punish them. We don't create prisons because it's like the goal is to punish people. We create prisons because the goal is to reduce crime. Well, maybe that's why you do it, but that's not very good.
Is the punitive justice debate over? Is it settled? Done.
The evidence isn't great for it.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Morally.
Hey, I mean, I don't like it.
morally.
I don't like it, but
Well,
it seems like a lot of
ethically,
people are still
reasonably,
in.
practically.
I just don't think.
If you want to talk about right and wrong, like in a
No,
practical
if you
level,
want to
and
look at
obscure
punitive
morals,
justice
I
and
don't know
whether
what that
people
even means.
practice it still or not, just look at if you say something bad on Twitter, and then just look how
Oh, sure.
people will punish you. So whether it works or not, I don't think we're getting rid of it anytime soon.
I don't consider
But it's
Twitter
not a
justice in
measure-
any way, shape, or form.
It's not a measurable goal. It's that like
Hey, Prime.
right and wrong isn't like something you can.
I mean, it's kind of measurable. How many people can we punish at
It's
once?
only measurable if you identify it by a more specific statistic that actually means something in real world values, and then that's exactly my point. Is that it's not a useful metric. You should boil it down and centralize that.
I really
into
don't want to
real-world
talk about
specific
this
things.
one tonight. though.
Okay. All
We don't
right.
have to, we don't
I
have
don't know
to.
what's
Yeah, we don't
happening. But thanks for all.
Prisons.
It's Wick's fault. Wick derailed your
Why?
panel.
I
That
did
makes sense.
nothing.
Wick just wants to talk about
Wick
Ukraine.
just wants
okay?
to talk about punitive justice.
Wick was like, "Hey guys, I know we're talking about women's issues, but really, what I want to talk about about tonight is punitive justice and is it
There's
effective?
correction.
I personally think the
Correction,
death sentence is the most punitive, effective policy. That's precisely what Wick said.
Punish them once and for all. It's simple.
This is what happens when you invite a Confederate general onto the panel. Look at the beard.
Why
Look at
am
the
I
beard.
Confederate now? I want Union.
This is the same message I've been preaching since the beginning. You some type of Civil War general, bro. I'm not sure.
He
I'm
looked
not
he
sure.
has a bit of a Union look to him. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the Patriot.
I saw the Patriot.
Pyro, you got a camera?
I'm working on it.
Okay. All right. He's working on it. All right. Great. So thanks all for being here. We got a few people. We got Chinchilla, fantastic mod. Like seriously, good, fantastic, great helper outer of this community right over there. Hey Chinchilla.
Yeah, I love you, Prime. What's with all these people that are like debating each other? Come on, we can have some fun, and we can be all each other's like friends. Come on, that's why.
You want to have a circle jerk?
Yeah, a circle jerk in the beginning, and then we kind of
listen. I wasn't gonna come in, but then Erudite said we're having a circle jerk, right? And I was like, well, I
want to have that circle jerk with you guys and just one off and just being dicks to each other.
I don't think we established a pivot, man.
Okay, I don't know what's going on. Desperado, thanks for being here. Much appreciated. And thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you for supporting this community. Next, Kay. We haven't had you here in a while. How are you?
I've been sucked into video games.
Well,
I've been playing Arc RP and GTA RP, and then I've been going to CTVs a lot because it's late at night, and then I just hang out there and bullshit.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Nick. Oh, hello. Hi, Nick. Thank you for being here. Hello. Hi. Nice to have you here again. Not so erudite, superstar of last panel, comes back, right, for a second helping of whoop ass. So
That I'm going to be handing out, boys and girls.
Damn right. All right. Probably starting with our next guest, Professor Meat. Professor Meat, hello. Hi. Thanks for being here as well.
What's up, man?
Nice to see you again.
Thanks for having me.
We have another great mod, Pyro Tyrant. Great help to the community. Thank you for coming on.
I had to
right?
be here, Prime, after last night. You know, fuck you, guy. I was just trying to work, and that shit was funny. So, like, I'm just here to see if shit's gonna go down again tonight.
Okay. We have Steven? I know it's wrong. Steven,
you got it.
Steven. Yes, great. It's not how it's spelled. Steven, thank you for coming through. Yeah, it was enjoyable having you out here before, so I'm glad you're back. We have Death of Serenity / Wick. It's sure to not cause any trouble tonight. He never does, right? No one ever disagrees with them. Always the right takes.
Well, I don't understand this take on Wick that everyone has. Wick seems so nice to me.
Watch the panel last night. Watch the panel.
I saw the panel last night. Wick tried so hard not to go full Wick, and he did what he had to do because you motherfuckers left him no choice. All right, Wick had to do the demons were knocking at the door, and Wick had to do God's work.
He
all right?
heard ideas he didn't agree with. I'm kidding. Let me stop.
I've seen Wick going full Wick with Stardust, and it was like perfect. I love
full
Wick.
power.
Okay.
I love this, but let's go on to topic.
Yeah, let's do that. And Mint, hello. Thank you for being here as well. Okay, so yeah, we were talking about women's stuff, right? You all had feelings in chat. I saw those feelings, right? Twitch chat is a place for men to share their negative feelings with the world. Let me tell you. Okay, all right. So please share them. Wick, you want to start? Go ahead.
Sure. So I always get confused a little bit.
I know. We all know that.
Fair. But when I was growing up, when I was very young, I, believe it or not, kids, I suffered from crippling depression, not depression, but crippling self-doubt, crippling insecurities, things like that. It really held me back. People, I was always concerned about what others thought. I was always hypersensitive about any kind of criticism towards me. It killed my social life. It prevented me from a lot of opportunities. It hurt me. And it wasn't until I learned, and it's a skill you can learn, how to just ignore certain criticisms, how to get over certain types of cruelty that is done to you. Because at the end of the day, we cannot stop cruelty. People will always, to some extent, be cruel to you. You cannot solve that. So the only answer we have is how do we deal with it when it happens to us? And the only thing you can do is learn those skills. It's not an immutable characteristic to be hypersensitive. You can learn, and men need to learn this too, because the most sensitive people I see are butthurt men who get super, super angry when you call them out on their shit. Anyway,
True.
so that's my
Fragile.
point.
False.
Men are fragile. True. Very based, Wick. Very based.
So building off.
Before you do that, it's something that I'm gonna go straight to you afterwards. It's something I forgot to say to you, not Stereotype, before, right? I love it when you say the words "butt mad," right? So if you can manage to work your way, and no matter what conversation we're having, if you can manage to work that in,
Okay.
I'd be highly appreciative.
Sure.
Okay.
Do you want me to send you a looped recording of me just saying butt mad at various levels closer to my mic?
It's gonna be my ringtone. Thank you. All right, Desperado. Sorry, I just had to meme. Go ahead.
So building off of what Wick said, and I think Wick and I are actually the same age, like right around the same age. I was in theater for about 11 years, and when I was at theater at a university level, whenever we would get criticism from our director, the director would literally just tell us everything we did wrong. And like quite literally go after us hard at everything that we did wrong. And there would be people, men, women, what is it, like non-binary, what is it, doesn't matter. There would be people that would literally leave that stage in a mess, like every night, because of the amount of criticism we got and the amount of pushing that the director did. It wasn't until the director fully pulled us aside and said, he's like, you do realize that when I'm criticizing you, that I'm telling you everything you need to do wrong, you need to fix. And he said, but where I'm not criticizing you, that's where you're doing it right. So therefore, he ended up using this as a means of teaching us exactly what we needed to hear and what we needed to fix, and basically just kind of, disregard everything else except for exactly what he was telling us.
That seems like the worst way to go about it, to only tell someone the negative things.
But I will say this, that it has completely changed my perspective on the way people address me, because I used to have like crippling self-doubt as well, to the point now where when someone does give me some kind of criticism in that sense, it'll roll off my back because I've been so used to this style of criticism before.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of validity to that. Like, oh, sorry, you can go ahead, Kay.
You're good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, like, we have gotten rid of a lot of like what we might have called toxic behaviors in the past that led to, you know, what we call anti-fragility. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing. There's probably good and bad to both of those things. But I don't know if a plausible answer is to say, okay, let's go back to when we taught people to be anti-fragile, because we kind of saw that it taught some people to be anti-fragile and taught some people to be repressed and depressed, right? And so what is, like, I think it's important to figure out what's a tangible future where we can teach people to be anti-fragile without teaching them to just fully repress their emotions, because that's what we had before.
So we had this conversation before, me and Wick, and we were talking about like school and like education system and how in school you get bullied at some point in your life. Everyone does. Even the most popular kid in school gets bullied. Those things happen, and at first you're like, this sucks, and you go home and you cry about it, and you're upset, or you cry there. But those things teach you how to handle this type of criticism, type of bullying, because no matter where you are in life, somebody is always going to dislike something about you, and they're going to criticize you for it, and you have to learn how to accept that. And you can still have emotions, you can still feel those way, but you can also turn the other side, and while feeling those emotions, be like, I don't give a fuck what you say. I live by the motto, if you don't fuck, feed, or finance me, I don't care what you're saying. If you're trying to be negative towards me, like, I really don't, because you're not benefiting me in any way, shape, or form, so what does what you say have to matter to me? But in reality, it really doesn't. Like, what they're saying, yes, if it's something that, like, you can change that, like, would be productive in your life, like, if somebody was like, you're really overweight, you should probably lose some weight, yeah, that's going to hurt your feelings, and it might be something that maybe you can turn around and you can go work out and make yourself better, which I'm not saying that's what you need to do, but if you're comfortable with yourself, be who you are, and if you want to change, then change. And those can be productive things in your life, but you don't have to take it so hard. You can be like, I don't care what you say. Like,
Oh, Kate, I just want to say to you, like, when you have like 12 years old and you're gonna say like, you're just overweight, or you just have this thing that's going on, you're just being a bully. Like these 12-year-old people, like you can help them in the right direction, right? But like basically saying like, oh, you're just overweight, oh, you're just doing that and that, it's like a bullying. And we can all like recognize that we are a part of like a greater system, in the sense of like our parents, like like they didn't have like the greatest way to like give our substance, so therefore we became overweight, or we became like a slim person, right? And that kind of shit. So
or it could be just metabolism.
yeah, well, I think that's a minor thing. I don't think that's genetics and like a prime system, but I overall think that it's just you are putting way more emphasis. Is it saying like
Emphasis?
all these? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm European, so but thank you so much. So yeah, but overall, it's just people can being teach these things, right? And yeah.
I'm not saying bullying's like a great thing. I'm not saying we should all go out and bully people, but I think it does make you a better person in the long run. You learn a lot.
Oh, you think bullying is
Well,
like...
I was bullied my entire life for having scars.
Bullying is a good thing.
But it made me realize they make me who I am, and I'm a badass bitch, and I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about it, because I think I look hot as fuck with
Can I
them.
get
So
in
that's
on
something
this?
I grew up
Okay,
on. Like,
we got a few people. We got a few people who want to jump in. Okay, but Chinchilla, no, I want you to finish your point. Then we'll go to Mint. We'll go to Wick, Pyro, Meat, and Desperado.
Yeah, like, okay, you think you're a badass bitch because you get bullied, I think
I didn't when I was bullied.
Well, not at that point, but you turned out to be, so that's cool. But that doesn't mean like you should be bullied, right? So I think that's fucking wrong. You shouldn't be bullied in the first place.
You don't think at any
I don't
point in
think.
your life, whether
Just
you're in
wait.
school
Just
or
wait.
older,
Let's.
you're going to get bullied at some point?
No.
Okay, hold on. Okay, nobody here is saying that bullying is good and that we want more people to get bullied. Like, at least, Kay, I don't think you're trying to say that you're like, it was really fundamental to me that I got bullied. It was really good, and it's a thing that I would re-prescribe to other people. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if
Okay,
I
yeah.
had to redo my life over again, I would have that happen to me because it made me who I am. It makes me the person I am today. But
You
I'm
wouldn't
not
prescribe
saying
it to
everyone
somebody
should
else.
Get prescribed it.
She
No,
would.
I'm not saying
She
that.
kind of would. She kind of would.
I would
Well, she
prescribe it to
just
my
let's
life.
be good
I
faith
would
and
say
assume that her
that's
words. Let's just assume that her words are what they are and be good faith and say if Kay is saying that that's not what she would prescribe to other people, then I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and assume that that's the case. I think it's super fair to say that I wouldn't want my own life tragedies to necessarily change because they're fundamental to who I am. Having a growth mindset about your own tragedies doesn't mean that you're prescribing tragedies to other people, right? Like we have to disentangle those things.
Let's go to Mint. Let's go. No, let's go to Mint.
Yeah, so I would say everyone in their life has been made fun of. I wouldn't say everyone in their life has been bullied. I think like we're trying to like if anyone makes any type of negative comment about you, you're being bullied, and I think that's like a huge like distinction that we need to stop like conflating those two things. And I know you're saying you're not saying that you would want someone to be bullied, but it seems like the sentiment is by being bullied, it made you stronger, and not just you, like just speaking like to you in general, that a person who was bullied, it made them stronger, therefore it ended up being a good thing.
There
So
are
if it was
lessons
a
you can
good
take
thing,
out of it.
yeah, so I don't think
sorry,
that
is
is
being
necessary.
bullied just being made fun of chronically, just to clarify, or what's
Well,
the distinction?
all right, bullying. Erudite talks about this on stream. Bullying is more like a harassment, like it's an ongoing thing, but like being picked fun of at any point in your life, at some point in your job, like like Desperado said, he was told bad things he did in theater, and he wasn't told the good things. At some point in your life, you're gonna get told bad things, like, and you have to
That's
accept
not
those
the
things.
same as bullying.
So we gotta go online. Wick. Oh, sorry.
I have more to add to
finished,
that.
Mint? Sorry, hold
I,
on. Mint, do you have? Did you not finish?
So I was just saying, like, we could, like, just like you're saying, there's always going to be someone to make fun of you, and a person always going to be mean. There's always going to be some people who can't just flip this switch in their mind and say, I'm going to shut out the negative comments. But it seems like we're saying, hey, anyone can learn to do this, but yet we're saying, then why can't we just teach everyone to not bully also? Like, if we can't teach everyone to not bully, then we have to understand that we can't teach everyone to just be able to flip this mental switch and cut out the negative comments.
I do
Well,
want to
yeah, I
address
don't think
this.
we can tell everyone to stop bullying.
Yeah, I do want to address this because this is very important. We should absolutely try to detoxify as many spaces as much as possible as we can. That should be our first goal. Try to normalize being kind. Try to normalize not making fun of. But we have to be realistic and realize that that's never going to fully work. Never. There is no situation where human beings are still human and do not pick on and degrade to some form or fashion each other. It's just not in human nature. And so because we can recognize that, as well as trying to detoxify things as much as possible, we have to give people tools to know how to deal with it when they are. And it absolutely is a skill. It absolutely is something almost every single person can do to some extent or another. I really believe that.
For EMAXLPE, it doesn't MTTAER in WAHTOREDR the LT tiers in a WRODAEPAPR. The only IPR mote MTTing is TAHT the FRIST and LSATLTTER in the RGHITPCALE.
And again,
the RSET can be a total MESES and you can sittle rod it with
society
EPOBLRM.
so everyone's nicer.
S1M1L4RLY. Y0U1M1D15R34D1NG7H1NK1NG4B0U717.
Let's go to Pyro.
I don't know what the fuck Wick was just talking about there for a second. I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, that's some old man shit. Like, you can't fix society, you can only deal with yourself. I'm just gonna be real. But like, on the topic of bullying, there's two things I think this panel, one, we need to like recognize is that like, in what Kay was saying, there are instances where like you can look at your personal self and say like, yeah, this did make me a stronger person. But I think when we focus on that, we completely ignore the motherfuckers who come out of their bullying experience a piece of fucking shit. Someone who thinks that like the only way to like get ahead in life is to be confrontational, to always be on the attack, because you don't want to be the motherfucker on the defensive because they've experienced that type of bullying. And like being in that position for like a lot of life, I've heard from family members, friends of mine, I've experienced myself. One of the negative side effects that comes with this is like you don't value the people around you because you think you're in this by yourself. You presume the world is just you alone and you can't reach out for help. So like one of the things I would want to do to try and help like a lot of the side effects that we see with bullying and like how men and women react to this is like I would want to like try and get it out there that like at the very least like you can reach out to help, you can reach out to your family, you can reach out to the people around you. It doesn't matter like if they men, women, like don't get that in their mind that they don't understand you. Like talk to these people because these are the people who actually care about you and love you. And like
I've not had that experience with that from a lot of different people. I know like myself, like yes, it takes time to like know if that person is actually going to be like a person that's going to be there for you and a good person, or if they're going to turn around and backstab you because of past experiences. But once you find a steady group of people and you have that support system, you hang on to that more than anything, because you were so alone for a while. I feel like that's more of what I've experienced, and that you either one, you're gonna, like I said, like take time, or you're just gonna latch onto anyone who gives you any of that support system because you need that validation.
Okay. Let's go to unless you have something else to say back
No,
to
no, no. I was
okay.
No, I was about
We'll go to Desperado, preference meetings, Steven. And Steven, you gotta use alpha hands, right? Let's
Oh, what's alpha hands? I don't know
that
what
was
that
an
is,
alpha.
dog.
That was an alpha hands. This is alpha
What-
hands, okay?
what,
Right,
these
straight
alpha
to the
hands?
camera.
All right.
Yeah,
So-
straight to the camera. Okay. Nick, you want as well? Okay.
Oh no, I was just also demonstrating. alpha hands.
Demonstrating. Okay, great.
Steven, can I see your palm again?
Sorry, is that looking good to you? All right.
Yeah,
It was an alpha hands. Alpha
Alpha hands. All right.
Okay, Desperado.
So
Fun fact, the first Wanderer did not write the first strategy guide. Wisdom is greater than intelligence.
The thing is that they may have come off asshole-ish, but the thing about it is that everybody respected the opinion of the director because of the director's choice and vision of what was going on in the piece. So therefore, everybody wanted to get that feedback from the director no matter how hurtful it was. The only problem is that but this also taught the people in the production that if the sound manager tells you, hey, you did that wrong, you disregard that because their opinion doesn't matter. If the director told you did a good job and the sound guy is telling you that you didn't, you just brush that off entirely. The other thing is that everybody gets their time getting basically thrashed by the director for what they've done wrong. So what that does then is that if you have 10 people in a production, let's say actors or people that are like supporting actors and whatnot in a production, that means that all of those 10 people basically have a support group for they create a support group for the feelings that they have getting the direction that they from the director itself. So therefore they can support each other, and no matter what feelings come out of that, you have people to support you, whether they be male, female, it doesn't matter. But this kind of system here makes it so that you are hyper focused on the criticism that is good for you, meaning that from the director, and you disregard the criticism of people that are not the director. And if you do, in essence, have an emotional deal with what the director has given you, you do have people to fall back on for support.
Let's go to the next one. Was me and then Steven.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of clarify a few arguments that I feel like kind of got left up in the air that I think are pretty clear who was right on. So first off, Wick, what Wick was trying to demonstrate was the difference between an individual. He wasn't making an absolute statement about how we can never do anything to change society at all. He was demonstrating the fact that when you're making prescriptive statements to an individual, you cannot hold them accountable for society. You have to hold society at the societal and governmental level accountable for society. You have to be able to separate these things when you're making prescriptive statements. No one is prescribing a perfect solution, and you cannot think about it that way, because then if you are waiting for everyone to make a perfect solution and you're excluding other things unless they can do that, then if you think that people's arguments are relying upon that, then you're going to end up with worse outcomes, because you're going to end up just excluding a multivariate possibility of possible ways you could approach this problem and get the best outcomes. But the main thing I want to say was that Kay's point about what bullying demonstrates is not that bullying is just good. That what she's trying to demonstrate is an example of how bullying, with her life experiences, can be good. This is backed up in science because of something called exposure therapy. All right, and I know we've all heard about this in some extent, so it's a meme. I'm not an expert here. I don't know if there's anyone on the panel who's an expert in stuff like this. But with anxiety disorders, from what I can tell, they're about 60 to 90% effective at treating symptoms of mild symptoms of the original disorder after completed exposure therapy. And there's less reduction from there, but this is at very least, generally speaking, demonstrated in science that what this is when you are exposed to the things you are afraid of, and you are able to be demonstrated to you that there are some situations in which you can, whether it's just the situation itself or by applying certain strategies, come out and be fine. And when you allow exposure, what exposure therapy is, from my understanding, is that you allow for that controlled exposure that allows the brain to learn these things and alleviate those anxieties.
You understand
Right?
bullying's not controlled. Wait. You understand
It's-
bullying's not controlled exposure, right? Like I
I
can't just
know,
walk up
but-
into school and be like,
but-
I choose not to be
but-
bullied today.
Right, but
like
But insofar as anxiety could harm your ability to deal with bullying in a way that makes it less harmful to you, insofar as that is the case, there are situations in which bullying could, either controlled or just by pure happenstance, be effective at allowing you, by treating that anxiety to some extent, to more effectively mitigate the harm it does to you in the future.
No, but you're using
hold
a
on,
study.
Since this is all about Kay and what she brought up, so Kay, I'll let you jump in. Then we'll go to
Yeah.
Steven.
The point of it was not, hey, this is a good thing, we should prescribe it to everyone. But if it does happen in your life, it allows you to learn how to cope with it and how to express your emotions and how you actually take this criticism in. Or you're going to be a 30-year-old at work crying because your boss told you did something wrong because you don't
That's
know how
not
to handle criticism.
no.
Like,
This is why
that's
I
a
said
problem.
earlier.
It teaches you something about criticism. It teaches you,
So
hey,
you're saying it
not
is
everyone's going
good?
to like it.
No. See, no. This is why
There's
this
cases
is
where
why
it
I
could
said
destroy you as a
earlier.
person, but there's cases that it also can help you and learn how to cope with these things.
So like,
Can
this
I
is why
bridge
I
the
said
gap?
Steven. Right.
Can I please bridge the gap here? Because it's like everyone's so close to being on
Please
the same
do.
page. Like, can we all agree with this simple statement that challenging situations and challenging circumstances build character?
Yes.
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 Okay, we've all
often
had that experience. I think, and I don't want to speak for UK, but it seems like that's what she was getting at.
Yeah,
That bullying was a
exactly. That's
challenging
literally what I just said.
circumstance, and she learned from it. It's not
It
to
teaches
say
you
that
how to
bullying
do
is a
something.
good thing, but it's just like anyone has difficult things that they experience in life. You integrate it into into your understanding of life, and you move forward. And I think it's not like she's advocating for it. And I think in regards to this broader conversation about whether or not it's damaging to encourage like a more sticks and stones perspective in regards to like criticism or bullying or anything, I feel like we keep conflating the idea of like
So
you
I
don't have to.
wanna,
If
Stefan,
I
can
may
I?
finish can I please finish real quickly? Like I'm
Yes,
almost
sure.
done. Yeah, I feel like we're continuing to conflate the idea that like you not allowing your external circumstances to affect your internal state is the same thing as implicitly encouraging other people to take advantage of you and be rude to you. And it's like those aren't the same thing. And it's like I think everyone can agree that like no one should be an asshole and we should reduce the number of assholes in the world. So I just
So
wanted to get that.
Can I weigh
just
in
wanna
with
say
some
something.
psychological nuance that might be valid within this conversation?
Okay, all right. Okay. I'll let Chinchilla go, not to and then Pyro. Okay.
So I just want to say something to Stefan. So I couldn't like form sentences until I was like 7, and I can speak like multiple languages right now. So it's so good, it's so fine. But that being said, like like I've been bullied, right? I've been bullied. I've been like, and it's like it's been hard for me, you know, and it's like I I just want to share that experience in that sense, and that we can overcome those things, and we can make those things work, and we shouldn't like just be like a victim of our like uh, like our environment. So we should try to overcome those things, you know. So I think we really should work on those things as well. So that's just what I want to say, because of the fact that I think that people victimize themselves too much. I
Okay,
can
who wants to-
speak like five languages right now. So that being
That's a
said,
lot of
like
languages.
yeah, and I couldn't speak one language until I was like 12. So there you go.
I guess like what's probably important to weigh in here is like acknowledging the fact that like yeah, not everyone's the same, right? So particularly individuals who are going to be born with high sensitivity to stimuli, which we can test in babies, or high levels of neuroticism. And so when I say neuroticism, I mean it clinically. So in clinical terms, when we talk about neuroticism, we talk about people who tend to feel negative emotions more strongly. Okay, whereas extroversion seems to be associated with feeling positive emotions more strongly. So people who are highly sensitive naturally, they feel sensation, their pain tolerance is lower because they feel pain more intensely, stuff like that, and they're highly neurotic, they're going to be less likely to adapt well to certain bullying situations. Whereas somebody who is low in neuroticism and has lower sensitivity, like to stimuli, might respond better. So it's this idea of stress is good. Unquestionably, one of the most important factors in a child's development is to be exposed to manageable levels of stress. And what that level of stress looks like is going to vary by child, and you can largely tell by the child's reaction to the stress, whether they can manage or not. Now, there unquestionably, as like Kay and Wick are talking about, there's unquestionably a coddling going on within our culture where we are not allowing people to be exposed to stress that they need to be exposed to for their own mental health, because it does build up a natural stress tolerance that people need to have. However, if you throw an extremely distressed child into an exposure situation, for example, if you have a child who's highly sensitive, highly neurotic, and was homeschooled until last year, and then they get thrown into elementary school and get bullied the fuck out of them, those kids might not recover well as much as other kids. So of course there is good that can still come from trauma even. That's what we call post-traumatic growth. But it's definitely good to modulate of saying, we need to expose kids to stress. They do need to toughen up to a certain degree. Unquestionably, we need to moderate between individuals. And even in cases of trauma, there is something that can happen called PTG, post-traumatic growth, where they do actually become stronger and better as a result. But we, of course, need to tailor this individually. Is that the nuance that we're missing?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So then that raises the question.
So sorry,
How
no,
do we?
we got a lot. We got a line
okay.
here. We got Pyro, then Wick, and then we can do Nick after that.
I don't
Pyro?
know how it got on to like if bullying is good or not. The only point I'm here to make, and that like I think a majority of people are here to make, so like let me be clear, is that like while that there's a certain level of stress that is good, like Lady Bummy just said, Erudite, there needs to be a way we can teach for proper outlets, proper releases of the stress valves. And one thing I see in society, mostly along the lines of a lot of men, is like I've gone through this myself. Like every man in my family has failed going through this, and like it's something that's starting to be brought up more, especially in the male community. With like, yo, go to actual therapy. It's not that bad. It's like you need someone to talk. You need that outlet. You need something there. And like when we're talking about bullying, like so far we've only focused on school bullying, but chat's like 10 steps ahead of us. Like what the fuck happens if you're being bullied at home? Like Jesus Christ, we need to, I understand you guys think the society's being too coddled, but like I see it as like we're trying to teach people that it's okay to come forward to talk to people about these things, because we realize that sometimes your home life isn't even the safest place for you. Sometimes you need to break out of that and talk to people.
What would you do at bullying at home, Byro? Because you addressed that.
Bullying at home, one thing I would honestly suggest is like if you're a child and like you either don't feel comfortable talking about people, like
as a child.
As a child, as someone under the age of 18. Yes.
Yeah. So you imagine that the child can like address these issues, these complicated issues.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
If a child, okay, I'm sorry, Chinchilla. I understand you live in Europe, but in America, if a child is under some pretty shit parental health care coverage and they don't go to a therapist and they're being bullied at home and then they get to school and they're dealing with shit, or they take that shit out on other people and they keep all that shit bottled
compared to a
in.
European child, it's like totally different. I think, like obviously, like all these issues we should address, like being that is a child. So I agree with you that we should address that. No, we have child like people
So
here.
you gave me a direct question, and I haven't even. Wait, hold on, Wick. You gave me a direct question, and I haven't even answered it yet. Like a solution that like I know of as a child is like you're a school counselor. Like you tell them certain shit. You can tell your doctor. Hold on, you have to let me finish, Chinchilla, before you butt in. You can tell your doctor certain shit, and it will get CPS notified. I went through this as a child. I, in like, 8-year-old fucking nostalgia, I goofingly told my doctor that like, yo, shit's going down at home and like me and my brother are being physically abused. And you know what? That got shit taken care of, and I didn't realize until years later what I'd actually done when it was explained to me like for the 14th time by my grandmother. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, well, shit fuckity doodah. If I would have known that, that would have like brought all the CPS shit down on my parents and shit. And if I would have known all that as a child, I wouldn't have made that decision. I would have been too tied up with the love between my mom and like I would have felt too loyal to them. I would have felt so locked up. I wouldn't have made that decision. We need to find a way where children, people under the age of 18, someone under the care of someone else, we can have that avenue where they feel like they can talk to someone else, especially if
Yeah.
it's like
Well,
someone
Pyro,
you can get
I
help
would,
from.
I would agree with that. But that being said, like, I just want to say this because of the fact that you said like European children, something along those lines wouldn't like understand you or something. Like you're being like a bigot in that sense. If you don't think that European children are fucking different or something along those lines. So
I just did not. No, it's simply, it's simply, no, time out, time out, time
I
out.
just want to say that.
He made a point towards me. Made a point towards me.
Okay, please, Pyro, finish your point.
Yeah, no, like it's not Europhobic. I literally just like, yeah, like European people have better healthcare. I imagine that translates on to parents and children. If I'm wrong, you can correct me about a specific country in my DMs, and then we can move it on.
I just want to say that overall, that when you said like European people are just having like no healthcare or whatsoever, like when
No,
it
I
comes
said
to the children.
Americans don't. I said Americans don't have healthcare. I said Europeans do. So like y'all might have a different spectrum. We don't have healthcare. So like
we agree then in that case. Come on, man.
Okay,
that's why we need to listen.
Oh, we're good.
Moving,
we're good.
Moving on.
No.
All right, so I was with Nick and then Joe. And yeah.
So, Pyro, I think you have fundamentally misunderstood what I am advocating for here. So when I talk about coping mechanisms and ways to deal with negative stress, with overwhelming stress, therapy is absolutely one of those ways that I would advocate for. It is absolutely helpful if you can get it. I've been to therapy. It helps me. I would absolutely advocate against repressing your emotions. That does not help. That hurts you. But when we talk about these things, we always get it into this discussion of like, well, no, we cannot tell trauma victims that they can ever get over their trauma. And we force them almost with our language into this idea that it's there forever and they will never, ever be able to be better in any single way, shape, or form. But that's what therapy does. Therapy provides avenues for you to improve. If you have a licensed ethical therapist, they can absolutely help you be better. You may not be, like, some trauma is permanently damaging that will scar you for life, but you can make some improvement, and as much as you can. And that is all I'm advocating for here. I want to help and reduce the harm as much as I can to people, and to act as if that we are forever victims is something I fundamentally reject. We always have something we can do to help, even if it's not going to help 100%, it's going to help a little. And we got to give people these tools. We have to. Otherwise, we're just creating harm. And I don't want to do that.
Nick,
so, can I respond to that real quick?
Very quickly.
I agree with a lot of what you just said. I think one of the building blocks that like the steps we're missing is like getting a lot of people to accept therapy, because like in a lot of like poor communities and shit, it's just seen off as like fairy tale magic. Like in a lot of like male circles, it's seen as like fairy tale liberal fucking bullshit. So like getting people on that first step does take a little bit of what you're against, and like as someone who
What
is
am I
not
against, exactly?
telling people that like it's gonna stay with them and it's gonna negatively harm them. I think
Correct.
it can. Hold up, wait. You gotta let me finish. What I think. I'm not gonna say.
What I
think.
said, though.
Can you let me finish, sir? I get it. You want to respond. I think it
Does he
can
have
be.
to?
Yes, he does. I think it can be a bit positive to let people know that, like, yo, if you don't plan on getting serious medical help, like a therapy session or something, and you just plan on like venting on your friends and trauma dumping on your fucking partners and shit, you're probably gonna deal with this. I'm not saying maybe you have to go to the extreme of saying forever, but yeah, telling your friends that like, yo, I'm not that person for you. You're probably gonna deal with this for a long time if you're not gonna get no help. That can be beneficial for them to hear. That was beneficial for a lot of people around me to hear during COVID when they had to deal with like their mental health shit being quarantined with their people. It's like, you need to get some help because I'm not gonna be able to fix you. I am not a licensed therapist.
I just want to be very clear, and I'll be very quick. Again, you have to be honest with people. You have to be honest. If someone has gone through a trauma, you have to be honest with them and says, hey, this is going to mess you up for a while, because it is. You have to. But then you provide avenues of hope. And that is all I'm advocating.
And to be clear, there's actually strong evidence that telling people that they're going to experience trauma before they've identified it is actually more damaging than good. There is robust evidence from grief counseling situations in schools that have had mass shooters where it shows that when grief counselors come in and say, you're all traumatized and you need to go to counseling, we see much higher rates of PTSD than in schools where grief counselors go in and say, if you're feeling some certain way, we're here and you can talk to us. And they just normalize it and they don't tell people what their trauma is. So to be honest, I'm actually really opposed to telling people, hey, if this happens to you, you're going to be fucked up for life, because it might not be true and you might literally be engaging in it like a self-fulfilling prophecy, which means you're harming that person more than the actual event did, which is a really bad fucking idea.
So, airtight.
No. Sorry. We got to go to Nick and then Joe. And then I think Steven had his hand up.
Okay. So basically what I'm kind of seeing here is we have like two adjacent problems, right? Problem one, which I think everybody agrees on, is that bullying under many circumstances is bad, being harassed is bad, having an unmanageable amount of stress put upon you is universally bad for everyone. Some stress can be good for some people, it can be constructive, it can make you a bad bitch. Very simple. I think we all agree there. And then the second problem is that, and so I'm not sure if everyone will agree with this one. I think Pyro might disagree, but we'll see. Please, like reject this notion if you disagree with this. Problem number two is that we have a society that is growing consistently more fragile as opposed to anti-fragile. We, as a result of the reduction in pressures and stress put upon us by others, I guess, throughout our lives, manageable stress, we're getting less capable of coping with that stress, and so we're cracking under the pressure. We see higher rates of anxiety, higher rates of depression, despite there being more resources available for those sorts of problems. And so the question seems to be from here, okay, where do we go with that? Unless anybody disagrees with the second notion, which is that we're becoming more fragile. Does anybody disagree with that?
I do, because it's a really stupid thing to say. But
okay, well, so like, okay. So there's, I don't know about a really stupid thing to say, because like Jonathan Haidt was like a really prolific researcher in the.
It was a really stupid thing for you to say, but go on.
Okay, so as I was saying, thank you, King. I appreciate that. So there's a researcher named Jonathan Haidt who's like relatively prolific in the field of psychology, and he advocates pretty strongly that we are experiencing, like especially amongst children, and us to an extent, because we were children when this kind of started happening, that the phenomenon of like helicopter parenting and these sorts of things have really increased the rates at which we kind of succumb to pressures and become disordered with things like anxiety and depression. So if you want to call Jonathan Haidt stupid, very fair. If you want to call me stupid, not fair. I'm very fragile and you hurt my feelings terribly. So
all right, cool.
Somebody can
be
go
sure to
next.
report it to HIV, okay?
We'll go to Joe.
Wait, what about HIV?
We'll go to
report to HIV and file for
HIB. I thought you said HIV.
Can I submit a request that people stop engaging in this like petty passive aggression? It's really annoying. I'm not
Your
gonna
request
lie.
will be processed in 3 to 6 business days, 2 to 6 weeks for a delivery. So until that,
It's just so hard to engage in good faith when people are being like, oh, you're being really stupid right now. It's just like, it's
just a little
I'm not talking about fifis. I'm talking about good discourse, and it's fucking annoying to try to have discourse when people are being passive aggressive and condescending half the time, because you have to like wade your way through their passive aggression because they're just so consumed with being mean to you than to just talking about an idea. You have been failing, and Joe came in and immediately whipped out his passive aggression like he always does. It's just so annoying.
Stop being mean. Stop being mean, people.
It's not about being mean, Chicha. Fuck. Holy shit.
A little bit of stress is good. A little bit of stress
Let me respond.
is good for development, right?
One more thing. One more thing. I want to hear Joe Lewis bully Jonathan Haidt for a little bit. Now that he's bullied me, I want to go next.
Okay, I'm gonna go let Joe go. But Chinchilla, run things for a bit because I gotta exit for a second. But I'll be right back.
What the fuck? Why should I?
You have to moderate.
Okay, I gotta moderate. So
You speak 5
who was
languages. You can do
oh,
it.
who,
It was Joe.
yeah,
Joe is going
so,
next.
Joe Lewis. You.
Yeah, I think something that we should probably try to prioritize is to use the systems that are already there to expose children to ways to handle crisis. And I think by and large, the education system has failed that. What I mean by that is it hasn't really done a good job at teaching and exposing children to how to navigate other children in crisis. So while we have made strides in harassment and bullying, for example, like New Jersey has the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights, which is one of the most comprehensive pieces of like non-binding legislation when it comes to guidelines for bullying. So that's a fantastic thing, but not every state has that. And time again, we see allocation of resources away from places that need it, in particular guidance and guidance offices across the country, where now we're seeing the problem of we have situations where we're going to have a lot more students in crisis because of COVID-19, and a lot of schools don't have the funding. So then they're using the ESSER funds or the ESSER funds, which was the relief funds given to schools, and they're using it predominantly for guidance counselors. And then my concern is, while I totally agree that schools should have more guidance counselors and there should be a wider expansion to that entire department at all districts across the country, I do see a concern where how are we going to fund these things in the long term? Because we're allocating these things towards emergency funds. That's great, but then you're still going to have to pay these professionals outside of a COVID landscape. But I think like most important, like just the big thing that I've really identified is that like we don't really have a conversation of how we navigate. This is a public school thing more than anything else. That we don't really do a good job at showing children how to navigate other children in crisis and then other adults in crisis. So then you have situations where teachers are screaming at 5-year-olds. You have situations of teachers just breaking down in a classroom and then the entire class is like, I don't know what to do, because we don't really have the time to, I shouldn't say don't have the time, there's always the time to do these things, but it seems that districts have prioritized other things and we're kind of seeing the repercussions of that.
I don't think
I gotta
that,
be honest. I don't know anything about school funding on this, so it's not.
In that case, shut up. Does anybody know about school funding?
It has nothing to do with school funding. Like you can probably approach what I said without tackling the school funding part. I don't think anything I said was really disagreeable. Seems kind of like the
I just
floor.
sprouted up for no reason.
Like when we talk about like school funding and things, because maybe I misunderstood, but you were talking about what we should fund and what we shouldn't. I think that's a budget issue. And it's hard for me to get down in the weeds when I have no experience in this issue. That's all.
I mean, I could just ask you. I could just ask you a very simple question. Do you know your guidance counselors when you were in school?
No, I did not.
I think it's
but
fair.
I was in school like
wait.
I did.
Wait.
I did.
Mint
okay,
lemonade.
So let me ask you this, Kate. Hey, let me ask you this. You said you experienced bullying when you were younger, right?
Don't let him talk over you, Chinchilla. You're the moderator.
Yeah, I should just mute everybody.
Just mute him.
So,
Abuse your powers.
No, I just want to mint lemonade wanted to say something, so sure. I want to give the space to mint lemonade. So mint lemonade, you wanted to say something about like education overall. So let's go.
Yeah. So I think I get along with like Joel's like 80% what he's saying. I think what's happening now is that instead of teaching the children tools and better ways to cope, we're offloading that and we're just kind of like letting the adults handle it. So instead of teaching kids better way to handle bullying and teaching kids better way to work through their problems, oh, I have a problem, I tell the adult and suspend this kid for 2 days and boom, bullying is taken care of. So
they come back 2 days later.
No.
Yeah,
no. Nick wanted to talk. So let's go to Nick.
All right, thank you, sir. I just wanted to bounce this back to Joe Lewis again really quick. I know we're all
Yeah.
getting very tired of him speaking. I'm just kidding, Julius. I'm just kidding.
How dare you? It's Black History Month.
Hey! Come on.
You have 5 more days, okay? Then you can
I'm
make fun of
just
black people again,
curious.
okay?
2 seconds. Let's go.
Hey,
Prime's back. Shut up, chinchilla.
Okay.
There you
So
go.
I'm just curious where what you said conflicts with what I said and what Jonathan Haidt said, because it seems to me like you just gave one example of a way to reduce fragility, like to improve anti-fragility, which is like more well incorporate a resource.
I don't necessarily think that the problem is this idea that we have a society that's consistently more fragile than anti-fragile. I think that by and large we're dealing with a lot of problems at the same time. We're not dealing with like I'm just gonna talk about children directly here because it's like in my wheel well. Whereas that we're not doing a good job at exposing children and educating children to how to navigate other children and adults in crisis. 1, 2, we don't give children the proper resources to have open conversations about situations when they are harassed. And 3, especially number 3, we don't do a fantastic job, if at all, of how we have other students interact with and navigate the very systems that we use for reporting these things. Like we all see the problems that happen with harassment, intimidation, and bullying, where like if a student is bullying, then both in certain school policies, both kids are suspended at the same time. And it's like, wait, hang on. Why is the victim being suspended alongside the abuser? Shouldn't there be something else going on? And then they give some type of like meandering excuse about it. And this is something that's in a lot of school board policy across the country. Where like if the victim and the abuser get suspended for the equal amount of time pending an investigation, which is something personally I'm not okay with.
So you like mostly disagree with the semantics. That's fair. I can understand that. With that, I'm gonna head off. Have fun, everyone. I just wanted to decrease the male to female ratio. Goodbye. I love you all.
Big love. Kay wanted to say something.
Yeah, Kay, and then was it Desperado and Nick? Oh, sorry, Wick. Excuse me.
Joe, I think we've had this conversation before. We've talked about like the difference in school systems, and I think that's kind of where you were going with the did you know your guidance counselor? And I said yes. I feel like it's differentiating between each school district and the area they are. So some school districts do have better opportunities for that. I was able to have guidance counselors. All the school knew when I was bullied. I did go to the resources. Nothing happened. It continued to happen. So I don't think the resources fulfill what they're actually supposed to be there for. You also talked about the idea of like suspending, whether it be both the victim and the abuser in the situation, or just the abuser. And I don't think that suspension is always the best way to do things, because it's basically a vacation from school. Like, and I think you agree with me on that. The way you said no, like they get to sit at home for 2 days now, and depending on how their parenting is at home, is if they're actually going to get in trouble at home for it, or they're just going to have a 2-day vacation where they can play video games the entire time. Like, and so that also falls back on the parents. And so I think you put too much emphasis on the school system because it's something you're familiar with and that you deal with on a daily basis. But I think we put too much emphasis on that, and we should be allowing there to be a bigger education, not only within the school and the parents. And I understand there's shitty parents, but I think that's another situation that we need to worry about first and foremost, because they're the first people that are teaching kids shit from 1 to 5. So how are we going to raise kids from 1 to 5, and then all of a sudden once they get to school, now it's here you go, school, you deal with it, all the shit I just fucked up on, you fix it now. Like,
well, we kind of, not to cut you off there, Kate, but we kind of offset a lot of the burden of parenting to the public school system. And it'd be kind of naive to suggest otherwise. Like the school is an encapsulation of a lot of things that parents can't do from 7 a.m. to 3 or 4 setting. Now, I don't think it's what
but
you're
there's a
saying
lot of
directly.
things they can also do things at home as well.
Yeah, so we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can recognize that children are still and still have, let me rephrase this, children still have parents, and parents should have a say in their children's education and how their children are being treated in schools. However, we can also recognize that these are individuals that are going to see their child from a day-to-day longer than that of their parents from 180 days out of the year. And something that I'm sure you'd probably agree with is that there needs to be more of a collaboration where I don't necessarily think it's okay that, and this is kind of like where things kind of, I'll give like an example that might be a bit more clear, because we kind of see like the rub in that, where you have situations where students are in crisis, and then the teacher brings up a concern that, hey, I believe that this child might be in crisis, and I'm not really too sure what to do moving forward. And then it kind of bounces between a bunch of different departments at the same time, depending on who you talk to. And sometimes teachers' hands are completely tied. Like for one example, in New Jersey, once I report a child in crisis under HIB, it's out of my hands. And that's something that's very, very frustrating, because when you have a student confide in you about a crisis situation, and then you report it to proper authorities, in this case it would be the superintendent or superintendent's assistant, I cannot have any correspondence with that student anymore around that incident. So
what qualifies as a crisis?
I'm just gonna step in. I'm gonna peace out, but thanks for having me, Prime.
Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Thanks so much. Nice, sir. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys. Sorry, I was getting a little tired of it. I've been going for a while though, and I feel like you guys are probably done. I appreciate all of you who are still here. You've stuck it out for a long time, or maybe you've trickled in. Yeah, we out. I appreciate every one of you very much. Good job, Meat. Keep her going. Yeah, once people are like too condescending regularly, like Joe chilled out, which is really nice, but I don't trust it to not stay, and I'm too tired to be emotionally regulated. Hi, She. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be nice though, and if you want to watch the panel that I was just on continue in a dog match, where there's only one young lady left, I'm gonna pass you over to Prime. I had a good night. Mods, you worked hard. You guys did a good shit. And if you want to see the full stream, it's going to be up on YouTube, so you can catch it there. Peace out, guys. Remember, when you jump in, we say, Trash Goblins! And there's a emote if you were lucky enough to get a sub gift, so, or subbed. Let's go, guys. Good night. I know. I can take you.
Kindly, Nat's heard. I thank you for the 165% raid. Very much appreciated. Hey, if you're from our chat, you know what's going on, right? So I won't give you a long spiel, but you should follow the channel. If you haven't done so yet, follow this channel, make sure notifications on so you know I'm going live, and hit up my social media and chat !social for our Twitter, our Discord, and our YouTube. So like, comment, subscribe, and all that good stuff, right? So hit us all up before you head up to bed or whatever, right? Hit that follow button. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so like in Jersey, it's clearly defined, right? So harassment, intimidation, and bullying just means any gesture, written, verbal, or physical, or even electronic communication, where the incident, and you need to have all of these things in certain situations. So it's reasonably perceived, that's based on somebody's actual perceived characteristics, and takes place on school property, schools, or a school-sponsored event, or off school grounds. And then there's like very clear definitions about what it means to be off school grounds.
And we just make those comparisons just all the time.
You did so good today.
Thanks.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
well, the deal. It's not that big of a deal.
See me go in on people?